atmosphere here is so I feel so relaxed. As soon as I entered the atmosphere I was surrounded with positivity. As soon as I entered the premises, everyone needs in their life. I was surrounded with positivity, which is what everyone needs in their life.
This campus, Kana Shanti Vanam, presents a model of holistic living. Presents a model of holistic living. जो मैंने हृदय के अंतरतल से, हृदय के अभ्यंतर से, जो मैंने हृदय के अंतरतल से, हृदय के अभ्यंतर से कि जो अनुभव यहाँ पर योग और अध्यात्म की मूल आत्मा, यहाँ पर योग और अध्यात्म की मूल आत्मा।
What I have seen has absolutely blown me away. What I'm seeing here has absolutely blown me away. Envy of any what I'm seeing in the world. It is a community that would be envy of any community in the world. Beautiful. It is the beauty of its architecture, incredibly beautiful. Auditoriums, libraries, of its architecture, the landscaping, auditoriums, the libraries, integration between the landscape, nature, and the building integration between there is nature and breathtaking. Buildings about the way it's been done and in an ecologically friendly and sustainable way. About the way it's been done and in an ecologically friendly and sustainable way.
So for me, I think this place resonates with a lot of positivity. So for me, I think this place resonates with a lot of positivity. And I've been here in the last year to come back here 10 times, quite higher than the number of times I've actually come here. The longing to come back here is quite higher than the number of times I've actually come here.
ये शांतिवनम बाबूजी की सीख का, ये शांतिवनम जीता बाबूजी की सीख का जीता जागता उदाहरण है।
This place is open to all. It's not only for the members of this organization. This place is open to all. But those who like for the members of this organization, those who like to explore, those who like to meditate and experience, those who like to explore this for the first time and say, oh, I don't know how to meditate. Even if you are meditating for the first time and say, oh, I don't know how to meditate, and go inside. Here we can, and again, how to meditate. I cannot emphasize more on this. And again, I cannot just.
I feel so light, relaxed, and the atmosphere here is so as soon as I entered the premises, I was surrounded with positivity, which is what everyone needs in their life.
This campus, Kana Shanti Vanam, presents a model of holistic living. जो मैंने हृदय के अंतरतल से, हृदय के अभ्यंतर से जो अनुभव किया कि यहाँ पर योग और अध्यात्म की मूल आत्मा है।
consort, Mandarava. Mandarava turned out to be the princess. Her father, the king, didn't like this wild guy, Padmasambhava. So he sent his men out to kill him. And he was sitting with Mandarava, and they set a big fire around both of them. It burned for a week. When the fire went out, Padmasambhava and Mandarava were sitting in union on a lotus in the middle of a lake. It's said that Padmasambhava could control the inner element of fire, therefore easy to control the outer element of fire, didn't burn. Jesus was said to walk on water. It's very possible he was able to control the inner element of water and therefore the outer element of water and didn't fall when he walked on water. These things are said in the great texts. They're very possibly true. When one can bring the energies into the central channel, incredible things happen. Shunya, the understanding of reality as it is automatically recognized. Unconditional love for everyone, always, also manifests when these energies come into the central channel. Some benefits of meditation. Focused attention, okay? Shamatha meditation, concentration, or focused awareness, different names for the same thing. So focused attention and calm mind. How many of you experience this, at least to some degree? I want to see everybody's hand. Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. And because we develop focused attention and a calm mind, our learning is enhanced. So students around the world are getting wind of this, and they're meditating before taking exams. There's some good research showing that performance is enhanced through meditation. Thirdly, broad perspective. Our narrow, focus of me, yeah, worrying about this from the past and that, expected for the future, that narrow focus gets broadened because we're more calm, we're more relaxed, we're more focused. We can therefore make better decisions. And that's why the business community around the world is taking up meditation. They want to make better decisions. And that's why doctors and nurses are doing the same. So I had a wonderful discussion with 3 or 4 medical students, third-year medical students. Somebody, I think I see a couple of them, yesterday evening. Please don't forget this. It helps you to become a better physician, not only to engage better with the patient, which develops more trust. Without trust, you don't get anywhere. You can be the brainiest, most knowledgeable physician or nurse, but if you don't have a trusting relationship with the patient, they're not going to listen to you. It also improves health. Many, many studies, I don't have time to go into much, many studies to show that meditation improves the physical health as well as the mental health. And we'll touch on that a little bit. This is some research from 10 years ago at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, Dr. Richard Davidson. And they asked the question, are the brains of long-term meditators the same or different from non-meditators? Okay? They included about 10, 11 people. Over several years, we were investigated on a regular basis. They did functional MRI studies. This is me coming out of 2 or 2.5 hours in the MRI machine. It's noisy. Boom, 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 We did have headphones, but that didn't block out much. But they told us to make the 3 different meditations. Here's a 4th activity, which is no basis. Did functional MRI studies. This is me coming out. So what they found was the cortex is orange, black. Was increased functional aspect of MRI. They come quickly. And these are bursts. And they're throughout the cortex. This is an actual EEG tracing. You can see they're in many places, right, left, front, back of the cortex. At first, the researchers thought this was artifact. Maybe the meditators are a little bit tense. Maybe they're clenching their jaw. And this is artifact from the scalp muscles and the jaw muscles. They factored that out. A lot of work to factor that out. And what they concluded was this is a real finding coming from the cortex. What does it mean? This is what they concluded in many papers published in PNAS, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, one of the best English language journals, maybe best science journals, neuroscience journals in the world. This is what they concluded. The high amplitude of the gamma oscillations reflect the number of neurons firing in synchrony. So the neurons across the cortex are firing in synchrony. It reflects this large scale coordination of the neural networks. It's not in the neurology textbooks, but published many times in PNAS. It will be in the neurology textbooks. This is the experience of the expert or seasoned, if you will, meditators. Everything is synchronous, in harmony. I'd like to show you just a couple of slides of science here. This looks at the immune system and meditation. So on the y-axis is interleukin-6, IL-6. Okay? It's a measure of inflammation. We have some IL-6, interleukin-6 researchers here. I see. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So it's a complex system, IL-6, but this study, which was a few years ago, 2009, it's a logarithmic scale. Okay, so the amount of meditation you do, sessions per week, correlates significantly with a significant reduction of IL-6, and therefore a significant reduction of inflammation. And now we're learning that chronic inflammation is underlying, maybe not causal, but certainly association, and maybe sometimes causally, many chronic diseases. So inflammation is bad for us. Meditation is good for us. This is a study of a group of people that for 6 weeks, they received compassion meditation training. These were novices, okay? Just like most of us, okay? You guys aren't novices, you're experts. But yeah, people that have no background in meditation, they were trained for 6 weeks in compassion meditation, okay? And then they stressed them. And the stressor here was a microphone put in front of their face. It's called the TSST, the Trier, T-R-I-E-R, Trier Social Stress Test, TSST. They put the microphone in front of your face and they say, here, talk to 1,000 people. So most people go, whoa, you get a little nervous, right? That's the stressor, okay? So for 30 minutes after the stressor, there was a significant reduction, statistical significance, reduction in the levels of cortisol in the blood. Yeah, this has been repeated. It's good research, good quality research. showing that stress is reduced by meditation. We all know that, right? But I'm presenting this for the naysayers, because the people that don't come to this conference that have a lot of power at AIIMS and around the world in medical education, they don't know this. So we have to give them some real good, scientific background so they can begin to properly educate our medical students, okay? This is the last sort of science I want to show you. This is people with depression. This study was done by a group from Toronto and from Oxford. Seagal, Mark Williams, et al. Very good research has been replicated. Okay. And what they're looking at on the y-axis is survivability. Remember, all these people enrolled are people with depression. Okay? And the y-axis is looking at survivability. What does survivability mean? It means no recurrence of the depression. As you know, many of you know, depression is a disease that often, not always, but often recurs. So this went out over 600 days, nearly two years. Excuse me. And what they showed was they had 3 groups, okay? Red, blue, and green. Can't quite see the colors, but red, blue, and green. So red are the people that were trained in meditation, in shamatha meditation, single point of concentration meditation, okay? That's in the red. In the blue are people that were given antidepressants, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, okay? Thank you very much. And the third group are the placebo that did not have any intervention. So after 2 years, over 600 days, what they found was survivability in the 2 groups, the ones that got meditation, were trained in meditation, short course, and the group that got antidepressants, after about 2 years, 80% of both of those groups survived, meaning no recurrence of depression. The group that did not get an intervention, in green at the bottom, only 20% had no recurrence of their depression. This is amazing data. It's been replicated. It comes from University of Toronto and the University of Oxford. It's good stuff. Welcome. I think we just have a bunch of students that walked in. Thank you very much for coming. Very happy to see you. Very welcome. I think some of my friends that I spoke with yesterday, I see maybe 2, a few more coming in. Medical students. Oh, many are coming. Sorry that we started kind of early and some of you missed the beginning. I think they're putting this on, they're videotaping it. So it might be available, Dr. Kochar? Will this be available to the students that didn't come for third-year medical students? Oh, will be coming. Yeah, so Dr. Kochar tells me that we started kind of early and some of you missed the beginning, but I think they're putting this on, they're videotaping it. So it might be available. Excellent, excellent. So I look forward to interacting with you later, the students, and the whole group will be interacting.
Dr. Berry, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt.
Yes, please.
Actually, sir, just to remind you, please, we have, sir, 4 speakers here
Yes,
in this session.
I'm almost finished.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the message here is that both meditation and medication help equally to reduce recurrence of depression. Please don't forget that. So we're shifting our focus away from me, from iPhone, to we often divide ourselves from others, don't we? Jealousy, competitiveness, anger, pride, arrogance. We divide ourselves. We see differences with others. This is something we share. This means that we're all, 8 billion of us, human beings, actually sisters and brothers. Because we all want to be happy. All of us. And we don't want to hurt. So this is a mantra. Please don't forget it. Every time you meet someone, virtually or in person, remember, she, he, they, just like me, want to be happy, don't want to hurt. Every time you meet someone, remember that. She, he, they, just want to be happy, don't want to hurt. If we remember that, the relationship that's about to happen will be much better. Even if it's conflictual, it'll be less conflictual. So please don't forget this commonality that we all share, making us actually sisters, brothers, 8 billion of us. We all want to be happy. None of us want to hurt. This is just one book from a few years ago, No Fear, No Death, The Transformative Power of Compassion. This is a deep dive into Buddhist, ancient Indian Buddhist wisdom from Nagarjuna 2,000 years ago, a commentary on his major work, Nagarjuna's wisdom. This, on the very top, is we have a nonprofit called Altruism in Medicine Institute, AIMI for short. This is our web address, altruismmedicine.org. I post twice a week on a public figure Facebook site. It's in my name, Barry Curzon. It's teaching, the kind of things we're talking about today. We have a page you can see, Wikipedia, LinkedIn, and this is an app we've just developed. It's called Amy Care. You can see it in the kind of below the healing the healer. You can see by the red lotus, it says Amy Care, capital AIMICARE. It's available in the Apple Store and Google Play Store for free. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barry, for this informative, interesting, and excellent talk. We may have just one or two quick questions, if very quick questions. Yes, ma'am, please.
But I think that synchronicity is functionally evident. What Sudhanshu Trivedi ji said in the morning about the various levels, what Dr. Deepak Chopra said in the evening also about the various levels. The same thing you told us about the 9 stages. So our grammar may be different, but our themes are same. And I was talking to Dr. Jaya Timapuram that heartfulness also, the dyad between the meditation practitioner and the trainer, and that levels of synchronicity. So not only the vertical stages, but also the horizontal loops. And then we are totally aligned. My husband had once asked one of monks from your community that what is the essence of Buddhism? And he was told that in one word, it would be the experience of suffering, and in 2 words, it would be suffering leading to compassion. During COVID, when we had time, I attended many of the Mind and Life Institute sessions, and in one of them, about the Tibet experience, it was said that what was your greatest fear? A very senior monk. He said, my greatest fear was I should not get an iota of aggression against my tormentors, and that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you very much, Dr. Barry. We may have our next speaker, Dr. Krishnamurthy Jaina. and he is going to speak about the integrative approach to lifestyle management, implications for public health research and practice. And I think you can introduce the speaker, please.
Yeah, welcome, Doctor. Dr. Jayaraman Thirumappan is a clinical adjunct professor. Okay. Dr. Krishnamurthy Jaina is a physician, a public health specialist, and a researcher active in the space of public health and development for close of 25 years. His focus has been on developing the scaling up invocations to address inequalities, quality of care and quality of life through public health approaches and research methods. Currently, he works as Professor of Public Health, Dean of Faculty of Life and Allied Health Science, and Dean of Research and Innovation at Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences, India. He is a meditation practitioner, certified heartfulness trainer, and part of research team that examines effects of contemplative and integrative practices on well-being and quality of life. Being an advocate of yoga and natural living, his keen interest is exploring benefits of integrative approaches for community health and well-being led him to establish the Center for Integrative Health and Well-being in Bangalore, India. He has published a book on science and practice of integrative health and well-being lifestyle to inspire people towards embracing a healthy lifestyle for holistic well-being. Welcome, Doctor. Please come.
Very warm good morning, everyone. It's a great opportunity and platform for all of us to learn from each other. And these exchanges, especially in the space that is so dear to all of us. And a platform such as this, where All India Institute of Medical Sciences, All India Institute of Ayurveda, and Heartful Institute have come together, I think this only signifies the fact that the momentum has picked up, and probably now is the time to take all the research experience that we have been doing in the last few decades in small pilots, in clinical studies, to take them to the next level to impact population health and well-being. My presentation today is focused more on how do we look at lifestyle through a different lens, through an integrative lens, and what are the implications for public health practice and research, particularly in the context of sustainable development goals that we are all chasing in a few years. We would be measuring our efforts against them. Broadly, the next 12 to 15-minute presentation will be under three headers. I'd like to spend some time on providing background and context to this particular discussion of integrative lifestyle. And what is this integrative lifestyle all about? What are the prongs, pillars that form the integrative lifestyle? And toward the end of the presentation, what are the implications for health policy and research? Friends, this is a slide I'm sure we are all familiar. In the last 150 years, with a lot of improvements, progress that we have made in the field of health sciences and other fields as well, average lifespan across the globe, which was less than 30 years, 150 years ago, has been brought up to between 60s and 70s. Whether developed or developing country, no country is spared. All of us have improved phenomenally thanks to the vaccines, the diagnostics, the antibiotics, improvements in the space of public health, and so on and so forth. Earlier, predominantly the mortalities were due to communicable diseases and due to antibiotics and vaccines. Now we are all living longer, but at the same time, the studies are showing, though we are living longer, the aspects of quality of life or well-being haven't quite caught up with the pace of the increase in longevity that we are seeing. And why is that happening today? And again, stark reality, the communicable diseases have paved way for non-communicable diseases, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, stroke and pulmonary, and so on and so forth. Now, we're all living longer as a result of aging, as a result of lifestyle change, as a result of changes around the environment. I think we are succumbing to these chronic diseases, also referred to as lifestyle diseases, and because of which quality of life, well-being isn't quite as it used to be many, many decades ago. Not just the non-communicable diseases. Every now and then, we still have small epidemics that quickly become pandemics and taking a heavy toll, both in terms of morbidity and mortality across the globe. And we just witnessed how COVID-19 had its impact, and we're all just recovering from it. But again, the predictions are we aren't too far away from one more pandemic or epidemic. There is a need to learn lessons and to be able to prevent the occurrence of future pandemics. My role as a public health specialist, often my interest is in how do we prevent and how do we promote health, much more than how do we treat and cure disease. That is important as well, but prevention is something that is really, really critical. Both in non-communicable diseases as well as communicable diseases such as pandemics, we see that the lifestyles are implicated. Take the recent pandemic. The kind of changes in the lifestyles that we have seen among the populations across the world, our work day schedules, travel, food and nutrition habits, and many things. And similarly, non-communicable, the World Health Organization has given us the modifiable risk factors that unless we keep a check on them, NCDs will continue to rise, be it substance use, the physical activity, or the nutrition. So certain lifestyles are really assuming high importance, not just when diseases have already occurred to have a better control of the disease, but also to prevent the disease from occurring in future. So in this context, if we have to look at sustainable development goals, and particularly SDG 3, which looks at health and well-being for everyone, by when? By 2030. And we are just about 7 years away. And they already, researchers already measuring the impact of all the efforts toward whether we are on track to achieve SDGs or not. Certainly on many, many parameters, we aren't quite there. And the notable information is the importance given to well-being. Earlier in the context of Millennium Development Goals, just health was the focus. That too, preventing mortalities was the prime focus. But today, SDG talks about well-being, bringing back the focus on the prevention and health promotion. And in that context, conferences such as this, where all the advocates are promoting healthy lifestyle through meditation, yoga, become really important. And we should see how we can take this to the next level. WHO's definition of health, yesterday it was touched upon, is already given a very broad definition. Health is not just about not having disease or infirmity, but also about physical, mental, and social well-being. And WHO, in its dimensions of health, it also puts across spiritual dimension of health. When we look at wellness, wellness has many more dimensions as compared to health, ranging from physical to spiritual. I'm just putting up these two slides because while SDG talks of health and well-being, achieving well-being without necessarily addressing all the dimensions that we are discussing, that we may never be able to realize that reality unless we take actions and start monitoring and measuring our progress toward those results. In this context, the key questions before us, how do we achieve this well-being at all? Or how do we achieve high levels of well-being? Because well-being, as we discussed, it has both objective, physical and physiological, and subjective, psychological and spiritual parameters. So it has subjective and objective. How do you provide interventions through our health sector? How do we measure interventions? How do we measure progress becomes challenging. More importantly, because when we fall sick, we go to hospitals. But when we are already healthy, to adopt a healthy lifestyle, to remain healthy, the motivation isn't quite there. That's why often the meditation trainers, the yoga trainers often refer to how do we help people to stick to those interventions. So how do we, which means it requires a lot more proactive engagement of these individuals and to better take interest in their own lifestyle. And again, coming back to the lifestyles that can impact physical to spiritual well-being, what are the options that we have? Next few slides are about this. We start with what we know already. Science has established evidence on how the current lifestyle based on initially 4 parameters: physical activity, nutrition, substance use, and now adding on stress and sleep and relationships. Very clear evidence how it impacts lifestyles. But again, research studies say to help or to motivate people to adopt these 6 aspects isn't quite easy. So that is where we are at the moment. Why isn't so easy? While we know theoretically, intellectually, why is it that it's so challenging to adopt a healthy lifestyle? Is there something more that we need to explore, unearth? Is something that drives some of us, our team members, to look at what is there that we need to understand? This is precisely where fields like Ayurveda opens up. While modern medicine looks at standard of care, it looks at all of us as common. So it provides standard recommendations, standard guidelines that all of us need to eat this and this, all of us need to exercise for this time and such and such. But when it comes to Ayurveda, it recognizes that each of us is very different and very unique, because we are made not just of physical body, but the body, mind, and the soul, and the constitution that arises is called Prakriti, and each of us is very, very different in the way Prakriti is determined. We discussed yesterday, I think, 2 of the Ayurveda experts, Dr. Jai Sundar, and also we are going to have another speaker soon after me, where I'm sure they'll provide more details. But certainly what Ayurveda looks at, not just curative part, but also looking at how do we improve longevity, how do we recommend lifestyles in a very customized, in a very personalized manner to each one. That's where the ascertaining of the Prakriti or the constitution of an individual and determining what specific lifestyles in terms of food habits, in terms of exercises, in terms of yoga as well, whether somebody should do it, what quantum, in what pace, and everything is very customized. Somewhere I think this is important. I personally am also a practitioner. I've interacted with many Ayurveda and yoga practitioners. When they can determine what is good for them in a very personal way, the motivation to comply, to take it forward, increases tremendously. That's where I feel the big difference between modern medicine that provides standard recommendations to all and fields such as Ayurveda, which provides very specific customization, specific recommendations, can enhance the compliance, the adherence, and the population level uptake of these lifestyle interventions. Next lifestyle I would like to touch upon, not in great detail though, is yogic lifestyle. Yesterday, starting with revered Daji, Dr. Deepak Chopra, and many eminent speakers talked about the 8 limbs of Ashtanga Yoga, giving a lot of emphasis to real understanding of yoga. And also we heard from the monk Dr. Barry Kirsten and many other monks who live in Himalaya who have adopted a yogic lifestyle. We see the kind of health and well-being, the higher levels of health and well-being they enjoy. And somewhere yogic lifestyle, and currently we see a high turned interest in taking up yoga across the world. How do we package it as a part of integrative lifestyle and inspire people to take it up as a part of their daily routine is something we have to explore. And that's my intent. And of course, we all know the yoga research clearly demonstrating the benefits it has on physical, psychological, and other realms. Lastly, a meditative lifestyle. I thought it's important to pick up meditation out of the yoga, though meditation is subsumed in yoga, because meditation, particularly practices such as heartfulness, which deal a lot with the heart-based potential. We're just going to have a session around that in greater detail after me. Somewhere it can activate the innate potential within and the inherent motivation that is required to adopt a healthy lifestyle and sustain it for long periods of time. Somewhere if the heart is missing, if the heart is not tackled adequately, embracing a lifestyle and sustaining it may become a mere discussion for a conference. There too, there is a lot of effort, research in the field of heartfulness studies. Just a study that we completed 2 years ago with Humanities, clearly demonstrating, Dr. Barry, you may be interested, we picked up occipital gamma on the EEGs, specifically in those who are meditating for a long term, when compared to the short-term meditator. I will discuss that with you later, because you were excited by the gamma that you saw in your EEG studies. So what I'm trying to say, meditation studies clearly proving, friends, the impact it has on physical, psychological, physiological realm. A lot of studies have been discussed. At the same time, through few thousands of years, the kind of impact it has on spiritual attainments and spirituality, spiritual dimension being a part of the well-being, we cannot overlook this if we have to really look at SDG goals in a few years from now. When all these are put together, a lifestyle based on the science of modern medicine, Ayurveda, yoga and meditation actually constitutes what I refer to as integrative lifestyle. And more, I think there is a need to research and identify the right way to motivate people and help them embrace this to benefit, to reap larger benefits of what these interventions can offer. Not just to individuals, but to populations at large. In that context, what are the implications? The last two slides that I have, which are important slides, I felt a conference such as this should address. What are the implications for policy? Again, I coming from a public health, implications for population health policies. One is, especially Government of India has done a great job in incorporating the wellness agenda within the health policies. We know the health and wellness centers, more than 150, 100 already been set up, out of which few thousands are earmarked as Ayush health and wellness centers, where there is an intent of providing integrative approaches. But what we see on the field, through our research, through our visits, vision is there, policy is there, it's not really translating into action on the field. Not to blame anyone, it's not easy as well. Because I deal with interventions at large scale, it's not easy to implement things and maintain the effectiveness and efficiency on the ground. So there's a need to really look at how to make this work on the ground. Secondly, we need to recognize that interdisciplinary nature of integrative health and well-being would mean many stakeholders have to come together. It cannot be just the responsibility of the health department, the education departments, the wellness departments, the housing, and many other sectors of the government. Also a big role for the civil societies, non-profit organizations. Heartful Institute has been doing great international yoga movements along with Ayush and many other players. And how do we leverage that? And with already a network of trainers across the globe, how do we leverage this network of yoga trainers, meditation trainers? Heartfulness and mindfulness are big systems. How do we bring them into the fold and ultimately keeping the population health and well-being as a central focus? How do we work together? So bringing stakeholders and the convergence becomes very important. Last but not the least, those of us who know, without necessarily science informing, a lot of us who tried yoga meditation, to sustain it requires enormous motivation. And how do we continue to empower and motivate the individuals and communities to embrace it for their own good becomes important. And how does policy include these, apart from just listing what we need to deliver, but how do we address, how do we have strategies to address these gaps become very important. Lastly, because a lot of researchers are here, what are some implications for research, for future research? Sorry about it. One is, even prior to Ayushman Bharat, National Rural Health Mission, way back in 2005, had a Ayush doctor in a primary health center. You know, in India, there is one primary health center for every 30,000 population. But when we went and visited what they are doing, they were just merely functioning to support some field activities, not really practicing their own discipline. So just mere co-locating, mere placing them together in a setup isn't quite enough. How do we help them come together? How do we have clear role clarities? How do both of them carry out their disciplinary interventions becomes very important. There too, there is a need to look at how we can do implementation research or mixed methods research, not just clinical trials. Clinical trials helps us to understand the effectiveness of interventions. But when it comes to implementation, we have to make it work. The issues on the ground are very different. That's where implementation research and mixed method research come in handy to understand the barriers on the ground, to understand the facilitators, and really make sure that these work. Because they already passed, they already qualified in a clinical setting. Now we have to make it work in a large-scale setting. Third, very important for researchers, and specifically for people here and anywhere else, is have a systematic documentation of all that exists. Ayurveda claims a lot of good treatments for some of the diseases that modern medicine is still struggling. And similarly, other fields of medicine, how do we systematically document them and clearly allocate funds to research them? And COVID, we witnessed, right? I think without systematic approach, there is a lack of trust and mistrust, and that will really complicate all the good work that can possibly go. And another important feature I am seeing, while everybody talks of integrative medicine, but really getting a allopath and a Ayurveda or a homeopath to work together with their interest primarily in the well-being of the client is not quite easy. Because we are again dealing with human behaviors who have been conditioned by their particular discipline. Often we see fault finding. Rather, how do we provide system support? How do we look at capacity building? How do we look at bringing their focus back on the patient rather than their own discipline? Come what may, how do we work together to help the patients and the community? I think there is a need to really look at these kind of investments. And lastly, I think it's very important. In COVID, we witnessed some misinformation can do create a havoc and affect the good work that has happened. How do we disseminate more responsibly? How do we communicate and particularly to the public so that there's right information about any discipline, so that ultimately the people are free to choose what is good and what is right for them, because only then adoption and sustenance for long can become a reality. For those of you who would like to know more, this is a book I published a few years ago to dive deep into integrative lifestyle. Certainly, I would recommend you this book. With that, I'll close. Thank you once again, organizers, for this opportunity. I'll be happy to take a question now too if there is time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Krishnamurthy, for your great presentation. Can we have one or two quick questions or the comments, please?
Integrative medicine flow naturally into vibrational medicine, or like the integrated whole vibrational cell?
Thank you.
Heard the question?
I got the question. The attempt I've made is to really give a framework of how we can approach integrative medicine, both to understand, to research, and practice. And this can change from region to region. For example, in India, let us say, it can be allopath, Ayurveda, yoga, and meditation. Maybe in China, it could be modern medicine and Chinese medicine. Or some other fields, it could be naturopath or yoga or pranic healing. So that is something that one has to probably test and then take it up. But ultimately, what is really important is to use such framework to bring different fields together in a harmonious way and systematically study it and offer it. That's the attempt I've made. Not particularly recommending this or that as such. But certainly there is scope for studying, and if there are benefits, to offer them to the public.
Yes, ma'am, please.
In neuroscience, vibration is one of the fastest pathways, the greatest speed, one. Second, when Dr. Barry was talking about headphones are only for the ears, but vibration is sensed by all body. And we have many systems where, and it is coming out in modern medicine publications also, that how meditation or chanting or vibrations or binaural notes affecting, one is the oral hearing, one is the non-oral hearing by the vibrations. That is one. Sir, but in answer to your thing, something is very, I'm happy to share that Madam Director Tanuja Nasri is here, and AIIMS and AIIA have a system in place of cross referrals, and she had presented very nicely all these things, that how we can have a personalized medicine for each patient depending on the faith and the fiduciary relationship between the practitioner of any kind of pathy. So that thing which you are saying. So we are sharing common minds, and this is, I feel very gratified that this conference we are having the synchronicity and the resonance of thoughts, whether we are in different geographical locations, but we are one, and therefore there is hope for the future. And also the very nice thing which you said about implementation research. I had just 2 minutes before you showed that slide, messaged Dr. Bhagwat and Srinivasan ji that we should bring it as a policy recommendation paper as an outcome of this conference and present it to the powers that be.
Certainly, Dr. Kochek.
Yes. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening so well. It was a very nice presentation for me, as I'm a PhD scholar. I'm just a budding state. So my question is, like you said, there are changes in gamma waves during meditation. I just want to know for how much time it remains. Like, as we start with the meditation, there are changes in our waves. I know that. But for how much time it remains, and for how much time, if it is increasing in one time or like in regular for 1 month, how much concentration or the respective things can be enhanced?
It's a great question. I will answer in brief, but we'll be happy to continue my discussion over tea. This particular feature emerged in long-term meditators who were so efficient in remaining in a meditative state almost continuously, which tells us that the synchronicity that is developed as a result of the meditation is fairly permanent. And the meditation practitioners, when I say long term, they were over 5 years. They have been meditating over 5 years.
Yeah, quick question, please.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Lubna Kamal from Lucknow. I am a homeopathic practitioner as well as a pranic healer. And thank you so much, sir, for that enlightening talk of yours. So I would just want to point out one thing, that if one has a knowledge of like this energy healing and the pranic healing, this all becomes very easy to understand. So I do not know how many pranic healers are here or how many homeopathic doctors are here. But it is like very important, and especially for the modern medicine practitioners. If they have little bit of outline of these things, then it becomes very easy to understand medicine and healing. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your comment.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnamurthy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, please. Now we have Dr. Tanuja Nesari. She is Director of All India Institute of Ayurveda, and ma'am is going to speak about the insights from Ayurveda to modern day elements. Ma'am, please.
सभी को नमस्कार। जैसा राजकुमार सर ने मैम को अगली प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए कहा, मैम उससे पहले प्रेजेंटेशन दे, उससे पहले उनका एक परिचय आप सभी के मध्य में आए, आप सबको ध्यान में हो, वो आवश्यक है। यदि मैं विस्तृत परिचय पढ़ने लगूं तो वो शायद उनकी टॉक से भी बड़ा हो जाए, परंतु मैं इतना परिचय ज़रूर देना चाहूँगा कि जो मुख्य बिंदु और उपलब्धियाँ और जो टेस्टिमनी उनकी जीवन में उन्होंने अचीव की हैं आयु और आरोग्य के विज्ञान में, वो आप सभी के ध्यान में आया। मैं वो परिचय पढ़ता हूँ। डॉक्टर तनुजा नेसारी मैम का, आप निदेशक हैं अखिल भारतीय आयुर्विज्ञान संस्थान दिल्ली। आपने MD और PhD आयुर्वेदा में प्राप्त की। आयुर्वेदिक फार्माकोलॉजी द्रव्य गुण विज्ञान में आपकी विशेष रुचि रही। आपने यह डिग्रियां, यह उपाधियां गुजरात विश्वविद्यालय जामनगर से प्राप्त की। आप अध्यक्ष हैं ट्रांसलेशनल रिसर्च एंड बायोस्टैटिक्स की। आप चेयर भी हैं, चेयर ऑफ हेल्थ सेक्टर इन सब स्किल काउंसिल फॉर आयुर्वेदा अंडर द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष। आप CEO मुख्य कार्यकारी अध्यक्षा भी रही हैं नेशनल मेडिसिनल प्लांट बोर्ड अंडर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष। पूर्व में आप अपर निदेशक, एडिशनल डायरेक्टर एकेडमिक्स एंड मेडिकल सुपरिटेंडेंट, चिकित्सा अधीक्षक, ब्रह्म प्रकाश आयुर्वेदिक चरक संस्थान, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ NCT ऑफ दिल्ली में रहे। आप MS मेडिकल सुपरिटेंडेंट ऑफ तिलक आयुर्वेदिक कॉलेज पुणे में भी रहे। चेयरमैन रहे आप मैनेजिंग कमेटी ऑन गवर्नमेंट काउंसिल मेंबर ऑफ मेंटल हेल्थ। आप करंटली बोर्ड मेंबर हैं इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेस IMS BHU, वर्किंग ग्रुप ICCR, पॉलिसी मेकिंग इन एडवाइजरी बोर्ड मेंबर जीवाजी विश्वविद्यालय, टेक्निकली एडवाइजरी बोर्ड। मैम मुझे संकेत दे रही हैं, ये एडोसिटी मैं नहीं करूंगा, लेकिन 3 बातें अवश्य बतानी आवश्यक हैं। लगभग 3 दशकों का आपका आयुर्वेद और आरोग्य में इतना बड़ा अध्ययन, जैसा मैंने बताया, सभी प्रमुख बिंदुओं में जो एक सबसे बड़ा बिंदु है, जो चेयर होना, CEO होना मेडिसिनल प्लांट बोर्ड का, उसको बिल्कुल रिजिनोवेट किया पूरे विश्व के सामने। लगभग आपको बेस्ट टीचर के कई अवार्ड मिले, लगभग 33 MD, 20 PhD और 3 MPhil आपके निर्देशन में अभी तक सबको मिलते हैं। आपके हाथ में आयुर्वेद, आरोग्य और निरामय होने की मशाल आपके हाथ में है। हम सभी आपको सुनने के लिए आतुर हैं। आपका बहुत स्वागत है।
तो मैम, आपके अचीवमेंट्स रियली एंडलेस हैं। आपसे एक दरख्वास्त है, एक रिक्वेस्ट है, कृपया समय का ध्यान रखें
जी।
प्लीज
कितना
मैम,
समय है?
समय का मैम ध्यान रखें ड्यूरिंग योर प्रेजेंटेशन प्लीज। 10 से 15 मिनट।
Okay, okay, thank you. So I will stick to the time as desired by the chair of the entire panel discussion. My colleague, friend, Dr. Rajkumar, thank you very much for reminding me. And I will not go with the slides because I will speak with my heart. And that's what I just want to say. What is the future of the medicine? It's said as no medicine, I see. Because when we are now on the dais where we are talking about medicine and mind, medicine and meditation. So if we start doing meditating and creating the happier world and the better version of ourselves, I think the future will be no medicine. And I dare to say that on the platform which is a tertiary care hospital, tertiary care institution, and one of the best institution in India and across India, that is All India Institute of Medical Science. And I represent All India Institute of Ayurveda. This is a true integration. So I have another version of telling is future of the medicine is in integration. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I really feel blessed, honored, and humbled to share this platform and the panel with the very highly accomplished speakers. I had my apology to miss the views and presentation of Dr. Barry Curzon, Dr. Krishnamurthy, Dr. Elizabeth, which I am eager to listen to you, madam. And thank you, Dr. Kochar, for giving this opportunity, Dr. Srinivasan and Heartfulness, the entire team, including Srinivasan and the everyone, Pujya Daji, and my team, my colleague and the friend Ekta, and all the colleagues from All India Institute of Ayurveda, all the senior, I'm really happy to share that our medical superintendent, all the senior professors and more than 30 scholars, they are witnessing and they are participating physically for a whole next 3 days. So we have All India Institute of Ayurveda, medical science, and all the healers, scientists all across India and across the globe. I welcome everyone, and we are really proud and honored to be a part of this entire 3 days journey towards having the value-based, ethical healthcare and more healthier, happier workforce to better care the humanity. Through Ministry of Ayush, this was the responsibility given to All India Institute of Ayurveda. We consider this as the best opportunity, not better opportunity than this being a part. And as Dr. Kochar mentioned that last year when Dr. Srinivasan visited to All India Institute of Ayurveda, and we had an opportunity and honor to sign MOU between All India Institute of Ayurveda and All India Institute of Medical Science. And that's, I think, the great beginning of the not only the healthcare, but the research and the academics and the best healthcare that we have. We can provide the integration, and that integration is not the pathy-centric. That integration is not only the patient-centric, The integration is a people-centric. Because strength of Ayurveda is in prevention, strength of Ayurveda is in the promotion of healthcare, and the strength of Ayurveda is in the holistic treatment as well. So when we say that it is for the entire human being to make more healthier and happier human being, the integration, through integration, not only at the healthcare, but our mindset, our understanding. The knowledge integration is really, really very important, and I stand only for this. So I wanted to, and I thought my colleagues, they have shared with me the presentation I have, and that tells about what are the outcomes of some of the research papers what we have. And for the ads, my colleagues have made a beautiful presentation. I will definitely read those outcomes. But before that, I would like to share some of the concept where we have to understand each other. When we have to deliver, first of all, we have to know each other. Madam Kocher, you mentioned, and Srinivasan ji in his message has mentioned that there is a medical humanities department in All India Institute of Medical Sciences. We congratulate, and you are a big brother for us, so we will follow this. But I would like to say here that if we really have the integration with Ayurveda and the conventional medicine, what we can say that it is the East and West meet together, and also we have the spirituality which is imbibed in our care, research, and the outcomes. I think that is the way ahead where India can lead the healthcare of the future. Yes, thank you very much. And I'll take only, because I have been given only 10 minutes, so I thought to skip the presentation. But few concepts I want to say here, highlight here before all the august audience. First is the definition itself of Ayurveda. What is the purpose of Ayurveda? It is not only the medical science, it is above all. It says that Hita hitam sukham dukkham ayustasya hita hitam manam cha tachya yatroktam ayurvedah sauchate. So this is this knowledge system. It is not only science, it is above science. Science has a limitation. It is the knowledge system. Gyan, Ved hai, Ayurveda ka upaved hai. So it is the Ved, the knowledge system of what? Sukha and Dukkha, Hitakar and Ahitkar. So it is a knowledge system of which is beneficial to Ayu, that is the life, and Man. So it is the knowledge system which tells about the standards. It has the measurable standards or quality standards of which is the beneficial, which is not beneficial, which is Hitakar. So it is the knowledge system of healthy and happy life. And that tells about the standards. So it has been evolved not only mere observation, but it is evolved as a experimentation, scientific observations, and the inference, and how we really improve everyone's life. And it is the one health. It is a yat pinde tat brahmande. So it is for every living being, not only human beings, but for the plants, for the animals, and for all the entire universe, 5 elements. So how do we really create this system and the harmony within ourselves and outside ourselves for the healthy and happy? It is a knowledge system of health and happiness. That was one thing. So how we really create these parameters, how do we understand what is the science? I think something is beyond the parameters of the science. How the Aristotle evolved Aristotle's theory of evolution of universe, Sankhya theory of evolution. I think we have to really find out the ways and the parameters how we really improve our understanding towards healthy and happy world. I think the universe, that is one thing I want to say. The second thing about the swasthya, Pujya Daji mentioned yesterday. So Ayurveda says that sama is very important word. Sama doshaha samagnischa samadhatu malakriya prasanna atma indriya manaha swastha ityabhidhyate. So swa means sthita hona, but how? It is balanced state of dosha, dhatu, agni, mala. So it is a dosha balanced state of physical prasanna atma indriya manaha. So it is a balanced state of mind, body, mental, physical, atma, spiritual and social. WHO defined state, not merely but well-being of physical, mental, social and spiritual. But Ayurveda says prasanna atma indriya manaha swastha ityapi. So it is a harmony between mind, body and soul. And that exactly is the heartfulness. This meditation, dawa and dua, is this summer state. So first we have to define, all the scientists sitting here, maybe we define the definition of sama, balance. What do we mean really? The balanced state of dosha and dhatu. What is the balanced state of mind? How do we define? All the scientists might question. We have our parameters of knowing what is the balanced state of mind. What do we mean as a prasanna atma? What are the parameters of prasanna atma? And how do we really integrate with the mind, body and soul? So that those are the three pillars of the swastha. I think quality of life, SF36, all are very, very, I think we have to really think when we evolve the Indian model of swastha definition. I think if we really want to make everyone swastha, first of all, we have to understand what is swastha. It is a prasanna atma, and that's how we at All India Institute of Ayurveda are working, and we really have to understand each other. That was second thing. Third, conviction. We work with the conviction. And the third is that seat of manas. When we say atma, mana and sharir, that is the harmony within ourselves, and we put outside the harmony with the universe. Universal consciousness, universal paramatma and atma. When there is a harmony, where there is a mind, atma, universal and mind, mana. I think that with the happiness, we will create the happier world, and we have the harmony with the outside world and inside. That's how dinacharya, rutucharya, diet and all the practices are being followed in Ayurveda to create the harmony within ourselves and outside ourselves. But for mind, mental health, very important. Those are, Dr. Raj Kumar, those are not only the psychotropic and nootropic drugs and anxiolytic and antidepressant drugs. Ayurveda says that what is a parama aushadha for manas? It is a dhi dhairya atmadi vikyanam manodosha aushadham panam. So understanding the self, elevating this boost up, moral boost up, आपकी मन की power, प्रवर सत्व बनाना, all those measures, meditation, ahara, dhyan, yogic practices, yam niyam, are all elevating our sattva bala. And that is the parama aushad of mind and mental disorders. Yeah. And that's how understanding the concept of man is very important. Most importantly, seat of mind is not in brain. Seat of mind is in Hridaya, heart. So that is the basic conviction we have to understand. And if we really do some research, because we are talking about the emotions, because manasastu chintyam arthaha, all the emotions, chinta, vicharya, dheya, urya, all those emotions, if we understand first basic concept that seat of the mind is in the heart, so the heartful meditation, mindful meditation, everything remaining the present, forget the past, forget the future. Past is the dukkha, sadness, future is the anxiety. But if you really develop your focus in the present, I think that is the way how become the happy. That is the Mula Mantra, and that's how heartful meditation tells about. But if we really understand what is the effect of emotion on the heart and functioning of the cardiac functions, I think that is the way how we really help to achieve the preventive cardiology. Only last one, yeah. And the last one, very important, is one concept. Rajkumarji, we have a lot to more scope for integration, because what Ayurveda says that Anutvam atha ekatvam dvau guno manasaha smritam. So the mind is only one. And the thumb rule, golden parliamentary rule, is that it connects with only one faculty at a time. When we have to mind manaso jnanasya bhava bhavacha. So if any perception, understanding, if mind is not conjugated with Atma, we will not understand anything, no understanding. So for every, and if mind is conjugated with outside world, all indriya, indriyartha, then your connect with heart is completely lost. But if mind is introverted with your spiritual and Atma, then you will get all the happiness. And most importantly, if we understand what is Atma, how do we understand mind from Atma, Man and Atma separately? It is said that Ichha, for all scientists I am telling, these are the research questions. It says that Ichha, Dvesham, Sukham, Dukkham, Prayatnas, Chetana, Dhuti, Buddhi, Smriti, Ahankaro, Lingani, Paramatmana. So there are 11 expressions of the Atma where we understand the spirit. And when mind connects only to one faculty, so this is the success of being happy. If your mind connects with the attribute of Sukha, attributes of good Smriti and Buddhi, then you forget everything. Ichha and Dvesh. And that is the way how the meditation will help us to remain the happy. And those are the research questions, how we develop the model to understand the connection between mind and soul, and how to just detach from the outside world and remain with the swastha. And that is the way how we remain the happy. All India Institute of Ayurveda is involved in creating the research models under better understanding of mind, body, soul, and having the harmony. And that's how we have treated 15 lakh patients with the holistic and integrated way. How we are different and how are similar with the All India Institute of Medical Science, because we have 42 specialty areas. It is the holistic where Panchakarma, diet, lifestyle, yoga, everything is being followed. But we understand the outcomes for the entire world with the conventional modern diagnostic tools and technology. We have the 1500 publications and also 500 postgraduate scholars. And two days back, we have been declared and we have received A++ with the NAC accreditation. And I am really proud to say that A++ this is the only Ayurveda institution in India and outside India, and 7th institution, higher education institution, that who have received the A++ in its first cycle of assessment. So I congratulate all my colleagues, scholars, and this is the outcome and effort of our association with the best, like All India Institute of Medical Science, IIT Delhi, and many premier organizations outside the world. And I conclude by saying one example of how yoga, meditation, Ayurveda, tradition supported with the technology, and how we are creating the journey of understanding illness to wellness to happiness. So one study which is done by our faculty Medha Kulkarni, an IIT research scholar, and that has been published in Nature Springer, and that is the functional connectivity and power spectral density analysis of EEG signals in trained practitioners after Brahmari Pranayam. So what is the outcome? The outcome is that Brahmari Pranayam practitioners have specific EEG changes, such as significant increase in overall theta and alpha spectral power in the right temporal region of the brain, as well as a significant increase in gamma spectral power in the left and right temporal and partial region. The alpha band functional network structure of experienced meditators is better integrated during and after Brahmari Pranayam. So this power of integration is, I think, it is within our indigenous system, and I think that is the power where, again I say the same first line, future of the medicine is no medicine and future is in integration, and we are there to create better and happier work culture within our system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Tanuja Nesari, for your deeper and broader integrative vision and approach. One or two quick questions, if
may I?
Just very quick question.
Just few.
Please.
Tanuja ma'am, we met at C20 earlier in April, and it was wonderful. You showed us around your institute. We actually do not know much. I'm a homeopathic doctor. I do not know much about Ayurveda, but the only difference I would say is that we are using potentized medicine. Whatever herbs or plants you are using, we are just potentizing it, energizing it, so that the common salt, natrum mure, can change, the phobias, the dreams, the patterns, the irritability, and a lot of mental things. That is the only difference I found. So I would again stress that there is great need of education before integration. The doctor should know. The second thing is that I've been working on renal failure from last two decades and have treated some 20,000 patients. So I would want to integrate with you over there. There are a lot of wonderful medicines in Ayurveda, I know that. So I would request you.
Sure, and we really have the integration within Ayush, AYUSH and homeopathy. So in our integrative oncology department, we have the OPD, where we have integration with the allopathy and the Ayush within. So you are most welcome. And the concept theory, that is a Tattva, Shastra and Vyavahar. So the applications can be different. Applications can be homeopathy and other. But the understanding, I think we have to understand. So knowledge integration is required. Then is the research and then the practice integration. I think that's correct.
Please, sir, quickly.
Thank you.
Namaskar, madam. It's very nice seeing you on the stage. Ma'am, you've got me very curious. What are the parameters of a Prasanna Atma that you have standardized?
Yes,
everybody wants to know.
Yes, so we have that the prasannatva of the Atma. But first of all, he remains in the present. We have the, maybe we'll discuss, chairman would not allow, but we'll discuss over the tea time. But that's how Prasanna Atma, we are all striving for the Prasanna, achieving the Prasanna Atma.
Yes, please, sir.
जी, आपने एक बहुत ही सुंदर बात कही कि हमें केवल मनुष्यों के स्वास्थ्य के बारे में नहीं सोचना, हमें प्लांट्स के बारे में भी सोचना है, जानवर के बारे में भी सोचना है। प्लांट्स को इंसेक्टिसाइड्स, पेस्टिसाइड्स से मार रहे हैं और वो जहर हम खा रहे हैं और फिर स्वस्थ होने की बात कर रहे हैं। मैं समझता हूं कि शायद अब चाहे वो एम्स हो चाहे आयुर्वेदिक संस्थान हो, ये सोचना पड़ेगा कि हम केवल इस स्वास्थ्य की बात नहीं, उस पर भी जाएं, तभी वो चेतना जागृत होगी, नहीं तो हम वहीं अटक कर रह जाएंगे।
बहुत सही कहा, वो इसी यही है, we are what we eat. हम सात्विक आहार खाएंगे तो सात्विक बनेंगे, we are what we eat. But now there is a time to understand we are what our food eats. अगर हम खाना जो ले रहे हैं वो क्या खा रहा है, जो so what it is how we are, how to understand biodiversity. We are what our food eats, and that's how we will remain the healthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Now we have Dr. Elizabeth, and we are eagerly waiting for her presentation. She is going to cover guidance from the heart for professional excellence. Dr. Elizabeth, please.
It fills my heart with joy unspeakable, as they say, as I introduce and welcome Dr. Elizabeth Denley. She is the founder editor of Heartfulness magazine, and she's trained as a research scientist and a PhD in ecology. She turned her inquiry and research skill to the field of meditation, and it's a matter of pride for all of us here to know that she represented Heartfulness Institute at the World Parliament of Religions at Chicago recently, and Revered Daji considers her as his right-hand person for all spiritual, path-breaking, insightful spiritual writings, and she diligently brings out one of the most loved Heartfulness magazine every month. We present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Sister Elizabeth Denley.
Thank you, Vinitaben. So we've heard a lot of amazing knowledge from very different fields associated. I want to shift our consciousness now. And I want to create a bit more space because you must be a little overwhelmed by everything that you've heard. The brain gets tired. So I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. And these are all questions related to research. If you look at my topic, the role of the heart in professional excellence, I'm going to rephrase it to ask, what makes a good research scientist? What are the qualities? What is the standard of excellence we're striving for? And how do we bring in the perspectives that not only India, but the world is bringing together now of the Western knowledge? Science just means knowledge. The Vedas, Veda just means knowledge. What we're talking about here on all counts is just our knowledge. Knowledge about our internal selves, knowledge about the universe, how our health works, how we create an integrated human being that yoga recognizes as health. This is what we're all studying. How do we study it well? If you look at what yoga says about how we learn, how we accumulate knowledge, there are three main paths. What are they? First one is direct perception. And direct perception comes through, first of all, mastering our instrument of perception, our mind. So the first step for a researcher is to become the most attuned, the most clear, the most unbiased, the most flexible and adaptable instrument of perception. This is the basis of research. Without it, our results will always be, to some extent, colored by our vision. So if you read the yogic texts, for example, one of my gurus in the heartfulness tradition, Babaji, he says that the West often looks at philosophy from a position of doubt, this or that. Whereas a yogi, first of all, becomes the best instrument themselves, understands their inner universe, purifies their consciousness, expands their consciousness to a level where they can connect to the universal consciousness through direct perception, and then goes out and studies the world. India has the potential to educate all students with this, because this is the tradition of yoga in India. Every student in this country can learn this from the beginning of their education, because it is part and parcel of the culture. It's one of the strengths that this nation offers to research. So I challenge you to think about how to do that. The second method that yoga talks about is what we would call the scientific method. Observation, recording, inference. The diaries, the journals of the great yogis of India, the great saints of India, are full of this research. And then their research about the outside world. The same is true today. We don't have to go back to ancient times. I started my life out as a research scientist in the West, studying ecology, experimental ecology. Very brilliant teachers, very rigorous, very disciplined methodology. But I came to a point at the end of my 20s where I thought there has to be more than this. Thankfully, in my early 30s, I discovered heartfulness meditation, and I knew I had found the methodology for the mind to expand further so that research could reach its full potential. Not that science was bad. The scientific world, the Western approach to research, is very disciplined. And it has added a lot to yogic understanding and research. It's a marrying of traditions, a marrying of approaches. And it's really the job of this audience, the challenge of this audience, to take that and say, where do we go from here? Do we just copy what the West has done? Or do we develop something far more nuanced? I'll give you an example. You would all know from physics that you can look at light as either particle or wave, right? Everyone knows this. And depending on how you look at it, it has different qualities. As a particle, wave with its electrons, its neutrons, its protons, has material presence, has definable, you could say, biomechanical explanation. As a wave, it deals with energy. It's a different medium. Yoga understands this about us and our health. Yoga understands that we have a physical body. We also have the Sukshma Sharira, the subtle body, the body of energy, of the mind, of the heart, of the Pranamaya Kosha, the Manamaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya Kosha. And yoga also understands that we have the causal essence, as Sister Tanuja was mentioning, the Atman, the source, the cause of our existence. In yoga, we work at all three levels. So we're working with light as particle, light as energy as wave, and something even beyond that, which science doesn't understand, Western science. So we start off in yoga with firstly direct perception, which can take us into this realm, beyond the physical, into the absolute, what science calls the void. We also, as a third method, we have learning from others, whether it's scriptural texts or research journals or whatever, doesn't really matter. We build upon the knowledge of others. But we do it with discrimination. We don't just accept every research finding as something good. We go into the methodology. We understand what needs to be built upon, etc. So these three methodologies of yoga are just as relevant in modern Western science. Einstein could not have developed his theories without direct perception. Neither could Newton. We know the scientific method. We know learning from others. There is no difference between East and West except in yoga's ability to go deep into cultivating direct perception and using this as a methodology to be proud of, to be able to take and say, yes, this is a valid component to how we learn. Other skills that make up a good research scientist: superb observational skills. And what do I mean by that? So we start with an unbiased mind, but superb observational skills means that less and less are we there. You all know the experiments of Heisenberg's principle, which indicates that the observer affects the outcome of the experiment. How do we make ourselves observers so that we become so subtle, so light, that we are not impinging on the results through our thought processes? How do we become this center of excellence for research? Another quality is the ability to ask questions, stay open, infer, as Swami Vivekananda called it many times, to be able to pull information from different parts of your background, from your knowledge, and integrate them. Again, a yogic trait. Yoga is all about integration. How do we keep that neuroplasticity, that neuroflexibility, to be able to not compartmentalize, to not make rigid our way of thinking? And of course, the last quality, which is evident, is discipline and perseverance. And where is there more of a discipline than yoga? It's Patanjali's first Yoga Sutra. And now we come to the discipline of yoga. So look at ourselves as researchers, whether you are students just starting out or experts and adepts in your field. How do we keep these qualities alive? If we look at yoga, the first two sadhanas of yoga are viveka and vairagya. Viveka, the ability to discern, to have clarity, complete purity of consciousness. I can tell you from my personal experience, this does not come until the heart chakra is purified. It is not possible because until these 5 constellations of the heart that are associated with the dualities of worldly existence, the Panchabhutas, the elements, until they are purified and transcended, there is no such clarity. I know this as a researcher before and after doing this yogic practice. It's something that your traditions, your culture gives. It's open on a platter. It's free. It's part of the Indian inheritance. So it's something that any serious researcher should be taking up, to become that pristine instrument that can do justice to the research in this field. And for this, in Heartfulness, we have a practice of cleaning. You know, when you look at what modern Western science says about sleep, they say that you need a good 8 hours of sleep every night to be able to remove the toxicity from the brain through the cerebrospinal fluid. Why? Because there's no lymphatic system in the brain. And yet you read the diaries of Babaji, who says a yogi of caliber needs 10 minutes of sleep every night to be refreshed. Why is this so? Why this difference? Because in cleaning, we're automatically removing the toxicity. We're removing the thought pollution, the causes of heaviness in the subtle body, which then translate to the whole of the central nervous system. Yoga has so much to offer in this regard, the nuances, the subtleties, which are not there without this depth of understanding that is in your culture. The other thing that happens through meditation is the purification of the sensory paths, so that observation is less egoful and it becomes witnessing. All of you, I'm sure, have read the Bhagavad Gita. You know what Lord Krishna says about becoming a witness, removing the ego from your observation so that you are looking from the outside, if you like, which is what we learn to do in meditation. Once we become that witness alone, realization has happened. So we have all this richness. What is the path forward? Is it simply to copy the research that's been done in the West, which is very good and which has helped a lot? I think not. Because we go beyond what science can reach for a start. We go beyond consciousness in yoga, in meditation. We go to that original state of samadhi which existed before existence. We have descriptions of all this. It's in your literature. So the onus is on you to show the world how to live this approach, how to bring something enriching, something new to the world of science, the contemplative sciences. So thank you. We are now going to do a meditation because I think we've had enough talk and we all need to now go inside and settle ourselves and reflect upon what we've learned this morning. So make yourselves comfortable. Put your phones away on silent, preferably off so they don't disturb you, because the vibration of a phone is a very potent distractor. Yes. before? Oh, they've just told me they want to do the felicitations before the meditation. Is that okay with everyone? Everybody's saying meditation and then felicitations. Yeah, I think it's better, yeah? Vinita, okay? They all want to do the meditation first.
So we may have ma'am meditation first and then, yeah, please. ma'am.
Okay. So thank you.
Ma'am, please continue. Please continue, ma'am.
The audience expects you to.
Okay, so change of plan. We'll meditate first. So all make yourselves comfortable. Put down your phones, your notepads, anything. And just take a moment to relax. Start by feeling the healing energy of the earth flowing up through your feet, all the way up through your body. And as it moves, it's healing each part of your body, relaxing all the tension. Your legs, your torso. Let it flow down your arms, all the way out the ends of your fingertips, taking away any tension. Drop your shoulders to let go of any tension in your shoulders. Feel the healing energy from the earth move up into your neck, relaxing your neck muscles, up into your head, the back of your skull, your jaw, all your facial muscles, your chin, mouth, nose, ears, eyes, up through your forehead to the top of your head. Scan your system and just see if there's anywhere where you still feel any tension or you have pain or an illness, and just allow that part of your body to rest in the healing energy of Mother Earth for a few moments longer. You should start to feel your whole physical system come into sync, into balance. And now we're going to experience a few moments of heartfulness cleaning, which removes the toxicity from your subtle body, from your sukshma sharira, resulting also in the purification through the heart of your whole system, of every atom of your being. So simply imagine that all the heaviness, the impurities and complexities of your system are being burnt out the back of you in the form of smoke, from your tailbone to the top of your head. Once again, all the heaviness, impurities, and complexities in your system are being burnt out the back of you in the form of smoke, from your tailbone to the top of your head. when you are comfortable with this process, accelerate it. Feel the flow of heaviness moving out your back. If thoughts come, it's okay. It's just the mind throwing off rubbish. Let them go. Treat them like clouds passing in the sky. Note them if they disturb you, but let them go. Feel the emotions leaving your system. The charge of the emotions. Let them all be burnt out the back in the form of smoke. Let this process continue for a few more moments. Feel all the heaviness leaving your system. When you do this daily, your system is purified. You would do it in the evening for 20 to 30 minutes until your system feels clear and light. And when you feel this lightness, you move to the second part of the cleaning, which is to visualize the divine current descending and entering your heart from the front, filling the vacuum that's been left by the removal of heaviness and continuing to purify it. Filling your whole system with purity. As you remove impurities, purity is left. As you remove complexities, simplicity is left. As you remove heaviness, lightness is left. And you finish the cleaning with the conviction that your heart is pure and your body is a temple of God. And to finish, let's meditate for just a few minutes, gently making the thought without any concentration, no focus, the lightest possible touch, that the source of divine light is already present in your heart and is attracting you from within. Rest in this thought in your heart and try to go beyond the thought to the feeling, to the experience behind it, of the life force, the divinity in your heart. Don't worry if you don't see anything, you don't feel anything. Just know that it is there. It's a light suggestion that the source of divine light is already present in your heart and is attracting you from within. Let's meditate. Thank you, everyone. In your own time, gently open your eyes and try to maintain that connection with your heart as the day goes on. Thank you very much.
Can I say a few words? Can I share a few words? Ma'am, I came to know about Heartfulness only a few days back, but I have been a subscriber of your newsletter from a very long time. And I submitted an article to be published, which was related to health, but it was not published. Unfortunately, we do not somehow want to talk about it. It was about mental orgasm, the spiritual side of sex, which is equally important for being healthy. And I feel that it is so important that there are so many patients of mine who have, suffered because of that. And there are so many teenagers who lose interest in studies because of, addiction to masturbation and all. So why is it that we speak so less about it, which is so integral?
It's not that we want to. Please talk to me afterwards. I don't think I received your article. I don't recollect it.
All right.
Thank you.
Dhanyavad. Thank you very much, Dr. Elizabeth. Okay, yeah, please.
So what I experienced after this session, ma'am, was contentment. You kept, these were affirmations that be pure, be nice, and that contentment kind of just stayed there. And what I feel is that we as human beings, the only thing which separates us from the animal kingdom, or say the link between the animal kingdom and the divine, is this forebrain. We say it is neuroplastic. It has neuroplasticity. That means what we affirm stays, and what we don't want can be weeded out. The affirmations will stay. So this method of yours, where you say that you do it 3 times a day, I think it is just like we are affirming that we have to be content. We are affirming that desire has to go from the forebrain. And this is, I've always felt that as a medical student also, that midbrain, hindbrain, your autonomic nervous system, your ganglia, they're sufficient to run your body. So this cerebrum was always meant to experience the divine. It was always meant to experience that orgasm which you said, of music, of art, of that mental orgasm, which somehow we have so corrupted it in our day-to-day life, and no one kind of teaches us to uncorrupt it. So I really am thankful to you that this heartfulness, I feel, is a way of uncorrupting this cerebral cortex, forebrain, as you say, the kind of waves, gamma waves, which will emerge because of this kind of contentment. And then that is what I think, as you say, yoga is to be like dancing, being in a humane way is human being. That is why we are human beings. And that is what we have to realize. So thank you so much for this session and this continuous affirmation. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Elizabeth. So I think we can close this session. Thank you very much, this great audience, and our speakers, Dr. Krishnamurthy, Dr. Berry, Dr. Elizabeth, and our Dr. Tanuja Madam. Thank you very much.
बहुत धन्यवाद सर. ये सेशन जिसका थीम ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव पैराडाइम फॉर एलिवेटिंग हेल्थ केयर था, सभी स्पीकर्स ने अपने सुंदर विचार हम सभी के समक्ष रखे. हमें आशा है कि हमने इस ध्यान साधना और उनके अनुभव से अपने जीवन में जहाँ जहाँ भी इसका हम सकारात्मक उपयोग कर सकते हैं वो निश्चित रूप से हमने लिया होगा. इस सेशन के लिए हम डॉक्टर कोचर मैम का, डॉक्टर बैरी कैजन का, डॉक्टर तनुजा मैम का, डॉक्टर कृष्णमूर्ति जी का, डॉक्टर एलिजाबेथ का बहुत बहुत हार्दिक धन्यवाद करते हैं. इस सेशन में हम अभिनंदन करना चाहते हैं डॉक्टर अश्विनी मिश्रा जी का. मैं आपसे निवेदन करूंगा कि आप कृपया मंच पर सम्मान के लिए आएं. आपका संक्षिप्त परिचय. आप एमएससी और पीएचडी जैव सांख्यिकी में हैं. आप वर्तमान में एनडीटीसी गाजियाबाद में जो एम्स का एक्सटेंशन है वहाँ पर आप एडिक्शन साइकेट्री के आप प्रोफेसर हैं. आप पूर्व में स्टैटिस्टिकल इन्वेस्टिगेटर एनआईएम्स आईसीएमआर स्टैटिस्टिकल फेलो और असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर उज्जैन में रह करके आपने साइंटिस्ट बी नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ पैथोलॉजी में आप रहे. फिर असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर 2012 में आप रह करके आप 2022 में आप प्रोफेसर रहे. मैं राजकुमार सर से निवेदन करूंगा कि आप सर का अभिनंदन करते हैं. और फील्ड ऑफ इंटरेस्ट आपकी ड्रग यूज एपिडेमियोलॉजी, टेक्निक्स ऑफ रेग्रेशन, स्टैटिस्टिकल कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग. आपकी इनवाइटेड टॉक 200 से ऊपर हैं. टोटल साइटेशन 1612 हैं और लगभग आपका एच इंडेक्स 22 है और I-10 इंडेक्स 47 है। 17 शोध परियोजनाओं को लगभग आप अब तक सफलतापूर्वक संपन्न कर चुके हैं। लगभग 40 पीएचडी, एमएस, एमसीएच और डीएम डिग्रीज का आपने सफलतापूर्वक मार्गदर्शन किया है। पूर्व में मुझे भी ये सौभाग्य मिला, आज से 22 वर्ष पूर्व संजय गांधी पीजीआई में मुझे भी आपके साथ काम करने का और सीखने का अवसर मिला। हम आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हैं सर। नमस्कार। अगले सेशन के लिए इस सेशन में मैं डॉक्टर बेरी सर का अभिनंदन करने के लिए निवेदन करूंगा। डॉक्टर तनुजा मैम का अभिनंदन करने के लिए निवेदन है। डॉक्टर कृष्णमूर्ति जी का, सर आपसे निवेदन है कि एक बार तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से कुछ तालियां हमें यह भी बताती कि हम तन से भी यहां उपस्थित हैं, मन से तो उपस्थित हैं ही। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। देखिए इसको सर माथे लगाया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। डॉक्टर एलिजाबेथ के सम्मान के लिए मैं राजकुमार सर से भी निवेदन करूंगा। डॉक्टर तनुजा मैम के सम्मान के लिए भी निवेदन करूंगा। डॉक्टर कृष्णमूर्ति सर आपसे निवेदन है। जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं अब जैसा राजकुमार सर ने कहा अगले सेशन की तरफ हम बढ़ते हैं और अगले सेशन के लिए हम निवेदन करेंगे डॉक्टर शोभना राणा जी से और डॉक्टर आभा मेहंदी रत्ता जी से कि वे कृपया अच्छा डॉक्टर कृष्ण एक बार डॉक्टर कृष्णमूर्ति सर के लिए सभी लोग बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अगले सेशन के लिए डॉक्टर शोभना राणा एंड डॉक्टर आभा मेहंदी रत्ता से निवेदन। नहीं, डॉक्टर डेविड एंड सौनक ऋषि दास संवेद रूप से हमसे जुड़ेंगे। डॉक्टर आभा और डॉक्टर शोभना राणा जी आपका स्वागत है मंच पर। एक बार करतल ध्वनि से आप सभी जी मैं विनीता जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि इनका इंट्रोडक्शन दो।
So once again, a very warm welcome to the next panel, and I call upon and welcome Dr. Abha Mehendirata. Abha Mehendirata is a non-resident fellow at the Center for I request Ma'am Kochar ji to please come up on the stage. Can we have somebody? Please bring Mrs. Kochar on. Abha Mehendiratta is a non-resident fellow at the Center for Global Development, and she's working in India on the use of evidence in priority setting. She is also a director for the Institute for Healthcare Improvement and is supporting quality improvement work in India and Bangladesh to improve clinical outcomes of mothers and newborns. Previously, Abha has worked as a consultant for the World Bank, Global Health and Development Group at Imperial College London, the National Institute of Health and Care Excellence, and Access Health International. She is a pediatrician by training and has completed her degree in public health from Harvard University as a Fulbright scholar. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Abha Mehendiratta.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's an absolute privilege to be a part of this panel where we're going to be discussing how do we redeem the spirit of medicine. I want to start this panel by sharing a story. It's a story of my Nanima. I remember her as the most loving person in my life. But when she needed me the most, unfortunately, I wasn't there for her. We lost Nanima 9 years back, but I still vividly remember her last days in the ICU. I remembered the healthcare team running around, thinking what drugs we can give to prolong the beating of her heart, what ventilation to give to make her tired lungs breathe a little longer, the antibiotics to take care of the infection in her blood. But she was distressed. She was in emotional pain. She was fearful of what would lie next. And I really don't blame the healthcare team for what they did, because I'm trained as a doctor in this country, and we are trained to understand and address the physical needs of the person. We are not trained to look at the psychological needs of the mind and how to address it, or the spiritual needs of the consciousness. We just forget that this is a person, and we just focus only on one component, which is the body. So I hope in today's panel discussion, the reason why I told this story is that we are able to learn about some solutions on how we can move away from the narrow focus on the physical body to more holistic management, where we understand the body, the mind, and the consciousness. So with that, I would like to invite my first speaker, Shaunak Rishidas. He is the director of the Oxford Center for Hindu Studies, a position he has held since the center's foundation in 1997. He's a lecturer, a broadcaster, and a Hindu chaplain to Oxford University. His interests include education, comparative theology, communication, and leadership. He's a member of the Commission on Religion and Belief in British Public Life, convened in 2013 by the Wolf Institute in Cambridge. In 2013, the Indian government appointed him to sit on the International Advisory Council of the Auroville Foundation. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here, Shaunak, with us. So thank you. I think Dr. Kochar wanted to say hello to you and David as well. I'll just give her the mic.
Hello. We are very honored and humbled by your presence here today. And as the audience, just to share with them, when I connected with Shaunak ji through Dr. Abha Mehendiratta, he was presiding over the Oxford Center for Hindu Studies, especially steering the chaplaincy course for students, medical students who were taking care of patients who were terminally ill in palliative care. And yesterday we had Dr. Sushma Bhatnagar here in the morning. She was all through sitting here. We couldn't felicitate her, so maybe we shall do that. And Shaunak ji and Abha, we had some connections with the cancer patients here and some links and inspiration for providing them music therapy in their terminal days and also providing them healing. And Dr. David, it is a very proud moment for us that you are here in AIIMS auditorium, and we are having a trinity of collaborators, AIIMS and All India Institute of Ayurveda. as well as we have Heartfulness Institute, which is a globally renowned Raj Yoga, offering Raj Yoga meditative practices. And you have been a professor of psychiatry, and also currently you are running the Center for Harvard Humanities Initiative, as well as culture studies, and we have taken a lot of lessons from you, and we need to develop our own model, how to foster values, ethics, humanizing healthcare, and spiritual values, and that is why we have welcomed you here, and we hope the audience has a good time with you. And Dr. Shobna Rana.
I will be introducing all of them. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. So, Shaunak, I wanted to start with the first question to you. In dying patients receiving end-of-life care, while growingly there is attention being paid to unmet pain. I think in India we sometimes even struggle with that. But how can we be more aware and able to meet the spiritual needs of the consciousness? And as your role as the first Hindu chaplain at Oxford, what has been your experience when you're supporting patients who are there in hospices in the UK and receiving end-of-life care?
Thank you. I have a very relevant question. End of life, as you described with your family, it can be a very fearful situation. And fear is, we can give medicine for physical pain. We have some idea. Of course, the patient is the only person who can tell us what pain they're experiencing. But fear is mental, emotional pain. And we don't feel as competent to help that. But we also know, and so many studies have been done to show that level of pain, of suffering, is very important in either the healing process or in the process of dying. And I suppose we have to put ourselves, what's been my experience, to put myself in the position of the person I'm dealing with, a person who is facing death, which is maybe the ultimate fear. And it's interesting, in Indian philosophy, they say that the contemplation of death is the beginning of philosophy, is the beginning of human thinking. So this person is now experiencing this. And for many Hindus, for instance, which is very relevant, of course, for India, there's in the Bhagavad Gita, it says, if you can remember the Lord at the time of death, then your passing will be perfect. A lot of people are anxious at that time to remember. And maybe they haven't led a full-blown spiritual life. They're not sannyasis. But they do remember something that they've heard from their masis or from their grandmother or something, and all of a sudden at this time, this becomes their focus. And to simply help them, give them the comfort to understand that you can remember, I'll be with you, I'll help you remember. Here's a recording that we'll be playing, chanting or something at that time. It's simply that. It's simply to be aware of their need, because that need will relieve their suffering. It just so happens that a very old friend of mine is passing away at this very moment. He's in hospital, and he's surrounded by, and he was a brahmachari his whole life. He's a Naistiki brahmachari, very wonderful person, surrounded by family and friends. They're all chanting for him. The whole hospital staff is involved in this process. They're involved in, and they know that this is important to this person. It is a person who's practiced a spiritual life. This is in Belfast in Northern Ireland, a very Christian part of the UK. And they're giving full facility for this Hindu practice in this context, because they all realize how important it is for this person. In that case, he's a sadhu, he's obviously a religious person, but for many people, they're not given that help. They're not given that recognition, that they're fearful of what's going to happen next. They need reassurance. They need someone to hold their hand, either physically or mentally or spiritually, and that to me is the real need, and it's the real lack in any healthcare system, we're looking at relieving suffering. But I think the theme of this conference has been looking at this holistically. And this holistic vision is very much an Indian thing. The West has always struggled with this, but India has always been famous for its pluralism, its way of seeing diversity everywhere. And the reason is it comes from the concept Rita in the Rig Veda, going right back to the oldest book of philosophy and religion known to man. And this idea is of cosmic order, that everything is interconnected. It's a very simple idea, but that assumption pervades the Indian psyche. It pervades Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, and Sikhism. And the fact that it's not simply the body that has to be dealt with, it's also the emotions, it's also the intellect, it's also the spirit. That these things have to be taken into account to help the person, to relieve suffering, to help with healing when that's possible. So that's a very Indian notion. It's not reflected maybe in the Hippocratic Oath because that's a Greek idea. I would suggest we need an upgrade from an Indian perspective to be able to help people in this kind of circumstance. So dealing with people who are dying, you're dealing with someone who is faced with the ultimate test of life, and just to deal with it with medicine is never enough. It can't be enough, because that person is going through something much more profound than the physical disturbance of the body or the physical pain associated with the body. Their suffering is much more acute than that. And as medical practitioners, as carers, we have to take that into account holistically to look at the big picture.
Thank you so much, Shanika. Thank you for so eloquently sharing such a complex thought. I now invite my second panelist, Professor David Shumway Jones. Professor Jones is trained in psychiatry and history of science. He's the Ackerman Professor of the Culture of Medicine at Harvard University. His research has explored the causes and meaning of health inequalities in decision-making in cardiac therapeutics. He's now pursuing 3 new projects on the evolution of coronary artery surgery, on heart disease and cardiac therapeutics in India, and on the threat of air pollution on health. He teaches the history of medicine, medical ethics, and social medicine at Harvard College and Harvard Medical School. It's an absolute privilege to have you here, David, and I know it's very, very early in the morning for you. So thank you for staying awake to join us from Boston. So I wanted to ask you, David, you lead a very big arts and humanities programs at Harvard, and in your experience, how does the doctor-patient relationship affect patient outcomes beyond the purely medical treatment, the drugs, the diagnostics that's being provided?
Well, so thank you very much for this invitation to join the celebration of this new effort at AIIMS in Delhi. And I apologize that I couldn't make the trip from Boston to join you all in person. To answer that question, I want to start with a digression into history. That's one of the areas that I'm most interested in. And that will eventually get me to answer that question about how the humanities can help and why I think they're essential to medical education and practice. In the late 19th century, doctors and medical researchers in Europe began a process that would eventually transform medical theory and practice throughout the world. They began to invest their efforts in laboratory science in hopes of identifying the fundamental causes of disease and developing new treatments that target those causes. This effort has had spectacular success. As one of the speakers mentioned earlier, many people on Earth now live longer and healthier lives than was possible a century ago. It is now even possible for doctors to diagnose and treat some diseases without ever talking to a patient or performing a physical exam. Doctors increasingly rely on laboratory tests and diagnostic imaging. However, doctors and patients quickly realized that something had been lost in this transition to laboratory-based medicine, especially the empathy and intimacy that had once characterized an ideal doctor-patient relationship. By the early 1900s, the patients began to complain that doctors no longer saw them as individual people, but only as collections of symptoms and laboratory values that indicated an underlying diagnosis. And while the reductionistic approach to medicine worked well for some diseases, especially bacterial infections, it did not address well many of the chronic causes of pain and suffering that became increasingly common over the 20th century. For instance, despite the many accomplishments of modern medicine, long COVID remains a mysterious cause of suffering and disability for millions of Americans. Medical educators quickly called for reforms. William Osler, one of the founders of Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, argued that medical schools had to do much more than teach science alone. Instead, they needed to instill humanity and professional virtues into their students. Osler believed that this was best done by teaching history of medicine. Well, the reforms that followed didn't have the desired impact. Over the course of the 20th century, medical schools raced to keep up with the rapid progress in medical science. They had to squeeze new scientific discoveries into their curriculum: genetics, molecular biology, and now bioinformatics. This came at the expense of the humanities and social sciences. In the 1960s, frustration with the medical profession reached a tipping point. The US healthcare system cost more and more money but did not produce the desired outcomes. Patients complained that doctors treated them badly, failing to show empathy or respect. Research scandals undermined trust in doctors in England and the United States. New calls for reform gave birth to two new fields: bioethics and the medical humanities. Both of these have aspired to make medicine more patient-centric, more humane, and more ethical. The first program in the United States in medical humanities, established at Penn State in 1964, had faculty from religion, history, philosophy, and literature. Other places have taken a more focused approach. Columbia University specializes in narrative medicine. Harvard Medical School has focused on history and anthropology. And faculty at different schools make different arguments about the value they can provide, the value the medical humanities can provide. Some argue that the humanities can instill professional virtues. Others hope to train students to be more empathic listeners. At Harvard, we argue to our students, we try to convince the students that you cannot be an effective doctor unless you understand the social causes of disease and the social forces that threaten access to care and the outcomes of treatment. Now, I cannot prove that this teaching actually produces better doctors. I don't think anyone has actually proven that courses in anatomy and biochemistry produce better doctors either. We take that on faith. And I think that we need to equally take on faith the many contributions that the medical humanities can offer to medical education and to improving the quality of patient-doctor relationships. Now, you might ask, what kind of medical school curriculum would produce the best doctors? I don't think there's clear consensus about this, certainly not in the United States. There's basic medical knowledge that all doctors must master, but I think this essential knowledge must include key insights from history, from literature, from philosophy, and from religious studies, and the other fields of the medical humanities. Now, it's certainly difficult to design curricula that serve all of these goals, and I don't think that any medical school in the US has managed to figure out the right answer yet, but we have to try. This is obviously an exciting moment for India, where you have now managed to land a spaceship on the south pole of the moon. Clearly, there is an enormous amount of talent and energy, and if people set their mind to figuring out the best way to use the medical humanities to reform the medical education, it should be possible to figure out how to do this and to improve the treatment of patients.
Thank you so much, David. I think you said it so well that if we can figure out how to land on the moon, I'm sure we can together figure out how to reform medical education and the problems that we see. So thank you for that. So I now invite my third speaker, who's actually sitting right beside me, Shobna Rana. She's a senior advisor in conflict resolution, governance, and public policy, guiding institution building in India as well as in the international arena. She has worked for over 2 decades in all 3 of her areas of expertise with the United Nations peace operations in Bosnia, Ethiopia, and the UN headquarters in New York. She's also served with the International Civilian Office in Kosovo. She's built a practice in conflict management based in New York City previously, but now has moved to India recently. and has been the Dean and Professor at the School of Governance and Public Affairs at Xavier University, Bhubaneswar, and most recently an advisor to the Xavier School of Management. She is also an advisor to the government on the Mission Karma Yogi program. So I invite you, Shobna, to ask you, based on your experience managing conflicts in such in war zones, we see all the time and we hear newspaper reports of conflicts within the healthcare setting between doctors and patients and their families. And why do you think these disputes occur, and what do you think needs to be done to address it?
Thank you so much, Abha. It's very difficult to disengage from meditation and start talking about conflict because it's a switching of energies. Conflict, a very famous analyst, a Jungian analyst of the early part of the 20th century, Mary Haydn, I think is her name, said that conflict is the beginning of consciousness. And that view has actually been carried forth even today when we plan conflict training, conflict management. So indeed, we move when we're beginning a conflict from the unconscious to recognition of the conflict to a more conscious state. So I've done conflict training 2 decades in every industry. In the healthcare industry, it's actually at its most heightened state for the simple reason that you're dealing with life and death issues. You're dealing with high stress factors, both from the time you start medical training to being junior doctors and then senior doctors, and the relationships that develop over the course of these years are always contentious because they're competitive. There are long hours of work. You constantly have to deal with performance. So I feel that in this arena, it is almost vital that we look at some of the causes that cause conflict. Most of them have to do with the quality of care the patients and their families expect, and the quality of care that is available. The second is a big fear of the unknown. Patients come in for a diagnosis, and very often what the doctors are telling them is Greek to them, because especially if you have patients from rural areas, for them, it's very difficult to fathom what is actually going on with their loved one. And to that extent, communication and developing those skills become very important. Then you have a delay in treatment. You have unnecessary testing. You have a power relationship where you have these men and women in white coats telling you what is happening to your body, and you are quite helpless in trying to figure out what you should do. I have a sibling who is in the final stages of cancer, and she has moved from one hospital to another over the course of the last decade. So I have seen Indian healthcare very close up. She's very privileged because she has the means to get the best treatment. But very often, even between hospitals, between attending physicians, you find tension which is prevalent. So and of course there are tensions between healthcare workers, but most importantly, I think it is the fear that the care that is being given, the fear that the diagnosis that is being done is unfathomable very often, especially to the families. So in a sense, I think this is one area in India. I have worked with conflict between countries, conflict between armies. It's a very different type of conflict. But I think in India, we need to start very urgently addressing conflict in the healthcare space and what we have to do to sort of bring it down and make a difference.
Thank you so much, Shobna. Thank you. I have one more round of questions, and then I will open it up to the audience. So please keep your questions ready if you're interested to listen and learn more about this. So Shanika, coming back to you, I wanted to ask, you have been working in supporting development of curriculum in relation to chaplaincy within universities in Europe. What would you recommend for multidisciplinary palliative care teams in India to consider if they want to initiate offering spiritual care to their patients?
Very good question. It's specific to India. I really think there are certain assumptions in Indian culture, in Indian heritage, in Indian literature that need to be investigated and brought out. And I mentioned before the Hippocratic Oath being of Greek influence. It's of Greek philosophical influence. It's a different way of thinking. I think India has to start thinking for itself. And in terms of healthcare, there are certain principles. The one that I mentioned, Rita, of cosmic order, the interdependence of everything, that holistic way that India has always taught, unconsciously practically at this stage. I think that's very important. That speaks absolutely to the theme of this conference and what a lot of people are saying, the interdisciplinary approach. Another is the concept of ahimsa, the concept of not harming, and how profound that is. That can't take place. It has to take place holistically. We can't just look at it physically or clinically. And another issue to be addressed is the issue of Atman, the whole idea of the self, which is practically ignored in Greek philosophy, and hence has been greatly ignored in Western culture. The idea of what is the self and developing, being crystal clear about the nature of the self. And in Indian culture, the self, the Atman in Vedic culture, and it has been, all these ideas have been discussed in every scripture and literature in Indian culture. It is the body, it is the mind and the emotions, it is the intellect, and it is an eternal energy. So there are two energies at play, material and spiritual. And this has been a given in Indian assumption. These are assumptions that you don't harm people, an assumption that there is a material and spiritual, there are material and spiritual energies. And we can say, well, scientifically, we can't prove that last point, but also scientifically, you can't disprove that last point. So it has to remain on the table of discussion. And that's how Indian intellectuals traditionally have seen it. So they've seen spirituality as something that has to be taken into account because we can't not take it into account. So that's a very basic assumption. It speaks to healthcare directly, because if a lot of your patients have an idea that they have, part of them has an eternal aspect, that has to be recognized, that has to be respected, at least, if not addressed. So in terms of Indian healthcare moving into this space, the thinking is already there. It just has to be brought out and taught in schools, that these are principles of medical ethics, medical humanities. When you're talking about gene therapy and all these things come into play. Going right down to the patients assume a lot of these things, even though they're not intellectuals, they're not academics, but these are the basic assumptions of Indian culture. And I find them when I go to India. I find these assumptions not only in Hindu culture, but also in Jain culture, Sikh culture, in Indian Christianity, in Indian Islam, in Indian Judaism. There are very different ways of thinking in these cultures, these Christian cultures, than in the West. I think more work has to be done on that, but it will give us a philosophical basis, a thought basis, to be able to look at things more holistically in a more multidisciplinary way. And that will help achieve what David has so wonderfully spoke about when he talked about the history of the development in the West. There needs to be a similar history, kind of wake-up call in India, that this thinking is part of Indian culture. It's just forgotten. It's lying dormant, but it is alive in the culture of India. I see it everywhere I go. And I think waking up to that living culture and dealing with the living culture is dealing with living people.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shanika. I really like the word that you said, it's dormant, so we can arouse it and we can bring it back. So thank you.
Yeah.
Coming back, David, I wanted to ask you, You've heard about the problems that we are facing here, issues that we are so focused only on the physical needs of the body rather than holistically managing the human being, the person at the center of care. You've also heard about how that kind of an approach leads to conflict, and we have it so much that, doctors are really, really scared. Healthcare providers are really scared to deal with patients, and patients, on the other hand, don't feel that they can trust anybody. So I want to ask, what contribution arts and humanities can make to improve the doctor-patient relationship, to make sure that the patient is having a holistic experience when he's getting treated?
There are many ways that this can be done. One of the things that the medical students I teach often don't realize is that they will see that their fundamental task as a physician is to make an accurate diagnosis and to recommend the best treatment plan. And that's clearly an essential thing to do. But that is just the start of the treatment process. It is not always easy for patients to complete that treatment successfully. And it's very important that medical students learn how to interact with their patients, to understand what's really going on in the lives of their patients, to give the medical treatment a chance to be successful. So for instance, when treatments don't work out well, sometimes the problem is lack of trust. And often this happens when doctors have not communicated effectively or respectfully with their patients. Now, studies in the United States, and I assume this is true elsewhere, have shown that doctors often don't like to listen to their patients. Instead, they interrupt patients very quickly, they ask very specific questions, and then they move on as soon as they get the answers that they're looking for. Now, this kind of efficiency can be valuable in a busy clinic, but it often leads to misunderstandings and incomplete medical histories. If doctors instead approach each patient as an individual with an important story to tell, they can learn much more about their patients, their diseases, and what the patients want from medical care. And this can improve trust in the patient-doctor relationship, which will produce better and more satisfying medical care. And my colleagues in the medical humanities have shown various ways you can try to foster this interest in patient stories, whether through literature or through careful teaching in medical ethics or history or other fields. Now, sometimes the problem is that the patients face obstacles to treatment that the doctors don't recognize because doctors haven't taken the time that is required to get to know a patient well. For instance, many doctors simply become frustrated when patients do not follow their advice. They label these patients as ignorant or uncooperative, and this just is not a useful response. Instead, it is much more productive to explore how patients understand the problem and how they understand the role of treatment. When patients are unable to complete a course of treatment, is it that they don't understand what they're supposed to do? Is it that they cannot afford the medical care? Is it that they're too busy struggling at work and managing family obligations, and they simply cannot devote the time that would be required to follow the prescriptions? It's essential that doctors have open conversations with their patients about these obstacles to treatment. And again, you can explore these issues through any of the fields of the medical humanities to help students recognize the importance of these issues so that they can then apply these lessons in clinic. Doctors shouldn't see their role narrowly in simply providing a diagnosis and treatment. Instead, doctors should see their role as helping patients to actually achieve good outcomes. And this will often require them to reach beyond the clinic and intervene more broadly in the social worlds of their patients. And all of this requires that students learn how to approach their patients with curiosity and respect. And there are many ways that the humanities can be used to teach these lessons.
Thank you so much, David. So Shobna, I'm coming back to you, and I would want, based on your own lived experience and understanding of the Indian healthcare system, reflecting on what we have heard David and Shonika speak, what would be some policy recommendations that you think can be actioned upon so that we arouse from the dormant stage and we start bringing in reforms in medical care as we see?
This is as good a time as ever for a lot of transformative work to be done in our country. There's a lot of emphasis on change and enhancement. So there are 4 or 5 recommendations on the policy front, which I have, of course, also made to the Ministry of Health and the government in general, which would be very good for us. One would be a standalone vehicle like we have Digital India, like we have Karma Yogi Bharat, which are specifically meant for transformation of either the civil service or the digital world, to have a standalone vehicle for transformation in healthcare, embedded within which would be a think tank, which would focus on research and particularly invite sustained international partnerships so that we remain at the cutting edge of medical science, medical innovation. We're starting that process, but we need a more robust vehicle. Number two, I think interdisciplinary training in medical curriculum, which David alluded to and which we have been working on in this initiative with Dr. Kocher. We need to sensitize young people when they enter medical college on what it is they are doing, which is they are dealing with human beings. You have a career, you need a job, you need to move forward, but at the center of your skill and service is a human being, and therefore, how do you deal with that human being? That person comes with their own particularities, and unless you display that with all different types of therapies, not just medical intervention, you won't be able to, it's like you have to know the underlying cause before you treat a disease. So you have to know the underlying neurosis and emotional setup of somebody that you're trying to treat. So that's very important. I would argue for training in conflict management, because I think that's very important in the healthcare space. Very effective and productive use of artificial intelligence and machine learning. We heard Dr. Deepak Chopra yesterday talk about AI. And I do believe that that's where the future is headed, but how we use it in India, because we have a huge labor force, how we use it in India becomes very important. And I think the most important is to follow up on policies. Policies look very grand and nice on paper, and you have all good intentions to implement them. But where is the mechanism to follow up, to tweak, to amend, to add to policies which are actually implementable? We don't want to do things to look good and to sound like we are cutting edge. We actually should be seen to be doing it. So I think these are some of the recommendations which we hope we have a very receptive government which is looking for new ideas. So I hope that through Dr. Kocher's initiative and other work that we are doing, some of these policy recommendations will be at least considered, if not taken on board. Thank you.
Shobna, thank you. So while we give a big applause to all the three panelists, I do want to open up to give you an opportunity to ask questions directly to them. Ma'am, please go ahead.
आप सबको नमस्कार प्रणाम. I think you all talking going ahead. One thing which just struck me, I was all of 6 years. My mother's grandmother was dying. That means she had 3 generations surrounding her. My grandparents, my parents, and we cousins. So she was around 90 years. And that scene is so clear. They got her down. She was gasping. From the bed, lay her on the floor. There was a veranda. And then there were those chanting going on. There were Arya Samajis, so a lot of chanting and mantras, and then they would give a little Ganga Jal. So now that I'm a doctor, I realized what was going on, that the whole family was in unison. We are talking about conflict. The base here is that the conflict is in the family. Why involve doctors? Initially get to the roots. Everyone was like,
ma'am, if you could cut short the comment, just come to the question. If there is a question.
Okay. So what I feel is, and that giving Ganga Jal means you are drowning the patient, assisting. This is assisted euthanasia. The swallowing reflex is gone, and where is the fluid going? The fluid is going into the lungs. That means you are effectively So there they realized that body was not so important. The spirit was important. The soul was important. The emotions of the patient who was dying was important. This was always, like you said, sir, dormant. Though this is what I think was so much in our culture. So instead of going forward, I think if we go a little retro and resolve the conflicts in our family and not get too hassled when a person is dying and take care of that patient in our own homes. The reaction now is when a patient starts gasping, you call up. Okay, this ambulance coming, that ambulance coming, the patient is in ICU, and now when you are not allowed to see the patient, then you are in conflict with the doctors. They're not letting us see the patient. So it is a lot of, this is what entered my hand. I'm sorry if I've taken more time, but this is very close to my heart, and that is why I
That's okay, ma'am. We can discuss many of these things over
Thank you,
lunch
ma'am.
or whatever.
Thank you. I think you said it so beautifully, and thank you for sharing that reflection. And your experience of your great-grandmother is absolutely contrary to my experience of my grandmother, and I regret it. So thank you for sharing that. I'll let maybe Shaunak reflect on what you heard, and if you want to say a few words on that.
Thank you very much. There are so many experiences. Traditionally, there always have been doctors, there always have been people who have tried to help other people, no matter how well trained they were certainly well intentioned. But the care of someone was always a family issue. And I think if we separate that, once they enter the medical space, if we ignore these relationships, we've cut off systems of support that are absolutely essential for the person maintaining their own sense of self and their own sense of security and affection, which are all part of the healing process. And I think so. Our speaker has made a very good point. And the doctors and the nurses, rather, as David has said, they're on a schedule. They have a preconceived notion of what's wrong with the person, so they just tell them rather than ask them. And we understand that, and David has said that it's totally understandable. But if the medical practitioners can see themselves as part of a bigger family of care, it's nearly essential for care, because if they come from their home and are immediately separated and taken into a clinical environment that has nothing to do with any other part of the life they've led. The speaker said their family member was in their 90s. Imagine bringing someone in their 90s, having spent 90 years living a certain type of a life in a certain atmosphere with certain affection, and being taken out of that into a clinical, bare atmosphere with little interaction. How jarring, upsetting that is to the system. So we have to continue, we have to value these relationships. Our whole life is based on relationships. Every doctor and nurse is blessed by their own family to be successful. That's why they're successful. We're all dependent on relationships. And if we forget that in the medical sphere for whatever theoretical reason, people are going to suffer, and that would be the worst outcome ever. And if someone is in their 90s and it's time for them to go, to let them go, not to just continue trying to keep them alive unnecessarily, and then it becomes some form of very strange experiment, very cruel, and that would be HIMSA. So again, reflecting back on the basic principles of care. And they are there in Indian culture. I would add that India, I think, has a gift to give to the world in terms of its understanding of care, its understanding of the holistic nature of care, its understanding of family, its basic idea of respect for all living beings, what to speak of human beings. I really think if India begins to think about this from a medical perspective, it could make a real contribution to global thinking in this area. I think that's a gift that India has yet to give to the world.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Shaunak. I'll take that key message that India has a gift to give to the world, because I think inherently it's there in our culture. It's been dormant in terms of healthcare, but it is there in other aspects of life. And we need to bring it into interdisciplinary medical training so that we are more aware and we are better skilled to support our patients and to provide a better experience of care. I believe we do need to conclude now, but a very big thank you to all my 3 fabulous speakers and the audience for your attention and participation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to the next session very shortly. The Honorable Minister for Ayush, Dr. Mahendra Munjapara, will be coming for the session. So we'll just reset the dais immediately. He'll be coming in the next 2 minutes, please.
There's an announcement for all the delegates who have done spot registration yesterday and today. Delegates who have come yesterday and registered here at the auditorium. Those of you who need a participation certificate, delegate certificate, need to leave your email ID at the desk where you registered. I repeat, we need the email IDs of all people who registered on the spot. Please contact the desk where you registered yesterday. Thank you. Since we are also expecting the Honorable Minister to be here, let's all settle down in our seats and maintain some silence. He should be here any time now. I also request Dr. Shobna Rana and Dr. Abba to come to the stage for felicitation. Can I please request? Please, ma'am. Can I request Brother Jairam, Dr. Jairaman to come and felicitate them, please? Please. एक सुजात आप पहना दीजिए, सुजात आप पहना दीजिए शॉल. I request Dr. Sujata and Dr. Jairam to felicitate the guests of honor. Thank you, ma'am. It was a pleasure to have you here with all the sessions. Thanks a lot. Thank you. It was a pleasure having you here. So nice of you. Thanks a lot.
I feel so light, relaxed, and the atmosphere is here is so like as soon as I entered the premises, there was just I was surrounded with positivity, which is what everyone needs in their life.
This campus, Kana Shanti Mandir, presents the model of holistic living. जो मैंने हृदय के अंतर्गण से हृदय के अंतर्गण से जो अनुभव किया कि यहाँ पर योग और अध्यात्म की मूल आत्मा।
Sorry for the interruption. This is information. It is requested that Brother Sanjay Sehgal, Sister Dolly, Sister Ekta ji, please come up on the dais. I repeat, this is a request for Brother Sanjay Sehgal, Sister Veronique, Sister Ekta to please come up on the dais.
ठीक है चला
What I see, absolutely no. What I see here is a community that would be envy of any community in the world. It is so incredibly beautiful. Community architecture, food, whatever it is, libraries, landscaping, the integration between nature and buildings. There is just something breathtaking about the way it's being done and in an ecologically friendly and sustainable way.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
So for me, I think this place resonates with a lot of positivity. I think we are in the last year, maybe of paying times.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Allow me to come back here is for your highlight the fact that I ये शांतिवन बाबूजी की सीट का जीता जागता उदाहरण। This spirit is open to all, not only for the members of this organization, but those who like to meditate, those who like to explore this inner spirit. And actually, even if you are meditating for the first time and say, oh, I don't know how to here you can teach you how to meditate and go inside. And again, I cannot emphasize more on this, but it is all three.
एसी ऑन करो, एसी नहीं नहीं गर्म होगा, ठंडा करवा दो।
A very warm and heartful welcome to Dr. Mahindra Munjapara. Dr. Mahindra Munjapara is an Indian politician serving as Minister of State for Ayush and Minister of State for Women and Child Development. He is also a Member of Parliament to the 17th Lok Sabha from Surendranagar Lok Sabha constituency, Gujarat. He won the 2019 Indian general election, being a Bharatiya Janata Party candidate. Before his political career, he has been a practicing doctor in Surendranagar as a cardiologist and as an echocardiologist. With a very warm, heartful welcome, we welcome amongst us Dr. Mahindra Munjapara. I request Director AIIMS, Dr. M. Srinivas, to please welcome Mr. Dr. Mahindra Munjapara ji.
Invite Dr. Veronica Nicolai and take them.
I please request Dr. Veronique, Dr. Ekta ji to please come up on stage. I also request Brother Sanjay Sehgal ji to please come up on stage. I now request Dr. Tanuja Nisari to please come up on stage on the dais and say a few words for Dr. Mahindra Munjapara ji.
Esteemed dignitaries on the dais, our own Minister who is a true example of the integration. Dr. Mahendra Bhai Munjaparaji, who is a Minister of State, Ministry of Ayush and Women and Child Development. But he is basically, by its profession, he is a allopathy doctor and the specialization in the cardiology. And he runs his own hospital, and he is known for his, maybe all the esteemed dignitaries I would like to bring to the knowledge that he is known for as Do Rupaye Ka Doctor, because he has treated almost more than millions of the people with only 2 rupees. That is the creditability. So the doctors, so we are really honored and the blessed to have you, sir. And there cannot be better blessings and honor that the director, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Sri Dr. Srinivasan ji, you are equally very humble, and we can say that you are the one who have a bigger heart to accommodate the All India Institute of Ayurveda and also Heartfulness in this conference on medicine and the meditation. And we have Dr. Kocher and the entire team of Heartfulness, Sanjay Sehgalji, Elizabeth and the madam, and all the, sir, we have all the senior leaders from All India Institute of Ayurveda and also the All India Institute of Medical Sciences and all the centers, not within India but outside India, from Heartfulness. And we have the integration, that is Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy. So we have represent and naturopathy also. So we have representation from all Ayush streams. So it's a true integration. And when we mentioned, sir, today in the morning that future of the medicine is no medicine, and I dare to say in front of the director of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, because when we say that when we integrate meditation, दवाओं के साथ दुआ को भी ऐड कर देंगे, and our original philosophy, Indian philosophy, Ayurveda is a knowledge system of health and happiness, and the happiness and the philosophy comes from where you practice the law of nature. You create the harmony with the Panchamahabhut outside world, the universal consciousness and harmony with your own consciousness. I think the need of the medicine becomes very low, and the people in India, where per capita expenditure on health is very big, and maybe we practice this and integrate at our public health programs, maybe the need of the medicines and practice of the diet, lifestyle, Achara Rasayan from Ayurveda, it is a cognitive behavioral therapy, may be more, and the need of the medicine will be less. And the second part, what we are all here to have this more, elevate our consciousness for better health care and people-centric integration. So maybe future of the medicine is integration. So I'm very happy that our Honorable Minister, who is a true example of integration, because he is allopathy doctor, he is a visionary leadership of our Prime Minister, that our MOS, our Minister of Ayush is allopathy doctor. But his integration is Madam Munjaparaji, she is a Ayurveda doctor, and his son name is Ayush and daughter's name is Ayushi. So the integration is in the family. And when we say that we integrate and we harmonize our mind, body and soul, we are happy, and then we can give what we have to the entire world, to our patient. And this conference is for creating happier world culture, healthy and happy work culture within our systems, so that we make all our patients and the one who comes to us, everyone, very happy. So I'm sure the august presence of our Honorable Minister, Director, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Heartfulness, Pujya Daji, his guidance and the blessings and everyone's association, not only in the understanding each other, but also in patient care, and more importantly, what we look forward for having collaborative research as we do. And I'm really happy to share that with the blessings and the guidance of our Honorable Minister, All India Institute has achieved NAC A++ as a quality mark in education, tertiary care, research, and the healthcare. and that is the only institution in Ayush sector to receive A++ in the first cycle of its assessment. So only because of your guidance, sir, and without wasting much time, I am really thankful for giving us opportunity to share this platform, Director sir, and we look forward for having many meaningful collaborations where we have the tradition, we have the classical wisdom and experience, we have practice-based evidence, but entire world is looking up for us for creating evidence-based practices. So we want a technology to be integrated from AIIMS, and I'm sure the faculty heads and your leadership will definitely provide us this opportunity. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment for which we all have been waiting for. I heartfully invite Dr. Mahendra Munjpara ji to come up and share with us his insights and golden words of profound wisdom.
First of all, good afternoon and namaste to all of you. In today's program, Dr. M. Srinivas, Director, AIIMS Delhi, Dr. Tanuja Nesri, Director, All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, Dr. Jai Thimmapuramji, Director, Heartfulness Research, Dr. Elizabeth Denley, Editor, Global Heartfulness Magazine, Dr. Kanwal Preetji, Conference Director, Sanjay Segalji, Director, Heartfulness Education Trust, Dr. Jai Thimpuramji, and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. सबसे पहले तो मुझे भी एम्स में पीजी में एडमिशन लेना था, लेकिन उसकी एग्जाम इतनी टफ, तो बाद में मैंने गुजरात यूनिवर्सिटी में रुकना सही माना। और हम सबको मालूम है कि रेसिडेंसी एक ऐसा टाइम है, बहुत ही अच्छा टाइम रेसिडेंसी का, जो 3 साल एमबीबीएस के बाद आता है। हमारे यूनिट में कुछ 6-7 रेसिडेंट रहते, और मैंने एमडी मेडिसिन में फर्स्ट ईयर में एडमिशन लिया, और बहुत बड़ा हॉस्पिटल, जैसे एम्स से थोड़ा छोटा होगा, और कि हफ्ते में 2 बार इमरजेंसी आती, ट्यूसडे एंड फ्राइडे। और मैं फर्स्ट ईयर में अकेला, मेरा जो रजिस्ट्रार था उसको यूएसए में यहाँ पे देके यूएसए जाना था, ले वो जरा इंटरेस्ट नहीं लेता था। थर्ड ईयर था, वो सिटी का लोकल था, तो सर राउंड लेके जाते, उससे पहले तो वो घर चला जाता था। और सेकंड ईयर वाले आप सबको मालूम है कि रोटेशन में रहते, कोई कार्डियोलॉजी में रहते, यहाँ अभी सिस्टम क्या मालूम नहीं है, कुछ कार्डियोलॉजी में चले जाते, कोई नेफ्रोलॉजी में चले जाते, कोई एंडोक्राइन। એટલે फर्स्ट ईयर में अकेला ही हाउसमैन भी मैं, रजिस्ट्रार भी मैं, कॉम्प्लिकेशन भी पेशेंट का मैं ही करता था, और ट्रीट भी मैं ही करता था। चलो, थैंक्स। First of all, I am delighted to acknowledge the collaborative efforts of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, the All India Institute of Ayurveda, and the Heartfulness Institute in organizing the international conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, India's Chandrayaan 3 has landed on the moon. Let us all congratulate all those scientists who thought of this and planned for this historical moment. There is one more reason for all of us to be proud. Our All India Institute of Ayurveda has been rated A++ by NAC. In its first cycle of assessment itself. It speaks volume of quality of education provided at the institute. Congratulations to Tanuja Nesriji and the entire team of All India Institute of Ayurveda. The theme, medicine and meditation, elevating healthcare through human value and spirituality, signifies the convergence of ancient wisdom and modern healthcare practices. The inception of Ministry of AYUS in year 2014 underscores the government's dedication to revitalizing our traditional medicine heritage. It is heartening to witness this conference delve into these practices and their contemporary relevance. This event presents an unique opportunity to explore well-being strategies, engage in profound meditation sessions, and gain insights from experts in health and well-being domain. The healthcare profession stands as an indispensable pillar of society, encompassing trust, compensation, and scientific expertise. The interplay of compassion and expertise within healthcare professional holds the potential to profoundly enrich the healing journey for both patients and caregivers. The integration of scientific advancement with contemplative practice emphasizes the profound interconnection of science and spirituality. The Ministry of AYUS is committed to propagate, publicize, and popularize the AYUS system of healthcare. This mission, aligned with recent memorandum of understanding signed between the Ministry of AYUS and Indian Council of Medical Research for Integrative Health Research. This MOU paves the way for establishment of the AYUS ICMR, Advanced Center for Integrative Research at all AIIMS institutes, as well as collaborative effort in public health research and high quality clinical trials. In a testament to our global engagement, 24 memorandum of understanding have been signed for country-to-country cooperation and 15 MOUs for establishing AYUS academic chair in foreign institutes. The creation of the AYUS Expert Promotion Council demonstrates our commitment to globalize AYUS products and service while ensuring regulatory harmonization. India's leadership role in advancing traditional medicine is further exemplified by establishment of the world's first and only WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine in collaboration with WHO. This center seeks GCTM Center seeks to amalgamate traditional medicine with technological progress and evidence-based research. The Global AYUS Investment and Innovation Summit year 2020 showcased India's traditional knowledge, culminating in significant commitments and collaboration. The total budget of National AYUS Mission was rupees 75.28 crore in year 2014. But under leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, this has increased nearly 16 times to rupees 1,200 crore in year 2023-24. Under Ayushman Bharat scheme, Ministry of Ayush would manage 12,500 health and wellness centers to offer Ayush health services and wellness intervention as part of comprehensive primary health care. Ayush facilities have been co-located with 445 district hospital, 2,876 community health centers and 6,715 primary health centers in the country with the aim of further integration. I extend my congratulations to organizers for orchestrating this international conference where the fusion of ancient wisdom and contemporary medical insight will undoubtedly illuminate the path towards holistic health and well-being. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us and the entire gathering priceless words of wisdom and insight. And now I would like to call upon stage Dr. Anant Biradar for further facilitation.
आप सभी को नमस्कार। मंच पर उपस्थित माननीय मंत्री जी, डायरेक्टर साहब और उपस्थित सभी आयुर्वेद के हमारे डायरेक्टर, आप सभी को प्रणाम करते हुए आज मुझे ऐसा फील होता है जिस प्रकार का चंद्रयान 3 चंद्रमा पे पहुंच गया, तो आज इतने बड़े एलोपैथी के हॉस्पिटल में आयुष मंत्री स्वयं आकर मुझे लगता है लैंडिंग आयुष का हो चुका है और आगे स्टडी करने की आवश्यकता है। उसके लिए डायरेक्टर साहब भी है, माननीय मंत्री जी है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है जिस प्रकार चंद्रयान अभी ऊपर जाके जो स्टडी करेगा, ऐसा इस केंद्र से एक ऐतिहासिक पहल आज हुई है। मैं इसके लिए माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी और राज्य मंत्री जी, आप दोनों का सहयोग पूरा है और जो जो डिमांड हमारे एम्स के रहेंगे, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है रिसर्च का प्रोजेक्ट हो, मेडिसिनल प्लांट बोर्ड के माध्यम से जो यहाँ का काम है, वो दोनों भी काम आने वाले 2 महीने के अंदर मुझे विश्वास है पूरा हो जाएंगे। अभी यहां पर नेचुरोपैथी योग में जो विशेष रूप से अनेक सालों से 20-25 साल से जो काम कर रहे, ऐसे 3 लोगों का सम्मान ऐसा बीच बीच में करते आ रहे। तो आपकी उपस्थिति में पहला नाम है डॉक्टर राघवेंद्र राव। राघवेंद्र राव जी मंच पर आएंगे। राघवेंद्र राव जी CCRYN के डायरेक्टर है, सेंट्रल काउंसिल फॉर रिसर्च इन योग एंड नेचुरोपैथी, जो देश में एकमात्र जो रिसर्च की काउंसिल है, उसके डायरेक्टर है। आप नेचुरोपैथी में BNYS MD किए हैं और उसके साथ साथ पिछले 15 साल से नेचुरोपैथी में रिसर्च करते हैं। आप कर्नाटक के रहने वाले हैं और रिसर्च का बहुत बड़ा अनुभव है। और आज इस एम्स हॉस्पिटल में आप सभी के उपस्थिति में एम्स द्वारा सम्मानित किया जा रहा है डॉक्टर राघवेंद्र राव। मैं मंत्री जी को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, डायरेक्टर सर को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, राघवेंद्र राव जी का सत्कार और सम्मान करें सभी साथ में। हाँ, आई थिंक फ्रॉम दिस साइड। जोरदार तालियों से डॉक्टर राघवेंद्र राव का, और आशा करते हैं राघवेंद्र राव जी एम्स में जो रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट है, इसके लिए आपका सहयोग पूरा का पूरा रहेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कोचर मैडम जी को रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो भी साथ में, नहीं उधर से आप डाल दीजिए। हाँ, राघवेंद्र राव जी के माध्यम से देश के अलग अलग हॉस्पिटल में नेचुरोपैथी योग एलोपैथी हॉस्पिटल में, रायपुर एम्स हो, ऋषिकेश हो, और देश के अलग अलग स्थानों के ऊपर रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट और हॉस्पिटल बन रहे हैं। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। दूसरा नाम है डॉक्टर संगीता नेहरा जी। बहुत ही स्पिरिचुअल महिला है। आप हरियाणा आयुष विभाग के डायरेक्टर है और गवर्नमेंट सरकारी पद पर रहते हुए भी नेचुरोपैथी, योग और स्पिरिचुअलिटी, इसके लिए पूरा समर्पित भाव से काम करने वाली है डॉक्टर संगीता नेहरा जी है। आप ड्यूटी में रहते हुए 2 साल का लीव लेकर आप मेडिटेशन में पीएचडी किया है और बहुत ही एक स्पिरिचुअल सात्विक महिला इस नेचुरोपैथी योग के लिए जुड़ी है। आज एम्स इस कैंपस में आपका अभिनंदन करते हुए हम सभी को गर्व का महसूस होता है। जोरदार तालियों से इनका स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हैं। मुझे इनके घर जाने का सौभाग्य मिला था, तो मैंने देखा इनके घर में इनके मिस्टर डीआईजी है, यानी पुलिस खाते के बहुत बड़े ऑफिसर, उनके घर में चाय तक नहीं बनता। तो इतनी सात्विकता उनके हर परिवार के हर सदस्य के अंदर है। और इंटरनेशनल नेचुरोपैथी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के महिला विंग की आप नेशनल कन्वीनर भी है। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन डॉक्टर संगीता नेहरा जी, आपका अभिनंदन करते हुए एम्स और यहां पर बैठे हुए हम सबको बहुत गौरव महसूस हो रहा है। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। हमारे बीच में और एक बहुत सीनियर हस्ती है डॉक्टर विजय लक्ष्मी रेड्डी जी। डॉक्टर विजय लक्ष्मी रेड्डी जी हैदराबाद शहर से है। उनके परिवार में सब लोग एलोपैथी के डॉक्टर है, बेटी, बेटा, बहू और रिलेटिव कई लोग हैं। लेकिन आप देश का पहला नेचुरोपैथी हॉस्पिटल जो डिग्री 4.5 साल का डिग्री कोर्स हैदराबाद में डॉक्टर वेंकट राव और लक्ष्मी जी ने शुरू किया, उस कॉलेज की पहली लेक्चरर डॉक्टर विजय लक्ष्मी रेड्डी जी रही है। और आप मेडिकल डायरेक्टर कस्तूरबा नेचुरोपैथी एंड योग इंस्टीट्यूट हैदराबाद, आप गवर्निंग बॉडी मेंबर नेचुरोपैथी CCRY की रही और नेचुरोपैथी के टास्क फोर्स के मेंबर भी आप रही है। आप लगभग पिछले 35-40 साल से नेचुरोपैथी के क्षेत्र में हैं और सेवा भाव से प्रचार प्रसार का काम आप डॉक्टर विजय लक्ष्मी रेड्डी जी करती है। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन डॉक्टर विजय लक्ष्मी रेड्डी जी, थैंक यू।
And now, the man of the moment, most respected, honored Dr. M. Srinivas, Director, AIIMS. Sir, we request you to please come up and share with us your wise, golden, and healing words.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, sir, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, all the delegates who have come from different parts of the world, and the experts in the Ayush, and also the faculty members and delegates of AIIMS and everywhere who have come from the different parts of the country and the world here. Well, we only say that we have been hearing this, and since yesterday we had a lot of deliberations amongst all the experts over here. I can only assure you that we are committed to integrate the so-called our medicine with the traditional medicine, and we'll continue to be focusing on all domains of whatever it is, whether it is research, whether it is with respect to the teaching learning, whether it is with respect to the taking care of the patient care services at the Ayush institutions, that we will go ahead with it. I have 2 specific requests to the Honorable Minister that, you see, when the people are doing research in these institutions, I think some part of the budget can be fixed for that, so that we will follow the research methods the way it should be done. We have the equipment, we have the expertise, and we will have the robust methodologies, and to prove that, how it is useful, and to generate the evidence, whatever the evidence-based medicine is required. That is something which is very important, and the research is very important for all of us. We will continue to do it and handhold these institutions which are there in the form of All India Institute of Ayurveda and everything. Once again, I congratulate all the people who have come from here, and I hope that the deliberations which are going to happen with the various experts here, they go a long way in alleviating the sufferings and giving all the benefits to our patients. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srinivasji, for your warm, kind, and inspiring words. And now I would like to call upon Dr. Elizabeth Denley to please come up here and deliver a heartful vote of thanks.
Namaste. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests from AIIMS and our Ayurvedic institutions, and all of you who have attended. It's really a great honor for Heartfulness Institute to be here partnering with you in this endeavor to bring the research of not only medicine but the whole of the lifestyle sciences that India has to offer the world to the forefront, to shine, to create quality and collaboration so that together we can take this to the world and help people learn how to live. So on behalf of Heartfulness Institute, thank you so much for having us here, and we look forward to a fruitful and wonderful collaboration in the future. Thank you.
A very warm, thankful, heartful gratitude to each one of us here who has attended this session. Special thanks to Dr. Mahendra Munjipara ji and to our faculty from, esteemed faculty from AIIMS. And it was, I can say from my heart, it has been an enlightening session for each one of us with this collaboration between AIIMS and Heartfulness. And now I request all of us to please proceed for lunch. I stand corrected, but we will continue with the knowledge feast. And now I call upon the stage for the next plenary session. Role of meditation for excellence in healthcare, where I call upon stage Mr. K.K. Deepak ji, Bharat Shah.
डॉक्टर राघवेंद्र राव,
एक और नाम है भारत शाह के बाद जी अश्विनी मिश्रा.
Okay.
अश्विनी मिश्रा.
I call upon Ashwini Mishra ji, Reema Dada, Jairam Timapuram to please come up on the stage for the next plenary session for the role of meditation for excellence in healthcare. we request Mr. K.K. Deepak Ji, Bharat Shah, Reema Dada, Jayaram Thimapuram, and Mr. Ashwini Ji to please come up on the stage for the next plenary session.
Central Council for ऐसे नहीं होता ऐसे नहीं they are not familiar I know आज इसमें चेयरपर्सन को बोल देती चेयरपर्सन को तो जे नाम तो बताओ I have no idea. Go on now. वो announcement कर दीजिए आप announcement कर दीजिए
I'll introduce Reema Dada. और जो भी आप मुझे लिख के दीजिए because I'm not able to. I take this opportunity to introduce Professor Reema Dada. Professor Reema did her MBBS from Delhi University at Maulana Azad Medical College. Thereafter, she joined the MD program in anatomy at the University College of Medical Sciences, again under Delhi University. She completed her senior residency and her PhD studies in genetics at AIIMS, New Delhi. Later, she joined AIIMS as an assistant professor in the Department of Anatomy. Teaching, research, training, and genetic, human cytogenetic and molecular diagnostic centers, genetic diagnostics and patient care services, both cytogenetic and molecular technique used for analysis of various genetic disorders, for example, the reproductive disorders, and there is a range of a lot of them, which I think ma'am is going to expand upon herself. Research interests include genetics of reproductive disorders, ocular disorders, and various childhood cancers. She's also studying impact of lifestyle interventions on markers of aging. Professor Reema Dada is on the editorial board of several national and international journals and member of various scientific bodies. She has been awarded several prestigious national and international awards and has several international, national indexed papers and book chapters. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring before you Professor Reema Dada.
Our second chair is someone who has been sometime since yesterday, Dr. J. Thimapuram, my colleague at Heartfulness Institute. He's a clinical adjunct professor of medicine and an academic hospitalist in internal medicine at the Wellspan York Hospital. He has a special interest in research and has several articles published in medical journals. He is a recipient of the Gold Humanism Award, Outstanding Teacher of the Year and Resident of the Year awards. He has completed several research projects on heartfulness meditation and its effect in lowering stress levels, loneliness and burnout, and improving sleep. That's a good one, Jay. He's regularly conducting stress management workshops using heartfulness meditation techniques for healthcare and is a regular TEDx speaker. Welcome, Jay. Sister Dimitra.
No. Yes.
Just a moment. Dr. Bharat Shah. Dr. Bharat Shah completed his postgraduate studies in pediatrics from Baroda Medical College. He worked as a pediatrician at KGP Children's Hospital, Vadodara, and subsequently at Seva, Rural, Jhagadia for about 5 years. Apart from routine hospital work, he was also involved in developing and executing community-based health programs that successfully reduced infant mortality rates in project areas, rural areas around Jhagadia. Although his basic area of work was pediatrics and community health, he gradually found alternative system of healthcare increasingly interesting. Consequently, he completed his advanced diploma in naturopathy and yoga from Punjab University, Chandigarh, and obtained a training as a yoga teacher. His interests in the field of mind and emotions also inspired him to complete a postgraduate diploma course in clinical hypnosis from Charusat University, Changa, Gujarat. His deep interest in health, awareness, and education led him to publish educative booklets on various diseases and healthy lifestyle. He has also translated a book on medicinal plants that was originally published by the World Health Organization as the use of traditional medicine and primary health care. At present, he is working as director Nisargopachar Kendra at Vinoba Ashram Gotri, Vadodara. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Dr. Bharat Shah.
And the final speaker, sir, Professor, I'll just call you upon 1 second. Who is now visiting professor at the Center for Biomedical Engineering at IIT Delhi, and formerly he was with AIIMS, where he was the head of the Department of Physiology. He again has several publications. Difficult to go over all that. I'm fortunate to guide 120 students for the master's and doctoral thesis. His special field of interests include autonomic physiology, biomedical engineering, and aspects of autonomic testing, and is also in charge of the Medical Education and Technology Center at AIIMS. So, with two illustrious speakers and two illustrious chairs, I'll hand it over to the chairs to now conduct the sessions.
And we need to introduce Dr.
Would the chairs like to have some introductory remarks to the panel?
Yeah. Do we have Dr. Raghavendra Rao here in the audience, please?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yes, please.
So good afternoon, everyone. And it's my pleasant duty to, begin this plenary session 4 with a talk by Dr. K.K. Deepak. He was with us in the institute as a dean of examinations and also as a professor of physiology. And I had the pleasure of working with him and learning a lot from him when I was organizing the yoga conference along with Sir, which was organized by our research section, which was on the benefits of yoga in healthcare. And as Sir told you, Sir is not only an MD, PhD, but also holds a doctorate of science in yoga. So it's something very few and we all aspire for. And I request Sir to give his talk on role of meditation for excellence in healthcare. Thank you, Sir.
So, Namaskar. I'm very happy to be here, and before I go to my talk, I would like to congratulate ISRO scientists and all of you to land on the moon, and that's a big achievement. And some of you might know I've been working on, department has been working on a space physiology, and we have devised tools and techniques how an astronaut can perform yoga in space. So that's a separate topic. That's not I'm going to talk today, but we are connected to the space, and the India should work on space. You might remember even Rakesh Sharma, when he went in '84, he performed certain yoga in space. So now time has come that even yoga should land in space. and I'm sure it will land for the benefit of mankind. And because in future you might see many of people will be going to space for a voyage or for just kind of a tourism. So that's the thing. So meditation and other things are very important. Today I'm focusing the topic how meditation and related can be used for elevating health care. And health care, I would mean that you should be healthy, more healthy, and a quantifiable term. And you should also be, and those who are patient will also get benefit. So the whole focus on how it can be done. Being a physiologist, I would like to focus on bringing an evidence that how it works. Like it works, we know it. For 1,000 years, we know it. More than 5,000 years, this has been documented. It works. So you are in one state. Either you are healthy, or you have a better health, or poor health. And it is a continuum. This keeps on oscillating depending on your disease state. And the whole science of medicine is geared to tell you and find out what stage you are, in what stage you are. So that is important, that how meditation and related subjects, today I'm bringing Yoga Nidra, and how they can help you and why should they help you in changing your state level. So you can be more healthy, you can be more fit, or if you are if you have ill health for one or other reason, then it can be. So therefore the health levels can be quantified. Thanks to WHO and thanks to medical sciences, they can actually give you the numbers and quantify. So I happen to be chairman of Fit India Mission, and where we quantified the fitness level, and also to increase the fitness level, how you can do it. You can do it number. Those documents are freely available on Fit India website, and you can measure the fitness level. You are healthy, but how fit you are, how healthy you are on a positive side. If you maintain towards positive side, you will not fall sick. You should not get everyday sickness or sickness leave every day, having a sinusitis or some problem here and there. That's what it is. And therefore negative health is also quantifiable by several parameters. So there are physiological parameters which define your health. There are certain physiological parameters when you give a exercise load or some other load for better health. And for the disease, you have several other parameters when they go haywire. Now, why yoga is useful in a general? What factors that leads to, if you do a component analysis, what is there in yoga which is useful? What is there in yoga which is quantifiable? Until we know these things, we cannot do science. As our Honorable Director told before, that we have methods and we can quantify. We can do the research in a scientific manner. That's what I'm trying to bring, what factors you should quantify in yoga. And that is a physical movement and postures. It's important, and it has been advised what is a good posture. What is a good standing posture? What is sitting posture? What is lying posture? When you watch TV, how should you adopt a posture? And it has been said in a new term, sitting is a new smoking. It speaks volumes. So which means you should not sit longer, not more than 1 hour. So after that you should do some activation. Yesterday there was international news. I was listening, a small movement happening in the body called fidgeting. They are equally important because they burn some calories. And therefore, the small activities, long activities, all this is important. And yoga has an inclusive component of physical movement and posture. Now, question is how to quantify. What are the new gadgets available to quantify? This is what is important, and how they are beneficial. Breathing movement. They are part component of pranayama exercises. We have done a lot of research and published research, both left and right, and different type of breathing. And then we have taken this concept too, that if you do a breathing exercise, you make them more fit to be a good astronaut. That paper we already published, that you can tolerate more changes in blood volume shifts if you do this kind of a yoga training. And that therefore, we also argued that pranayam can also be used as a test. You give pranayam, find out the response. How much change in heart rate variability or how much change in cardiac output. So this is passive physical relaxation. All human beings and all animals, including cat and including some other animals, they have an innate capacity to relax. A lot of studies have been done in cat and including human being. Can you relax yourself? Yes. And it has been shown by EEG, by M.B. Sterman, that yes, the range is called sensory-motor rhythm found in the brain, and which is an indicator of capacity to relax, and which is higher than alpha and that can be found out. So therefore, this relaxation response, what has been said by Benson and Herbert and Benson, was already in India for more than 500 years, that yes, we have a capacity to relax. You can do meditation or you can do some other kind of a maneuver, and therefore you can actually help you to relax. So yoga helps you to enhance that capacity. You have this much capacity, but by this you can do it. But the question is how to quantify. That also we have published, and then see how by alpha waves we can do it. One more important thing is cognitive restructuring. We all are human beings and we want to excel in academics, in office, in grades, in entrance exams, everywhere we want to excel. We want to do a lot of research. So is there a connection between yoga and cognitive restructuring, or meditation and cognitive? So yes, this is. These are some of the things which are important and somebody dwells upon. So there's a lot of scope for doing research around these lines. Whosoever is doing, please hold one line and then try to do in depth. So what are the systems which work behind yoga? One of the important systems is psychological, like convincing. You convince somebody that you are going to be happy, give a positive statement. It can be done by saying that you're going to be happy and happy. It can also be done what PHP, post-hypnotic suggestion, PHS. Like you hypnotize a person and you give a suggestion that you're going to be happy or you're not going to have a problem. Therefore, psychological is all implanting a good positive suggestion into a person which takes along, which learns. This is also, you have seen in a child, 5 years old child or 10 years, how convincing you can convince him. Similarly, people can be convinced. There is a cardiorespiratory system. If you do yoga or meditation, you actually take it to the next higher level of fitness. Similarly, endocrine and immunological function, that's why it is very useful in diabetes and other related disorders, and it is very useful. One more system comes in autonomic, the connection between heart and brain, or connection how your autonomous or autonomic controls are. For example, our blood pressure is autonomous. I don't have to watch my blood pressure. My heart rate is being controlled regularly. It is something similar. The Vikram lander is there, it has landed autonomously. Nobody guided. Last 15 minutes, it was at its own. It knew it about it. So this human system are now being implanted into equipments, what is called autonomic computing. So this is one of the systems which is very important, which regulates your vegetative function. And in a situation like brain connects, gives a command to my heart, but my heart has its own autonomic control for survival. I will still survive. If there's a bleeding, it will control its own bleeding. So this is autonomic control, and this is what it is. And endothelium is one of the inner lining of vessels, very important for vasodilation or constriction. And this is said that if your endothelium is healthy, you are healthy. So your vascular age can be determined by endothelium, and vascular is very, very important for morbidities nowadays. You name the disease and it is happening. Whether it's diabetes, there's a dysfunction. MI, before heart attack, you get this problem in endothelium. There's a deposit and it's not functioning well. It's not dilating properly or constricting properly. That's why you see all these problems. So what has been published by Dr. Ray et al. From DIPA's in a serial manner, several publication form. DIPA's is the Defense Institute of Physiology and Allied Sciences. After Chinese war, we thought India that there should be a research in physiology for armed forces. Therefore, the DIPA's was set up, and they were studying if the yoga for application for defense. And this is one of the research which came up. It shows that yogic exercises enhance cognitive functions, which includes memory, learning, reaction time, and psychomotor skills. Very, very important for anybody, and more important for the soldier, especially in the harsh environment. So this is what it can change your anubhuti or cognition, therefore it is important. They also published later, and there were several other publications from S. Vyasa, that yogic exercise reduce negative psychological parameters, and that is anxiety, depression, stress. So if you put together anxiety, depression, and cognitive function, you will enhance your academic performance. And that's what the new generation has to learn now, those who are going into depression or some other kind of a problem, that this, if you balance your life in this way, it will work better. So I have given you some evidence that this is how it works. So once I raised a point somewhere in Allahabad, they invited me for a national international conference, and I said meditation induces relaxation. Fine. What else can induce relaxation? That is yoga. So we did some research on meditation and yoga for inducing relaxation and cognitive. So that's what the equation that I'm going to deal with today. If you know what is meditation, it's a long history, and it was a Sanskrit word from dhyan. When it went to Silk Route, Chinese Silk Route, more than 1,000 years ago, it became chain in Chinese, chain. And when it went further, it became Zen. So if you look at these words, chain and Zen and dhyan, they're actually the same word, which is because of difficulty speaking or otherwise language. So this all science has gone that what is dhyan as a capacity to relax, which you can enhance. Actually, there's a whole science where it has went from the Sanskrit to Chinese to Japanese, and that's how. Now we published a good work on how it works. This is one of the slides which taken right over here in Physiology department published in 2002, but the research was carried out in 1990, 85-90 as a part of my PhD work. So the Sanskrit says yoga shchit with nirodha. So what does it mean? That is what actually we are trying to say. So we gave to people to whom we are training meditation, and we wanted to see whether he is doing meditation or not. We wanted to quantify. So it has been proven earlier by Dr. B.K. Anand and G.S. Sinha that if you're doing meditation, you get alpha. Fine. So when you don't get meditation, what do you get? You get beta. But can I catch that moment? And we caught that moment. So before, in the beginning, what you see here, in the beginning, you see somewhere here, there is alpha, well-defined alpha. And we gave a micro switch button to a person. When he's doing meditation, he says, if you drift from meditation, if you get away from meditation, if you feel that you are not doing meditation, press the switch. And they press the micro switch. And when they press the micro switch much before, there has been a meditation which has disrupted. So it was an intrusion, or it was a disruption of my thought process when I was doing meditation. And they were told that after switching this, you start doing meditation again. So in 20 minutes, you'll find several of such intrusions or drifting in the meditation attention. And therefore, when you practice, the number comes down. So in 20 minutes, may get 20 or 30 times breaks, but after some time, it comes back. And also, we showed that the latency comes down. So within 2 seconds, they will catch it. That's what the learning is. When you do meditation again and again, you become smart enough to catch that your mind has gone away, it has wandered, bring back. And that's what the learning is. This is what clearly shows an evidence that meditative state and non-meditative state, they differ. And so this has been already published several times at several places. So what actually meditation does, it breaks the thought-related reactions, and therefore takes the burden away. Otherwise, if you have a negative thought, you will do some negative action. And that's what the problem is. If you're holding a thought, it has to be come out in form of action. That action could be cognitive, autonomic, motor, or anything. You might shout at someone, your blood pressure might raise, or you may do some scribbling negative things, you make a negative notes, something like that. So there's a cognitive set, there's a neural set which actually determines your state, cognitive, anxiety, or other, and there's a stimulus which is going, and there's a effector which is going. So actually there is a model available by which you can explain how it works for meditation in order to give you this. So meditation for health is an important topic which I have been talking about several times. So it works by psychological, autonomic, endocrine, and immunological, and it gives you relaxation, which has been known and which has been said by. Now, when you work in office or anywhere, there is a monotony or there is a tension generated depending on your target set. If you set the target, I have to finish this by this time, or your boss has said that you have to finish it, there is a tension generated. So we wrote and gave a hypothesis: meditation induces physical relaxation and enhances the cognition, a perplexing paradox. Because when I do literature search, it says you can enhance relaxation. It also says you can be more cognitively functioning, you become better performance. So we published this in Progress in Brain Research, very well cited paper. And here we prove that meditation can do both. It can relax you, and it can also enhance your cognition or capacity to take decision, or capacity to think better or memorize better. Because when you're working, suddenly you forget this. Unless the moment, you come back if you do something like that. So this is the paper which we published. And so what are the possible mechanism of the cognitive enhancement during meditation? Again, there's a lot of literature search available, and there's a long-term and short-term gains of doing meditation improve. So when you have a cognitive loss, or you think you're not able to read, then you give a sympathetic stimulation by sympathomimetic drugs, which has been known. Like caffeine is one of the examples. Strong caffeine, you keep on increasing caffeine. You keep on increasing the caffeine, and that is one of the examples. Now, when you give meditation to change cognitive performance, and which has been shown, published earlier, perhaps it's work by balancing a sympathetic and parasympathetic or sympatho inhibition. When you overexcite your brain, you're not able to remember. You're not able to remember, and therefore you come back. Therefore, I propose 3 mechanisms by which cognitive enhancement may be there during relaxation period. So if you are in the office, perhaps in the office you can take a meditation break for 5 minutes and come back to the office. Your performance is going to up. That's what I'm proposing. So an office meditation, which is otherwise you go take a coffee, you spend 15 minutes, or you go for tea or gossiping, you spend 15 minutes. I'm suggesting only for 5 minutes, and that's what. So it's an inherent cognitive restructuring. When you're under tension, you come back and give 5 minutes short, and then it's okay. The consequence of relaxation response, now you are relaxed, and therefore, and there's an autonomic link which I have described. So therefore, why not a meditation break? If you need a coffee break, let there be a meditation break. This is what the message I'm going to give during the office or during the tension hours, whenever you have, whatever you have. Or even if you have a fight for 20 minutes, give a 5 minutes break, you'll be okay. Now, that I was talking of acute scenario. Now 2 minutes I'll talk about the break. Chronic stress when it haunts. You have to break it. A chronic stress lasting for months together, weeks together, and then you start, cortisol is very high, you have all sorts of symptoms from skin to glandular or some other kind of symptoms you have. And therefore, we published some work done in last 4-5 years, the electrophysiological evidence of local sleep during Yoga Nidra. And we have conclusively proven that if you give Yoga Nidra in the morning when you think you are not okay, you could not sleep, or you think you need a relaxation for the whole day, or for the next night. You could not sleep, and the next night you will not sleep again because of the stress, long stress, and that's what we have shown. We have shown that Yoga Nidra works. It gives you a local sleep. When we sleep, the whole body sleeps, but during Yoga Nidra, there's a local phenomenon which comes up in a different part of the brain, and especially when you take a sankalpa or when you take a rotation of consciousness, you focus attention to different parts of the body, the way you do in Shavasana, some of the practices, or even in hypnosis you do it. And therefore, it actually gives you a lot of relaxation, because brain has been under stress for a long time. So if you give Yoga Nidra shots almost every day, if you have a chronic stress, it's going to take away. And that's what it works, and the result has already been published. Not only this, it also enhances the sleep functioning. So sleep diary showed improvement in sleep duration. So there was a problem, chronic stress, you don't sleep, and you relax by Yoga Nidra, and you give, and therefore you will enhance. So this all work has been published. So we need to do more research in India. I have given you some suggestions, some lead thing, and therefore, so yoga is for health. So what should I do? And that's what is there. So the yoga for health for harmony and happiness. And with that, I bring you this result. Thank you so much. Yeah, sure.
Yes, you can ask 2 questions. I think we have one person here, and you can ask them because we are running late.
It's fantastic that you have done measurements of alpha, beta, and so on. And my question to you is, have you also made an attempt to also measure positions of the shifts in the chakras, the chakra activations, the rise of the kundalini, or the experiences of sound and light, and so on and beyond? Have you made any attempts?
I have not done that.
Acha.
So maybe in future.
Shall we do it together?
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Sir, you have just spoken about meditation break, which is very interesting, and I think it will be very fruitful. I have suggested similar to the government that yoga break, so that they can practice anyone can practice chair yoga while being in office. Have you, ever?
Yeah, so I do it every time. If you come to my office, I do it. So it should be done. Thank you so much. And it should be done. You have to balance it. Like somebody should not do yoga. There was a cartoon saying, when boss comes here, he's doing something and he says, I'm doing yoga. 30 minutes. No. So that kind of a balance has to find out. You have to have very minuscule modules, like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. And so, thank you.
So I could not find a lot of like chair yoga asanas, which can be done wearing a suit,
They are. You can talk to me. You have my email.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah. So one last question, and then we shift to the next speaker.
The latest that I hear about asanas and exercise, the difference between the two. They say that asanas are more on muscular and skeletal system, and yoga is more on endocrine system. Similarly, the pranayama is not a breathing exercise, but it works more on the vital energy. Have you been looking at things from this angle also?
Correct. You are 100% correct. When we do a component analysis and when we try to see it, like during the breathing exercise and other things, we have recorded the brain blood flow, and it changes differentially. So in fact, that's why when I gave a talk about exercise, and then they say there's a big basket available. We have enormous capacity, different capacity, endurance, we have flexibility, we have cognitive capacity, we have different type of. So when you combine asanas, yoga, exercise, everything put together, you get more advantage. Therefore, this came up for the army personnel. Army personnel are very fit otherwise. No problem, they can do it. But when it comes to flexibility and some other cognitive and stress, then yoga comes. So you are right, they have a different component. And you can do component analysis in terms of input and output level. Thank you so much. Thank you for the nice.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak, for this excellent talk. And it's important, I think, since we have so many students here, they take the message that we don't have to wait for doing meditation when we are sick. We should start it when we are healthy so that we increase our concentration, cognition, attention, and learning, and achieve better scores of health as well as performing in our studies. Thank you, Dr. Deepak, again. And now I hand over the stage to Dr.
So thank you once again, Dr. Deepak. We have our next speaker, Dr. Bharat Shah. I had the pleasure of interacting with Dr. Bharat Shah for over half an hour, and I can say that he walks his talk. He is a true representation of what he's going to share. Dr. Bharat Shah, please, kindly share your thoughts on excellence in healthcare, please, and the role of meditation or meditative practices.
Namaste. Respected chair, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It's a pleasure to be here, rather honor and privilege. Thank you the entire team, specifically Dr. Kocher, for inviting me. I am not a researcher, neither am I an academician. I am a clinician. But what has led my practice in my practice from a allopathic pediatrician to naturopathy based holistic health practitioner, I would like to share my journey, and probably it might be helpful to the doctors present here and the students present here. Can I have my presentation, please? Adiya. Sorry for the interruption. It will be useful to talk with the presentation. AIIMS conference. Thank you. This is a center where I work. It is a naturopathy-based holistic health practice. That is what we are doing there. It's an indoor hospital. I would like to share a couple of concepts. And since there is short of time, I would not like to go into details of the concepts, but I will just go through the concepts, and please, my request is to connect the dots so that I can convey whatever I want to convey. The theme today is excellence in healthcare. So when I started my practice as a pediatrician, I was thinking, what best can I do for my patients? And when I realized that whatever I was doing was not, up to the mark. So I started thinking, healthcare for whom? Of course, we are doctors, we are not veterinary doctors. So it is basically for human being. But who this human being is? Who are you and who am I? Are we just the physical body? Many people have talked in the earlier sessions also that we are not just the physical body. Our Indian knowledge system says that we are much more than our physical body. We have a subtle body and we have a causal body also. And our practice in allopathy, by and large, focuses on the physical body. So how we are going to achieve excellence in healthcare if we ignore the subtle and causal body? Second concept, I would like to, I will be shifting the gears to just enumerate certain concepts, and please connect the dots. We all know physiology of stress, physiology of thoughts and emotions. And in this department of physiology, they know much more than I can speak, probably much more than I can understand also. But we definitely know that our thoughts and emotions, they change neurotransmitters, neuropeptides, hormones, they change the autonomic nervous system, and they change the signaling from the brain centers. And brain is the biggest pharmacy. I should have written here probably brain and gut, they are the biggest pharmacy. And the most important thing is it is open 24 hours a day. Even during our sleep, even during our dreams, there are thoughts, there are emotions, and keep on changing our biology. The third concept I would like to talk about is negativity bias. We all have negativity bias in our brain. Negative thoughts, negative emotions, negative experience, they stick like a Velcro and they go on repeating it. We relive those negative moments, and positive thoughts, positive experiences, positive emotions slip out like a Teflon. So, and we all have this. This is to help our survival. The nature has put negativity bias in our brain. Another concept is neurons that fire together, wire together. So when there is a negativity bias and all these negative thoughts and emotions go on repeating in our brain, these negative circuits gets hardwired. And we do need to have conscious, willful and consistent efforts to change the negative circuit to a positive circuit. Whether it is possible, because no one wants to be angry, no one wants to have fear, no one wants to have guilt in their feelings. But is it possible to change? And the modern neuroscience says, yes, it is possible to change. We have a concept of neuroplasticity, and the kind of stimulation that we give to our brain, our existence, it definitely changes it changes the functioning of the brain. I have a short 2-minute video that explains neuroplasticity excellently, and it will help motivate us to practice something to change the negativity bias to positivity. Is there any internet connection? I don't think so. It is playing here.
Sujata, just help.
Yeah.
Many scientists believe that the brain did not change after childhood, that it was hardwired and fixed by the time we became adults. But recent advances in only the last decade now tell us that this is simply not true. The brain can and does change throughout our lives. It is adaptable, like plastic. Hence, neuroscientists call this neuroplasticity. How does neuroplasticity work? If you think of your brain as a dynamic, connected power grid, there are billions of pathways or roads lighting up every time you think, feel, or do something. Some of these roads are well traveled. These are our habits, our established ways of thinking, feeling, and doing. Every time we think in a certain way, practice a particular task, or feel a specific emotion, we strengthen this road. It becomes easier for our brains to travel this pathway. Say we think about something differently, learn a new task, or choose a different emotion. We start carving out a new road. If we keep traveling that road, our brains begin to use this pathway more, and this new way of thinking, feeling, or doing becomes second nature. The old pathway gets used less and weakens. This process of rewiring the brain by forming new connections and weakening old ones is neuroplasticity in action. The good news is that we all have the ability to learn and change by rewiring our brains. If you have ever changed a bad habit or thought about something differently, you have carved a new pathway in your brain and experienced neuroplasticity firsthand. With repeated and directed attention towards your desired change, you can rewire your brain.
So we all have possibility to change the negative circuit to the positive. And when we change it to the positive, we know what happens. Many people have talked about the benefits of meditation on psychological functions and psychological dysfunction also. It reduces stress, anxiety. It is useful in depression. It helps in patients with substance use disorders. It improves sleep and helps in insomnia. It improves attention span and useful in treatment of ADHD. It reduces pain perception and useful in many conditions where we have pain, including cancers. There are many references if you Google. I don't need to see it here, show it here and waste your time. On physical front, so to say physical, there is no physical, I mean, we can't make differentiation between exactly the physical and mind and emotions and all that. But on physical fronts, in various diseases, the meditation is useful in reducing blood pressure and useful in management of cardiovascular disorders. It is useful to reduce chronic inflammation, and we know most of the diseases today, chronic disorders, the root cause lies at the inflammation, including for the cancers and diabetes and many other things. It is useful for the improvement of immunological functions and can be useful in treatment of autoimmune disorders. It is useful to improve our eating behavior and useful for treatment of obesity as well. And we also know that meditation helps in healthy gene expression. Over and above the use of meditation in treatment of various diseases, physical or psychological, it is also useful for improvement in our own personality. People have talked about it. I won't go into details. Moreover, when our personality improves, it also improves doctor-patient relationships. So, I would like to say a couple of concluding remarks. Meditation is no cost, easily accessible, almost free and yet powerful tool for enhancing physical, psychological, emotional and spiritual well-being, both for the patients as well as for the caregivers, and it can also improve doctor-patient relationship. I have written here the word meditation, but it does not limit to just meditation. There are many various tools, and the various tools that we apply in our Kendra, our hospital, for treatment of patients in the field of psycho-emotional health is yoga, breathing awareness, progressive muscular relaxation. We motivate or rather give ask patient to cultivate love and gratitude as part of treatment. We ask them to practice forgiveness, Ho'oponopono meditation. Some of you might have heard about it. It's wonderful meditation to improve interpersonal relationships. We also use this as a tool. We also use loving kindness meditation as one of the tools for the treatment of patients. And when we use this kind of approach, we have wonderful good experience. I would like to share just one case study here. There was a lady in her 40s, well educated. Just 2 minutes, please. Well educated. She was a class 1 government servant. She was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. And when she was taking treatment from a rheumatologist, she was on disease modifying drugs as well as anti-inflammatory agents. She came at our Kendra. We analyzed her, took the history in detail, and we found that the root cause of her problem was in the psychological and emotional stress that she was suffering in her family. It was a joint family, and the issues from the relationship of her with her in-laws was quite bad, and that was causing the problem. So we, apart from giving her dietary change and certain basic naturopathic treatments, she could not get admitted. She was busy. We just started the treatment on outdoor basis. We also advise her yoga, Sukshma Kriyas with breathing awareness, PMR. We ask her to cultivate love and gratitude. We prescribe her Ho'oponopono meditation, and we help her to develop assertiveness without developing negativity. And it really helped her. Over a period of few months, her pain started reducing. we gradually reduce the dose of medicines, both anti-inflammatory as well as disease-modifying drugs. And within a period of 6 months, she was off the medicine. She was cured of the disease. Not only she was cured of the disease, but she complimented us that her disease was cured, but she also learned to live a happy and loving, she had a happy and loving relationship with her in-laws. So that is what is required as a doctors. What is required here is whether we are treating just the physical or psychological ailments. Are we going to use disease as enemy, because we are trained in allopathy that use disease as enemy, or are we going to use disease as opportunity to evolve ourselves? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shah. That was a wonderful presentation. And I think if there are no questions, we have one of our esteemed, sorry, do we have a question, Dr. Shah? There's a question for you. Yeah, please use the microphone.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. My question is, rephrasing what was said by an eminent doctor from Tata Cancer Hospital, that the highest level of proficiency in any profession is to become dispensable. So, what is the sum total of a performance of the medical sector, the entire medical ecosystem, when diseases are rising? The fraudulent claims about health and longevity in the past 100 years, when medical sector has become a Trojan horse for depopulating humanity and bringing it to extinction, why are we only talking about, curing? Why are we not making doctors accountable for prevention and, really hold them hard, in all transparency and accountability? Thank you.
Yeah. Good point, sir, that you have raised. See, basically WHO says that even for treatment of diseases, for prevention of the diseases, if we just follow the healthy lifestyle, 80% of the many of chronic disorders, including heart disease, 80% of diabetes and 80% of stroke can be prevented, and 40% of cancer can be prevented. Even we just talk about treating the disorders, now lifestyle management is the mainstay of therapy. And there are simple tools. We need to talk about diet, we need to talk about proper exercise, we need to talk about proper rest and sleep and relaxation, and all these are free tools. Why we are not using it? Our medical system needs to understand this and put it into practice so that we can reduce the load on the medical, tertiary care hospitals, as well as people can enjoy their healthy life.
Yeah, Dr. Vijay Shah, that's very welcome and very heartening. Yet, the entire perverse incentive of the medical system to wait for, more disease, customer loyalty, and, the very sad incident of people who are dead, put on artificial ventilators for days along. Why haven't anybody, whistleblowers in the entire medical fraternity, when there is so much, mounting evidence, cared about paying doctors to keep the community healthy? So my solution, which I put forth to AIIMS, to panel of doctors several times, is that stop paying doctors to treat disease. Let every doctor take accountability of 100 households, number one, and every household pays a subscription amount. And if there is anybody falling ill, then the doctor should bear the burden of making them healthy again, number one. Number two, the fatal flaw of the medical system, whether we talk about integrative or allopathy or whatever, is that the referral mechanism goes from a general physician to a specialist. When you are saying that, neuroplasticity and everything is interconnected, it should actually go to a panel of interdisciplinary experts, whether it is a sleep, lack of sleep, or whether it's a financial distress, or there is a relationship issue, whether there is a solistalgia, maybe water pollution or air pollution. So the whole entire referral mechanism of sending it to specialty and super specialty, and the entire bloody hell medical ecosystem is designed on super specialty. And you are trying to make yoga and neuroplasticity as another layer of that super specialty without challenging the fundamentals, the whole framework of, so we are only talking about band-aid. We are talking about, cosmetic treatment to what the entire facade of, medical ecosystem has collapsed. It has exploded. And yet, shameless people like Dr. Randeep Guleria, who on my witness, I'm a complainant to an incident in which Sant Gopal Das was abducted from this premise. And I'm very happy that Dr. Srinivas has come in, who's a human being. That guy was a Dracula. He was a monster who is not in Tihar jail.
So we can talk about it later. Just 1 minute. I would just like to...
We understand, sir, but these conflicts need not be disturbed.
No, I would like to end this session by just telling you that we need more such interactions where we talk about health and any modalities which are going to prevent the onset of diseases and help us to manage health better. And definitely by increasing awareness on how to manage health, not just increasing your lifespan, but also increasing your health span is the answer. And meditation and yoga hold the key for that. And I think that is why this conference has been organized, and we should be thankful. And I think if we can spread this amongst our friends, our colleagues, that's how we can lay the foundation for what you want. And the rest you can discuss later.
Just 1 minute, ma'am. Just 1 minute. Since just now mentioned prevention.
Dr. Lubna will take questions later. Please, we have another session coming up. I apologize for this, but we have another session.
We have one esteemed guest here, Dr. Raghavendra Rao, who would like to share a few words.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Bharat.
Thank you, Dr. Bharat.
I won't be the person to stop you from lunch. So I'll just take 2 minutes of my time. Yeah. So we are all in an era where we are looking at pills to cure the disease. But now we have come to a stage where we have seen the disease lingering for long. These are all chronic diseases. You call it as diabetes, hypertension, cancer or whatnot. They are there to stay. And this is because of our lifestyle. And unless we take care of our lifestyle, as our previous speakers put up in this particular session, we will not be able to take care of this disease at all. Now, very important aspect of this is when many people may agree to this, may not agree to this. We may say do yoga for diabetes, we may say do yoga for cancer. People may laugh. A section of people may laugh, section of people may not agree at all. A section of people will partially agree and some of them will fully agree. I'll give you a small example of cancer patients where I worked with cancer hospitals for the last 30 years. We did a survey on cancer patients who were taking first line of cancer. These are early stage cancer patients who had a primary directed treatment of surgery, chemotherapy and radiation. Just did a survey among them. So about more than 1,800 patients were seen across 4 different cancer hospitals, Mumbai, Bangalore, Mysore, as well as in Delhi. And what was interesting was 32% of these cancer patients took recourse to some form of therapy or other than allopathy. They took Reiki, they took Ayurveda, they took homeopathy, they took yoga, meditation and whatnot, spiritual healing as well. Out of these 32%, 65% of them did not tell their doctor they are taking it. It was not even told to their doctor who was a treating physician that they are taking this so-and-so homeopathy, they are taking so-and-so Ayurveda, they are taking so-and-so medicines or other pills apart from their normal cancer-directed treatment. Now what is happening here? Is it a lack of trust of the patients with the doctor? Is it that they have fear that the doctor may say not to take these things? Or is it that they don't have trust on the doctors or on the allopathy medicine itself? We don't know those. And what came out from this study was that the lack of distress among the patients and doctors was so much because it's a long-standing treatment. There is no cure to it. It is a chronic kind of a disease, and it is a trajectory of the disease is for a long term, right? And when this was going on in their minds, they are looking for cures everywhere. So when that is there, there's where all our different types of pathies have to come together and to work together as an integrated mainstream. And for doing that, you need to also develop proper evidence. Some of them may not really work. And if you're giving something to the patient which doesn't work, that's also criminal. Because you are seeing that you say this is working, so it may even motivate the patient to not take that particular treatment and not take the right treatment. That's also wrong. So we need to take the right treatment and right evidence-based treatment. And only for doing that, we need to develop good amount of research evidence. And fortunately, among all the Ayush systems, we have yoga, which has got robust evidence, and it also got into the guideline document. You go to American Society for Clinical Oncology documents or Society for Integrative Oncology document. Yoga is now is coming as a guideline document for managing fatigue in breast cancer patients, managing anxiety, depression in cancer patients, managing chemotherapy-induced nausea, vomiting in cancer patients. Similarly, AHA, if you look at meditation, has come into the guideline document for heart disease patients. Look at American Diabetes Association, now they are looking at self-management of diabetes. They are bringing about physical activity recommendations in diabetes. So simple example, what we also have to do now is to go deeper into research, get robust evidence. People now ask a simple question, which a diabetes patient comes to me, I got diabetes, my blood glucose is 200 milligram per deciliter, I will do yoga and naturopathy, I don't want to take medicines. Is it right for us to give that advice like that? Because if you look at the research there and look at the papers, they say by using yoga intervention for 8 weeks, 5 days a week, 40 minutes daily, your blood glucose can come down by around 50 to 80 milligram per deciliter. Now this is 200 milligram per deciliter fasting blood glucose. Still it's way beyond our reach. So you can bring down the blood glucose along with medications. And that is where we need to give proper evidence, pragmatic evidence, where we get measurable indicators of effect of yoga or meditation and integrate them with the particular condition or scenario where you can get the maximum benefit to the patients. And this is what integrative medicine is all about. And if you look at National Center for Complementary Alternative Medicine, this is from NIH, it was formed in 1994. It has been rechristened now as National Center for Integrative Health in 2014. So we have come a long way from alternative, the other cures or undefined cures or illogical cures we call it as, or unproven cures, to integrative health where we have evidence for it. And this is the era of integrative medicine, integrative health, and nobody is going to stop that because public is the one who is looking for cures, looking for solutions to the problems. And people are more aware today with the internet all around. They have their own Google Mata, doctors also they have. They use that as well. They use everything in their power to find solutions to their own problems. That being the case, trying to develop the right kind of evidence, trying to really try to educating them properly in the right kind of things on what to look for. Because that also can be a problem. Google doctor can also be a problem, no doubt. Because so many things are there in your Google, so many claims are there, fraudulent claims are there. So educating them properly with the right kind of approach, with proper evidence is required today. And I just want to stop this speech of mine because I want to take more time of yours. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Raghavendra ji. Thank you.
Thank you. I now request Dr. Reema Dada to please felicitate Dr. K.K. Deepak ji. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Jayji to please felicitate Dr. Bharat Shah ji. Thank you, JJ. I call upon Dr. K.K. Deepakji to please felicitate Dr. Reema Datan. A heartful round of applause and thank you to the esteemed speakers for sharing their profound insights. And now I would call upon the next participants and speakers of the next panel discussion. So before we break for lunch, we have one more panel discussion, so I would request Dr. Anand Biradar ji, Brahmakumari Vidyarthi ji, Dr. Sunita Dubey, Subhash Giri ji and Dr. Ajay Chaudhary to please come up on the stage to conduct the next plenary session, which is on hope, healing and health. Dr. Anant Biradar, born to Sri Digambar Rao Biradar in R. Gaundagaon district, Bidar of Karnataka. After completing school education, Anant Biradar started his graduation in B. Pharma from Gulbarga University from 1995 to 96. After completing his graduation, he pursued a master's degree from Jain Vishwabharati Deemed University in Yoga Science of Living. Anant Biradarji's education qualifications continued as he joined for doctors in naturopathy in New Delhi from the All India Nature Cure Federation. He also opted for the yoga therapy orientation course from the Vivekananda Kendra in Bangalore. He also has earned a Reiki Grade 2 degree from the Reiki Peace Foundation in New Delhi. Along with this, he has a diploma in yoga naturopathy from the Gandhi National Academy of Naturopathy, Rajghat, New Delhi. Apart from all this, he also is the national president of the International Naturopathy Organization, and he's a member of National Board for Promotion Development of Yoga and Naturopathy, Ministry of AIIMS, in the governing body also. He is also the trustee and vice chairman of the Surya Foundation, former national co-convener of BJP Naturopathy Cell, founder president of JP Health, Pune, Sanskar Foundation in Pune, Sanskar Primary School and Swami Vivekananda School in Pune. He has been the recipient of awards, the Rajdhani Gaurav Award at Delhi, Naturopathy Icon of India at Mumbai, Rashtriya Ratna Puraskar at Udaipur, Yog Shiromani at Delhi, Gold Disc International Award at Faridabad. So, ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Dr. Anant Biradar.
I'll just introduce the panelists first. D.K. Vidatri is a multifaceted individual. She embodies the roles of an engineer, a medalist, a professional, and an artist. Her journey took a profound turn when she discovered the true purpose of life in spirituality, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to the cause of humanity. Her friendly and ever-learning attitude has enriched with a broad perspective of life. Her spiritual awakening led her to the Brahma Kumari's World Spiritual University in 2008, where she pursued her B.Tech. Her commitment to spirituality led her to voluntarily resign from IBM to serve the community by imparting spiritual knowledge, particularly Raj Yoga meditation. She conducts corporate training sessions on diverse topics, bridging science and spirituality, providing inspirational leadership, stress management, and many more. Her talks are several. She has been speaking very frequently, I suppose, on various subjects and various forums. So we look forward to a very enriching presentation by our panelists. I request Shri Dr. Anand Biradra to please present his subject.
एक बार जितने लोग यहाँ पर बचे हैं तो कमर सीधी करके एक बार ओम का उच्चारण करेंगे। उसके बाद हम भोजन के लिए भी जाना है, 2 स्पीकर भी है और टाइम भी हमें बताया गया है। तो कमर सीधी, सभी जैसे भी बैठे कमर सीधी करके, कुछ लोग बातचीत भी कर रहे उधर, डॉक्टर, होम्योपैथी। तो एक बार कमर सीधी करके आंख कोमलता से बंद करते हुए गहरी सांस लेते हुए 3 बार ओम का उच्चारण करेंगे। आंखें बंद, दोनों हाथ का घर्षण करते हुए कोमलता से अपने चेहरे के ऊपर हार्टफुलनेस इंस्टीट्यूट, एम्स और ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ आयुर्वेद, ये अपने अपने क्षेत्र में बहुत उत्कृष्ट काम करने वाली, हेल्थ केयर में विशेष काम करने वाले संस्थान है। आज लगता है कि पहली बार मेडिटेशन, मेडिसिन ऐसे एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय के ऊपर साइंटिफिक कॉन्फ्रेंस रखा गया है। और इस कार्य के लिए, इस आयोजन के लिए, इस आयोजन में जितने भी लोगों ने अपना योगदान दिया है, इन सभी को मैं वंदन करता हूं और अभिनंदन करता हूं। और आज का ये सब्जेक्ट, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का थीम है कि हेल्थ केयर के लिए उन्होंने लिखा है ह्यूमन वैल्यूज एंड स्पिरिचुअलिटी। और मेरा सब्जेक्ट है ह्यूमन वैल्यू और स्पिरिचुअलिटी किसके कारण बढ़ सकता है, ये आएगा कहां से, ये सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है। और आज यहां पर ब्रह्म कुमारी संस्थान है, हार्टफुलनेस है, या अलग अलग संस्थान है, वो सभी मिलकर यही काम करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। और मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि जिस प्रकार से इस सब्जेक्ट को लेकर एक एशिया का सबसे बड़ा एलोपैथी का ऑथेंटिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, जहां पर अनेक वर्षों से अनुसंधान होता है और यहां से देश के लिए दिशा निर्देश स्वास्थ्य के लिए मिलता है। किसी भाई साहब ने डॉक्टर गुलेरिया जी के बारे में कुछ बोला, लेकिन उसी गुलेरिया सर ने कोविड के दौरान पूरा देश के लोगों को कोविड के बारे में जानकारी, डायरेक्शन देने वाले व्यक्ति गुलेरिया जी थे। हम यहां पर किसी की कमी ढूंढने के लिए नहीं आए, हम एक पॉजिटिव काम करने के लिए आए हैं। और इसीलिए परम पूज्य कमलेश भाई पटेल जी के चरणों में वंदन करता हूं, क्योंकि इतने कम समय में मैं देखता हूं कि देश के कोने कोने में हार्टफुलनेस के कई सकारात्मक एक्टिविटी देश भर में हो रहे हैं। और आज जिस संस्थान में आप बैठे हैं, जिसके कारण हार्टफुलनेस आया, जिसके कारण आईएनओ आया, जिसके कारण नेचुरोपैथी के डॉक्टर आए, जिसके कारण स्पिरिचुअल हीलर्स यहां पर आए हैं, तो ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म देने के लिए आज के डेट में डॉक्टर केपी कोचर मैडम और डॉक्टर राजकुमार यादव जी है, जिनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। मैं चाहूंगा उन दोनों के लिए बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। और इसके पहले भी डॉक्टर के दीपक सर का आपके सामने बहुत ही अच्छा योग के ऊपर सत्र हुआ, और इसके पहले डॉक्टर एमसी मनचंदा जी थे, और इसके पूर्व डॉक्टर बिजलानी जी थे। उन लोगों ने, अब मेरे सामने, मैं तो 30 साल से दिल्ली में हूं और 30 साल से तो मैं देख रहा हूं, तो इतना प्रयास किए यहां पर इस मॉडर्न मेडिसिन के साथ साथ ये स्पिरिचुअल हीलिंग या जो भारतीय चिकित्सा पद्धति है, इसको इंटीग्रेट करने का प्रयास उन सभी लोगों ने किया। जैसा मैं माननीय मंत्री जी के सामने एक बात बोला कि हमारा नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी का मिशन सफल हुआ, चंद्र के ऊपर मिसाइल छोड़कर वो सभी स्टडी करेंगे। इसी प्रकार का यहां पर मैं ये कहना चाहूंगा, पिछले 30 साल से तो मैं देख रहा हूं, और उसके पहले भी मेरे जैसे कई लोग प्रयास किए होंगे कि इस संस्थान के माध्यम से आयुष सिस्टम का योग, नेचुरोपैथी या स्पिरिचुअलिटी, इसके बारे में यहां पर कोई ना कोई काम होना चाहिए, और उस काम को आज सफलता मिली है, और आने वाले दिनों में भी और जरूर हम अच्छा काम करेंगे ऐसा लगता है। और 2014 से मैं देखता हूं जो आयुष मंत्रालय बना, सरकार बनते ही 9 महीने भी होने नहीं दिया, और 9वें महीने में, सरकार बनने के 9वें महीने में नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने स्वतंत्र आयुष मंत्रालय बनाकर देश में भारतीय चिकित्सा पद्धति का श्री गणेश किया। एक उसको ऊंचा उठाने का कार्य नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने किया। और इसके साथ साथ अभी अभी गुजरात जामनगर में ग्लोबल सेंटर फॉर ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, यानी जितने हम यहां पर लोग बैठे हैं, कई लोग हम जानते हैं घर में घरेलू नुस्खे, या जो भी अलग अलग स्टेट में आप झारखंड जाइए, वहां पर ट्रेडिशनल एक ट्रीटमेंट की पद्धति अलग है, कुछ ना कुछ एक देशी चिकित्सा पद्धति वहां पर होती है। कहीं जगह पर हीलिंग स्पिरिचुअलिटी के माध्यम से होती है। गुजरात में जाते हैं तो वहां पर एक अलग प्रकार का कोई ना कोई मिलता है। कश्मीर में हम जाते हैं, लद्दाख साइड में अलग एक चिकित्सा पद्धति है, ओडिशा में है, बिहार में है, कर्नाटक में है, केरल में है। अलग अलग देश के कोने कोने में जो हीलिंग पावर है, ये हमारे घर पर ही है। एलोपैथी के हम अनेक चिकित्सक आए हैं, मैं क्षमा चाहूंगा, मुझसे बहुत विद्वान लोग सामने बैठे हैं आप लोग, लेकिन जो भारतीय चिकित्सा पद्धति आज से नहीं, जब से सृष्टि बनी है तब से है। और आज मैं कहना चाहूंगा आने वाले दिनों में इस कैंपस में इसी प्रकार के अलग अलग प्रकार के कार्यक्रम जरूर होते रहेंगे। और हमारे बीच में आज डायरेक्टर CCRYN भी आ गए थे, डायरेक्टर आयुर्वेद इंस्टीट्यूट भी आए थे, जो वो जिस इंस्टीट्यूट के नेसरी मैडम डायरेक्टर है वो भी हमारे अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के समय, उस समय तो नेचुरोपैथी योग आयुष का कुछ नहीं था, तो पहली बार हेल्थ मिनिस्ट्री के अंदर जो नेचुरोपैथी योग का काम हुआ करता था, उस समय उनको लगा तो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ आयुष सेपरेट बनाया, और जिस प्रकार का ये नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट एलोपैथी का है, उसी प्रकार का ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ आयुर्वेद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री उस समय के अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने बनाया। और तब से आज तक ये प्रयास सरकार का भी चल रहा है। मुझे बड़ी अच्छी लगती बात, नरेंद्र भाई आने के पहले, उन्होंने पहले ही प्रधानमंत्री बनने के पहले उनके स्वास्थ्य के बारे में उनका विजन क्लियर किया था। कई लोगों को मालूम होगा कि सिकनेस से हमें वेलनेस की ओर जाने की जरूरत है, इसीलिए एलोपैथी के साथ साथ आयुर्वेद के साथ साथ नेचुरोपैथी, योग और ये भारतीय चिकित्सा पद्धति का ज्ञान हमें घर घर तक पहुंचाने की आवश्यकता है, तभी हम स्वस्थ भारत का सपना साकार कर सकते हैं। और जैसा आप सभी जानते हैं, इस दिशा में भारत सरकार बहुत कुछ काम कर रही है, और आने वाले दिनों में यहां पर भी बहुत कुछ आपको देखने को मिलेगा। और ये आज का कॉन्फ्रेंस मुझे लगता है कि ऐतिहासिक रहेगा। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद जरूर जिस प्रकार से एलोपैथी का बहुत कुछ अच्छी अच्छी बातें एम्स से हमें देखने को मिलते हैं, इसी प्रकार का आने वाले दिनों में नेचुरोपैथी, योग, मेडिटेशन, अलग अलग प्रकार के एक्टिविटी यहां पर हमें देखने को मिलेगा। मेरा सब्जेक्ट जो फास्टिंग है, तो मैं तो बहुत कुछ सोच के आया था, लेकिन मुझे मालूम भी था आज क्या क्या होने वाला है, किसको कितना टाइम मिलेगा, क्या हो सकता है। बीच में मंत्री जी आएंगे, हमारे भरत भाई शाह इतनी दूर से आए हैं, बहुत कुछ स्टडी वो लेके आए थे। और मैंने भी, क्योंकि नेचुरोपैथी के साथ मैं पिछले 30 साल से जुड़ा हूं, मैं खुद प्रैक्टिशनर डॉक्टर नहीं हूं, लेकिन नेचुरोपैथी का स्वैट एनालिसिस यानी देश को स्वास्थ्य के लिए जो आवश्यकता है उसकी स्टडी मैंने बहुत किया। तो आज नेचुरोपैथी में 5 एलिमेंट है, मिट्टी, पानी, धूप, हवा, सब रोगों की यही दवा। यानी 5 एलिमेंट से हम करते, उसमें एक तत्व है आकाश तत्व, दैट इज कॉल्ड फास्टिंग। और फास्टिंग का वैज्ञानिक लाभ कैसा करना चाहिए, कब करना चाहिए, किन किन रोगों में करना चाहिए, किन किन रोगों में नहीं करना चाहिए, और उपवास के बारे में जो मिथ्स है, कई बारे में मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग है, वो कैसा कैसा होना चाहिए, इसके लिए मैंने 6 महीने का फेलोशिप कोर्स किया आयुष मंत्रालय। एक कोर्स भी मंत्रालय की तरफ से मैंने स्टार्ट भी करवाया, मैं खुद स्टूडेंट बना उसका, क्योंकि ये सभी चीजें अलग अलग लोगों को मालूम रहना चाहिए। ब्रह्म कुमारी संस्थान वाले हैं, अभी उनको फास्टिंग के बारे में डिटेल समझना है, केवल एक सेमिनार में आधा घंटा 1 घंटा बात करने से समझ में आएगा। तो इस प्रकार का एवेन्यूज खुलना चाहिए नेचुरोपैथी, योग और मेडिटेशन, स्पिरिचुअलिटी के लिए। तो भारत सरकार का पहली बार वो फेलोशिप स्टार्ट किया गांधीयन फिलॉसफी के ऊपर, जिसमें नेचुरोपैथी के अलग अलग सब्जेक्ट है। मैंने वहां पर 6 महीने तक रहकर ये फास्टिंग के ऊपर मैंने बहुत स्टडी किया, और उसके पहले भी सूर्या फाउंडेशन के माध्यम से हमने, जयप्रकाश अग्रवाल जी जो हमारे चेयरमैन है, वो एक बार 20 दिन का जल उपवास पर रहे, फास्टिंग, वाटर फास्टिंग, पहले तो 2 दिन 3 दिन करते हुए हमने देखा था, हमने भी किया था। और जब वो 20 दिन का उपवास किए पानी पर, उपवास उन्होंने इसलिए किया था कि सरकार नेचुरोपैथी योग के ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहिए, इसलिए 12 जगह सत्याग्रह के माध्यम से कुछ करे, इसीलिए 20 दिन का उन्होंने जल उपवास किया। तो उस समय मुझे फास्टिंग 20 दिन उनके साथ करने का मौका नहीं मिला, क्योंकि मैं केवल कोऑर्डिनेशन में था ऑल ओवर इंडिया में। तो मुझे बाद में करने का मौका मिला, और हमारा बालाजी निरोगधाम नेचुरोपैथी का हॉस्पिटल है, 100 बेडेड हॉस्पिटल है, वहां पर हमने फास्टिंग करते हुए कराते हुए, और N9 में नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ नेचुरोपैथी जो है वहां पर करते हुए देखा है। उसके बारे में जो मेरे थीसिस वर्क है, मैं इस मंच के माध्यम से मैं आज कहना चाहता हूं, ये क्योंकि आधे घंटे में समझ में नहीं आएगा। ये थीसिस का एक PDF बनाकर आज के इस कार्यक्रम में जितने भी लोग आए हैं उन सभी के लिए हम ईमेल प्रोवाइड करेंगे, क्योंकि इस सेमिनार कॉन्फ्रेंस में थोड़ा ऐसा होता है, लेकिन ये PDF हम आपको भेजेंगे, तो उसके माध्यम से आप फास्टिंग को अच्छे ढंग से समझ सकते हैं। और मैं लास्ट को एक बात कहते हुए मैं समाप्त करूंगा मैडम, कि यहां पर के जो डायरेक्टर श्रीनिवास जी, वो कर्नाटक से है, और यहां के जो डायरेक्टर दूसरे राघवेंद्र राव आए थे, वो भी कर्नाटक के हैं। और यहां पर अभी मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि केंद्रीय मंत्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी, जब इस सेमिनार के बारे में हम बात करने गए, 5 मिनट का हमने अपॉइंटमेंट लिया था। 5 मिनट सर, आपको केवल इनविटेशन कार्ड देना है। तो जब इस सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर हमारी बात शुरू हुई, और उस कैबिनेट मंत्री ने 45 मिनट नॉन स्टॉप कंटिन्यू बात किए, ताकि उसी समय उनकी दूसरी गवर्निंग बॉडी की मीटिंग थी, उन सभी लोगों को नीचे बिठाकर इस सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से बात किए। और इसीलिए वो नहीं आ पाए, तो अपने दूसरे मंत्री को आज यहां पर भेज दिया। यानी इस सब्जेक्ट के प्रति सरकार, उनकी पॉलिसी बहुत पॉजिटिव है। ये सभी चीज को अगर हम घर घर तक पहुंचाना चाहते हैं, यहां पर बैठे हुए हर व्यक्ति का कर्तव्य है। काम करते समय हर व्यक्ति गलती हो सकती है, लेकिन मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा, ये कॉन्फ्रेंस तभी सार्थक है, इसके माध्यम से यहां पर एम्स हॉस्पिटल में कुछ ना कुछ एक बड़ा एक्टिविटी, रिसर्च एक्टिविटी यहां पर हो। और मंत्री जी ने भी कमिटमेंट किया है कि रिसर्च के लिए भी वो प्रोविजन करके देंगे, मेडिसिनल प्लान के लिए भी प्रोविजन यहां पर आयुष मंत्रालय की तरफ से करके देंगे। तो मुझे यहां पर आमंत्रित करने के लिए मैं हार्टफुलनेस का बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच अशोक बिरादर जी। और अब मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी सिस्टर विधात्री जी को टू प्लीज कम एंड शेयर हर गोल्डन वर्ड्स।
ओम शांति। सभी सुनते सुनते थक गए होंगे, एक बार सभी मिलकर बोलेंगे ओम शांति। We are dealing with a very crucial topic in the field of healthcare, medicine and meditation. But there's a very striking similarity and origin between the two. And the topic that we are discussing right now is also a part of that similarity: hope, healing, and health. Whenever you see a car which has a doctor in it, whenever you see a clinic of a doctor, what is one symbol that you always see and you always recognize the presence of doctor with that symbol? That is a plus sign. What is the plus sign to do with healthcare? Plus is positivity, plus is addition, adding value. Adding value in the terms of hope, adding hope that everything will be all right. So healing starts from the moment you arise that hope in the patients, in people who have come to you. The moment a doctor listens to the patient and does the counseling, healing starts. And this aspect must not be ignored, because corporate hospitals, doctors falling short of time to attend patients. Morning 10 o'clock, I was speaking to a cardiologist and he said, Didi, मैं अभी तक 10 ओपन हार्ट सर्जरीज कर चुका हूँ. 10 बजे तक 10 ओपन हार्ट सर्जरीज कर चुका हूँ. मैंने मन प्रे किया, because I personally know that cardiologist, so I know his efficiency and his care. But मैंने मन प्रे किया कि डॉक्टर्स के लिए कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है मेडिटेशन. हम सिर्फ इसलिए नहीं सुन रहे हैं मेडिटेशन को कि हमें पेशेंट्स को कराना है, हमारे लिए भी कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है, हमारी हीलिंग खुद कितनी इम्पोर्टेंट है. एंड the meaning of the word meditation and medication, both of these words come from Latin root medere. I'm sure you all know that. And medere means to heal. Medication means healing through chemicals. So you have that C in medication. And meditation has another root, meditere, which means to think. So you have that T of thinking in the healing process involved, so that became meditation. So whether you talk about medicine or medication, or whether you talk about meditation, both of these are healing processes. And what is healing what? And I must deeply appreciate Dr. Bharat Shahji, who was the speaker of the previous session. He gave us the homework of joining the dots. Let me take it a step forward. He rightly mentioned, who am I? And what are we focusing on when we talk about healthcare, when we talk about healing? We all call ourselves human beings. Human again comes from the word humus, which means top layer of the soil. So to treat the human, because humus is physical, and to treat something physical, you need something which is physical. Only physical treatment is not healing, because we are not just human. We are also being. And being is a spiritual entity, the soul. And to heal that, you do not need anything which is physical. You need that smile that adds spiritual value. You need that hope that adds spiritual value. You need yoga. You need meditation. So, as much as medication has a role in healing the human, meditation has the role in healing the being. And because we are human plus being, healing becomes medication and meditation. This is what ensures complete health. And when we talk about yoga, we talked a lot about yoga in the previous sessions. I was here since the morning, and I must appreciate how meditation and yoga are considered to be complementary in the treatment. But we all know about the 8 limbs of yoga. What are they? Yam, Niyam, Asan, Pranayam, Pratyahar, dharana, dhyan, and samadhi. This is yoga. Yoga is not just asana and pranayam. Yoga is yam. Yam means sanyam. What you're eating, what you're thinking, how you're dealing, what you hold in your mind, satya, aparigraha, ishwar pranadhi. This all is yoga. Yoga is not just asana and pranayam. And meditation is not just dhyan and samadhi. Which is the biggest yoga shastra of the world, the biggest and the most ancient yoga and the most respected and accepted yoga shastra of the world? Hanji? No. No. These all came much later. The oldest and the biggest and the most respected and the most accepted yoga shastra is Srimad Bhagavad Gita. 18 chapters, all chapters are named after yoga. Vishad Yoga, Sankhya Yoga, Buddhi Yoga, Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, and everything. And nowhere in Gita will you find mention of an asana, a pranayam, yet it talks about yoga. Yoga means link, to connect. Viyog means to disconnect. Yoga means to connect. Connect what with what? Connect you with the right values. Connect you with yourself, the doctor within. Connect you with the Supreme, who is a Supreme, who has all the solutions for everything. Connect you with solutions, connect you with positivity, connect you with your inner state. Our inner state is already healthy. Healing also means to come back to your original, to come back to your normal. When do you say you have been healed? When your parameters become original and normal again. So healing means coming back to your normal. So Raj Yoga meditation, I'll just wind up in 2 minutes. Raj Yoga meditation that we practice in Brahma Kumaris is to know who you are originally. Connect with yourself. When you connect with yourself, you understand what is missing in you. And then to connect to the source through which we can fill in us, we can heal ourselves and become original again. And when the soul and the body, they restore their original state, that is health. Holistic. When you see a person very fit and fine but demotivated, you will ask, "Kya hua hai tumko?" He's not healthy. He may seem very fit and fine, but he's not healthy. So health is when you are in your state of original composition, both physically and spiritually. So with just 1 minute of this deep experience of what my original state is, I would like to wind up this talk of mine. Just sit relaxed. With a deep inhalation, realize how these 5 elements have come together to constitute this beautiful instrument, my body. Appreciate nature for being my mother, to constitute my body. And within this body, the being, the energy that is giving life to this body, which is non-elemental, metaphysical. I am this energy, imperishable, pure, positive, and healthy. I shine at the center of the forehead like a bright star. My energy and my rays of hope are radiating and filling up the space of body. I am peaceful and I radiate peace throughout my body and even outside my body. I am pure and I radiate this value of purity in my body and all around me. With this deep realization, I come back in the consciousness of being in this room. I gently open my eyes, keeping that realization alive, that I am beyond this body, using this body as an instrument. We certainly cannot do asana and pranayam throughout the day, but we can certainly have this mental tuning throughout the day. And this is what lies at the core when we say yoga brings health. Thank you. Om Shanti.
Thank you, B.K. Vidakri ji, to taking us to those steps. I will now request our chair, Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, Professor and Head of Department of the Neurosurgery at RML Hospital. He is MS in General Surgery and MCH in Neurosurgery. His research interests are in neuroendoscopy, pathophysiology of traumatic brain injury, hydrocephalus and spina bifida, biology of CNS neoplasm, spinal surgery, skull-based surgery, and is a life member of several neurological societies across the globe. Do you have any remarks, final remarks to be added, Dr. Chaudhary?
It was pleasure listening to all great aspects of healing and health. And I understand that in India currently we are disease doctors, because when patient have disease they come to us और हम उसका समाधान निकालने का कोशिश करते हैं. मैं कई बार पेशेंट से पूछता हूं कि आपने अपने हेल्थ में इन्वेस्ट किया है, तो कहते हैं कि मेडिक्लेम ले लिया है जी. तो मैं कहता हूं मेडिक्लेम तो आपने उसके लिए लिया है कि डिजीज होगा तो फिर उसके लिए हम स्पेंड करेंगे.
बढ़िया सर.
और मेरा एक जर्नी है कि जब 4000 साल पुराना स्क्रिप्चर जो ऋग्वेदा है उसमें महामृत्युंजय मंत्र एक लाइफ रिस्टोरिंग मंत्र और लाइफ कंकरिंग मंत्र हम लोग कहते हैं. तो इसका एक प्रैक्टिस है इंडिया में, बहुत सालों से है. तो एज ए साइंटिस्ट और हमने उसको वैलिडेट करने के लिए ट्राई किया और ICMR अप्रूवल था, ऐसा नहीं था कि साइंटिस्ट अप्रूवल था उसका. और बहुत डिफ़िकल्टी आई. देयर वाज ए लॉन्ग डिफ़िकल्ट जर्नी टू गेट इट एथिकल अप्रूवल एंड ऑल. वी डिड ए स्टडी फॉर 3 years और ये पायलट स्टडी था और उसका आउटकम थोड़ा पॉजिटिव आया, बट बायोफिजिबिलिटी पे क्वेश्चंस थे. ये क्वेश्चंस थे कि महामृत्युंजय चांटिंग जो होते हैं वो एट ए डिस्टेंट प्लेस होते हैं. हमारे ICU में हम उसको कान में लगा करके महामृत्युंजय मंत्र को संकल्प देते थे पंडित, उसके बाद वहाँ पे करते थे. सो दिस इज़ वन माई एक्सप्लोरेशन टू वैलिडेट इंडियन विजडम, दैट इज ओल्डेस्ट विजडम इन ऋग्वेदा.
Excellent.
और मैं अभी समझता हूँ कि करंटली जितने हॉल में लोग बैठे हैं उनके करंट स्टेट ऑफ माइंड इज ऑल डिसाइडेड बाय द बायोमोलिक्यूल्स, केमिकल मीडिएटर्स, न्यूरोट्रांसमीटर्स. कौन सा अभी प्रीडोमिनेंट है? लाइक डोपामिन, एंडोर्फिन, वो शायद अभी नहीं होगा क्योंकि प्री लंच भी है और शायद मानसिक स्थिति बहुत लोगों की उतनी अच्छी नहीं रह पाई होगी क्योंकि एक ब्रेन को सिर्फ ग्लूकोज चाहिए मेटाबॉलिज्म के लिए. और जब भी हाइपोग्लाइसीमिया होता है तो ब्रेन कंफ्यूजनल स्टेट में आने लगता है. एक समय आएगा जब इतनी अंडरस्टैंडिंग हो जाएगी बायोमोलिक्यूल्स और केमिकल मीडिएटर्स के बारे में लोगों को, तो लोग ये नहीं पूछेंगे आप कैसे हैं, पूछेंगे कि आपके अंदर कौन सा मॉलिक्यूल अभी प्रीडोमिनेंट है. एंडोर्फिन है, डोपामिन है, तो हम आगे बात करें कि हाँ किस तरह की बात करें. सो आई विश कि ये टाइम आए और यहाँ बायोकेमिस्ट्री और फिजियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट एम्स में रिसर्च हो, सो दैट वी अंडरस्टैंड, अरे सर, सो दैट वी अंडरस्टैंड दैट कि बायोमोलिक्यूल्स का जो लेवल है और वो हीलिंग में भी असर करता है, क्योंकि एंडोर्फिन, डोपामिन, एक्चुअली जितने न्यूरोडिजेनेटिव डिजीज हैं, जैसे पार्किंसंस डिजीज हैं, डिमेंशिया हैं, तो वो बेसिकली सारे बायोमोलिक्यूल्स का खेल है, इम्बैलेंस है एंड ऑल. सो थैंक्स अ लॉट, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस कि आपने ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म अरेंज किया कि आयुर्वेदा से लेकर के हार्टफुलनेस एंड मॉडर्न मेडिसिन. आई विश कि इसके बाद कलेक्शन ऑफ एविडेंस, गुड क्वालिटी एविडेंस हो और कुछ और आउटकम बन के आए. थैंक्स अ लॉट. थैंक्स टू ऑल ऑडियंस.
My final chair came up is Dr. Subhash Giri from the Lady Arden Medical College and Associate Hospitals. He is the head of the institution administrator, LHMC and Suchita Kriplani Hospital. Sir, आप late आए तो you missed a couple of good speakers. That's okay. But I'll request you to kindly come on stage and felicitate Dr. Anand Biradar, Dr. Subhash Giri. Thank you, sir. Now I'll request.
I'll give you few more books. Wait.
I'll request Dr. Ajay Chaudhary to kindly felicitate B.K. Vidhatri. Now I'll request my very efficient compare announcer to kindly felicitate the speakers, Dr. Subhash Giri and Dr. Ajay Chaudhary. Sir, आप कर दो, Sir, सुभाष गिरी आप प्लीज खड़े रहे, आपका आप कर दीजिए. ये जो बैठ रहे हैं आपकी
अभी मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी मोहन श्याम दास सर और ऋषि कुमार दास सर स्टेज पे आइए फेलिसिटेशन के लिए। अनंत बिरादर सर प्लीज आ जाइए।
Now I request Sri Kharbanda ji, please come on stage and take his award. Who is a Supreme Court senior advocate who is with us right now. Please come. Dr. Subhash Giri, please come. Ajay sir, please come. Dr. Ajay sir, please come. बहन प्लीज कम, बिरादर साहब प्लीज कम। आप सुप्रीम कोर्ट के बहुत सीनियर अधिवक्ता हैं, हमारे बीच में हैं। यस लंच का समय हो गया है, मुझे लगता है सभी को भूख लगी है और उधर जो मैस में लोग हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि भाई भेजिए अतिथियों को। तो इसके बाद लंच होगा, और लंच के बाद यहीं पर आना है, सेशन फिर शुरू होगा।
So it is please requested to all participants to proceed for lunch, and we hope to see you here sharp by 3:15 for the next program. Let's proceed for lunch.
जैसा कि आप जानते हैं सिर्फ 15 मिनट लंच के लिए दिया गया है। अगला सेशन रेडी है। हमारे बीच में वाया मीडिया के डायरेक्टर और CMD डॉक्टर सदीप श्रीवास्तव आए हुए हैं। वो फेमस जिन्होंने कोवैक्सीन पे भारत में जो जनक माने जाने लगे हैं, जो प्रिंसिपल साइंटिस्ट हैं ICMR के और AIIMS में। प्रोफेसर संजय राय भी हमारे बीच में हैं, संजय वधवा जी हमारे बीच में हैं, डॉक्टर BP सिंह हमारे बीच में हैं। वो सब हमारे वक्ता हमारे बीच में हैं। चूंकि लंच का समय है, लंच के बाद ये सेशन फिर प्रारंभ होगा।
there is one small announcement. Those who are presenting their posters are requested to please present at their designated poster number. Evaluators are already there. So I once again request the students, participants, delegates, those who are presenting their research work through presentation should request to their poster number and the designated banner areas. Evaluators are already there. Thank you.
Welcome back to the post-lunch session. Now, today we are going to have for the panel discussions to begin.
To welcome you all to the panel, discussion 2, which is titled Socially Impactful and Value-Laden Approach to Healthcare. And we have a very eclectic galaxy of speakers and chairpersons sitting here before you. Let me introduce you from first the chairpersons. So I'm going Urdu Zuban के हिसाब से मैं चल रही हूँ. Madam Dr. Snehal Deshpande. She is a trained therapist by profession, and she is also a clinically trained heartfulness trainer, as well as a very good researcher. Her primary research is, apart from other things, which we all have learned over these past 1.5 days about heartfulness and meditation, is also related to reproductive health, especially how meditation can help in infertility. Our next chairperson is respected Professor Anju Dhawan. She is an alumnus of AIIMS, and I've had the privilege of, she has been my student also. So people from AIIMS are very nicely connected with heartfulness. Namaste Gyan. हाँ जी, very nice. I'll बुला लेंगे. हाँ जी. She is a professor at National Drug Dependence De-Addiction Center, Ghaziabad, which is our center from the AIIMS Department of Psychiatry. And she has done very seminal work on children, how meditation in schools helps children in many ways. She's also worked with children, poor children, street children who are addicted to white glue. And she's running a number of very important projects. And also she organized some months back a great conference on addiction medicine. Then my pleasure to introduce my very dear colleague, who's also a very senior member heading a thematic group in the AIIMS Medical Humanities Initiative. He is Professor Sanjay Wadhwa. और इन्होंने घाट घाट का पानी पिया है, तो वहाँ का एक्सपीरियंस भी इनको है, एम्स से भी, मौलाना आज़ाद मेडिकल कॉलेज से भी, पीजीआई चंडीगढ़ से भी. करंटली ही इज़ हेडिंग द फिजिकल मेडिसिन एंड रिहैबिलिटेशन डिपार्टमेंट PMR at AIIMS, and he's also a spiritual practitioner, spiritual seeker, as well as he helps his patients also. Recently, he's delivered a very nice talk on science and spirituality, as well as he was instrumental in inaugurating the Millets Canteen at AIIMS. Then, my pleasure to introduce Dr. Akshay Anand. Dr. Akshay Anand is from Chandigarh, and at a notice of, I think, 6 hours, he agreed to come here, leaving everything. He's a very busy man. He's the editor of Annals of Neuroscience. We had our IBRO school here, International Brain Research Organization and Indian Association of Neuroscience, and we both conducted a very nice workshop on communication skills for researchers. And he has published a letter to the science, which we think deserves a clap from all of you. And all this he did while he was having his arm in a cast, because, if I may share, because of a radial compound fracture. So come hail, come snow, come injury, work has to go on. And it's my request to the organizers, please, if you can have another chair for Dr. V.P. Singh. Then, my very pleasant duty to introduce you to Dr. Swadeep Srivastava. He carries a lot of work on his young shoulders. He's a PhD from the University of Sorbonne in France. He's a management guru, as well as he heads many organizations. He has also helped us in many ways behind the scenes in the organization of this workshop, in networking and making us known to many good and important people. And he's heading the Heal India Foundation. And also he's great in advancing digital health. So all of you youngsters who are enthused and inspired can interact with him over tea after this. And then my very pleasant duty also to introduce our dear friend, who again, as a very short notice, has been kind enough to join this session because of the social impact and the values. He's heading the Human Rights Research Organization, and he's also doing some many other things like Tata Company and Tata Products. And we had felicitated him yesterday formally. So, sir, I welcome you again. And over to the chairpersons. Each speaker, I think you can work out the time yourself, because we cannot do justice to the great work they have done. But this is more of a priming and sensitization, and from there we can take it on as future collaborations, which is actually the theme of this conference, to inform the Government of India also for some recommendations in policies, that how values can be included, how spirituality can be included in our teaching, in our training and capacity building. Over to you, Dr. Dhawan and Dr. Deshpande. Give them a big clap.
Warm welcome to everyone in the post-lunch session. A very value-packed and a very valuable session with power-packed faculty here. And we are going to speak on, the session is going to be on socially impactful and value-laden approach to healthcare. As we all know that the healthcare scenario has undergone a massive shift in India and in the other countries. We are looking at a deeper change coming in terms of the corporate structure coming in, and then the matter of social values definitely creeps in. And I was looking through what represents social values. It is going beyond what we used to have in ancient India, going beyond the financial gains and looking at the health of the patient, which we are all really wanting to do. But looking at the scenarios today, how we can again look at these values and bring them back, the values of individuality, privacy, which in India we are not very greatly into. Kisi ko theek nahi hota hai, to everyone knows about it. But privacy and dignity, respects, rights, responsibility, all these values, how can we cherish? So this esteemed panel is going to lead us through these topics. I now invite, I think we'll go alphabetically, that's what we decided.
Like to invite Dr. Akshay Anand, and he's been organizing several talks on meditation and research in this field consistently, even during the COVID period. And I'm sure we'll get enriched by his talk and his experiences. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anju, and co-chair, and everybody who's organizing this particular meeting. Dr. Kochar, who has given me the liberty to actually to deviate a little bit from the social impact, so don't be disappointed. I will try to put the evidence as the driver for social impact, to make maximal social impact. The policymakers and the science, and in this particular context, the yoga integration with modern medicine requires molecular evidence. So I'm going to, in the next 8 to 10 minutes, share with you my journey of working in a molecular biology lab and how it shifted into neuroscience of yoga. So I'm a neuroscientist, that is a disclaimer. I come from a medical institute, and I work on cell survival mechanisms. Can I have the first slide, please? So this is a lab, just to give you a perspective of how a standard research lab looks like. this pretty much works between the different animal models that are generated from different mutations that are figured out in different patients that come to neurology clinic in our case, because we focus on neurodegeneration, and then try to evolve tests from these so-called biomarkers that are discovered in these patients which suffer from various neurological disorders, and then try to rescue them from these animal models that become the screening tools for validating new therapies. That's the standard approach in the world globally for drug discovery. But as I mentioned that in last 40, 50 years, we haven't really or risk reduction strategies where the budget is really very, very poor. And I might want to remind you of this particular movie, and you might have seen this movie. Is a beautiful reminder of the plight of this couple who is burdened by the cost of healthcare, in this case angioplasty, and a lot of CADs, and many of the strokes, many of the problems of diabetes, asthma, many of the lifestyle disorders, even cancer. Some cancers are preventable if we can take such an approach, such a strategy, not a necessarily a drug approach, which I mentioned in my previous work which we did in our research laboratory. These are some of the references that highlight the work that has already been going on. And I show you here NDDs, neurodegenerative disorders, because I come from the neuroscience. Many studies already are ongoing and have been published with regard to animals running on a treadmill in a cage and finding out what is going on with the mitochondrial stress, antioxidative levels, and what is happening to autophagy. And all of them sort of indicate to certain subtle markers that are part of a pathway involved in pro-survival or in reducing or increasing the apoptosis of a system, in this case animals. So this provides the scaffold for scientists to look at yoga also, if not necessarily animals, but I will surprise you by a little interface we have created in our research group of yoga and humans, and validating the mechanisms in these tiny mice. Why we bring in mice, why I bring in this here is, for those who are not related to molecular biology or laboratory or bench work, is that most of the drug development strategies hover around the animals. So you create a model, animal model represents a certain disease that you want to screen for or cure. And then you try to, as I mentioned right in the beginning, screen synthetic analogs, new drugs, herbs, stem cells, and then they become therapies through clinical trials. I'll come to that. So this is just a picture of one picture schematic showing some of the underlying mechanisms between two age-related disorders that can be reduced and have been shown to be reduced in certain conditions by simple risk reduction strategies. And even though this schematic is very molecular and represents a pathway that leads to amyloid beta deposit, or what we call drusen deposit in macular degeneration, one of the diseases of irreversible blindness in humans, age-related disorder, and the idea rescue or impair the accumulation of these drusen or amyloid beta deposit. Those are protein deposits. So people use antibodies to do that. They develop drugs so that it doesn't happen and the patient does not develop Alzheimer's disease. But essentially more cholesterol, smoking, stagnant lifestyle is pretty much one of the pushing factors that drive person towards these genes which are already there but are not activated, presumably get activated at the time person is aging. So that's another important thing to recall, to remind ourselves of why these genes which are already known to be associated with certain diseases get activated at a certain point. So there is that scope, that window for intervention, for prevention, and this is why I bring in the yoga. So I'll skip some of these slides, but these are some of the papers. And I was when I was Dr. Kocher called me and said that you're going to chair a session, and then last night dinner she said, trying to give a talk. I was choosing one of the many studies we have in this field for last 7-8 years of bringing to your attention the the plight of many preterm births that are happening around us due to stress and other reasons. So we engineered a study around the pregnant women receiving a certain prenatal yoga protocol for 4 months, and then analyzing the umbilical cord for its stem cell potential, or what we call stemness, and then test that in the animal models. Well, our study was inspired from our ongoing work, which I showed you right in the beginning with relation to the animal models of Alzheimer's disease, where we showed, and this is the graph that highlights it, of not only being able to create an Alzheimer's disease mouse model, where we basically take commercially procured amyloid beta, which is a deposit that is found in Alzheimer's disease humans, all of us, as we age, in some of us, and then put it into the hippocampus of the mice, and that creates an animal model of Alzheimer's disease. In the study that were ongoing in last 15 years back in our lab, we were able to show that a certain kind of umbilical cord blood derived lineage negative stem cells were able to rescue the deposits that were artificially stereotactically injected into the hippocampus of these mouse brains, which made them a candidate for Alzheimer's disease, as a candidate for screening anti-Alzheimer's disease drugs. So we had shown that we are able to rescue the umbilical cord, we are able to rescue this animal model of Alzheimer's disease symptoms using these stem cells derived from umbilical cord. And so we asked the question, this is all the work that showed, I won't go into the complexity in this busy slide, but basically suffice it to say that these are pictures of various sections taken from the mouse brain, showing the markers of Alzheimer's disease, and also some of the pictures showing that this marker of Alzheimer's disease is rescued or reverted when you give them
Dr.
Alzheimer's lineage
just a
negative
minute
stem
more.
cells. Yeah, can I take 2 minutes just to wrap up? So we then designed, this was the data that was already with us, the residual data of Alzheimer's disease mouse model. All we did was to use the same model to receive the same umbilical cord derived stem cells, but from those women who received prenatal yoga. So there was the set of women who did not practice 4 months of prenatal yoga, 5 months, 5 days a week for 4 months, and versus those that practiced prenatal yoga. This was all done through tele yoga modules and following all the guidelines. So we harvested the umbilical cord. This was the timeline. We took those cells, and like I showed in the previous work, we transplanted these lineage negative stem cells from the yoga practicing pregnant women. And what did we find? We found that these mice which received the stem cells derived from the yoga practicing pregnant women were able to rescue the lost memories in a more superior fashion than those that did not practice yoga. So giving us a direct evidence of yoga actually having a killing effect at the molecular level, at the level of brain hippocampus of the mouse, because it was able to show, just like the drug discovery pharmacologists have shown in their companies and their labs, that we were able to bring back the memories of this mouse in a more superior, more robust fashion, in a more sustained fashion, using these techniques called neurobehavioral assay and some of the passive avoidance assays. These are markers, standard assays that you use to remove the memories and to regain the memories. So this is probably the first study in the world, of course, very much the first in the world, where we have been able to show the effect of yoga from humans into the mouse. And these are inbred mice, C57 mice we call them. They can take the transplantation without rejection, and we have shown these slides basically show various molecules that are involved, are mediating this rescue of function effect. And this is the last slide. And I would like to say that this is the trajectory we must follow in our research, in generating evidence, not only at just the human level, imaging level, neuropsychological level, but at the molecular level. And that is when we will be able to bring it to a fold where we can integrate this into practice of medicine and surgery. And we would be able to bring more colleagues to this hall who actually are people who are working right with the patients directly. Because this is the evidence that the pharmacology and the drug discovery companies use to shell out new drugs, new vaccines. And this is probably, in my opinion, the best way to move forward with any of the research that we want to do with meditation and yoga. The only change now we're going to do with this was the work from one of our PhD student, Pooja, and we are now we've hired 2 more PhD students. They'll be now working on humanized mice to close the gap between 2 species. These are some of the suggestions of people who want to note this down, who come from the lab or from the clinic. These are some of the molecules which remain unexplored, but can be taken up as the way forward for either yoga RCTs or yoga animal studies. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you, chairpersons, for. Do you want me to?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think this was a very interesting presentation where you talked about the study using the human molecular evidence in terms of what the human practice of yoga could do to animals.
Human to animal, just to remind, is a routine strategy in drug discovery.
Yeah.
So don't be appalled by that. That's a standard,
So-
established and accepted form of drug discovery. Yeah.
So the values, what? Is there a question?
Yes, I want to know, can you explain a bit of exercise, like in your last slide, way forward, you talked about exercise in autophagy. So can you elaborate a bit on that?
So the autophagy functions have been favorably found to be improved in mice that were undergoing treadmilling exercise versus that were not. And they looked at if I recall correctly, 88 ATG8. Yeah, ATG8. I mean, I've also suggested that for the yoga, but the study is around ATG8 and ATG18 with relation to the exercise mice on mice study. But what I'm proposing is for people who are doing or undertaking or planning to do yoga study, can take that to animal and investigate those molecules. So also biological condensates or UB3, the ubiquitination molecule, or other molecules, rather than just limit ourselves to IL-6, just a few of cytokines or telomerases. Those are fancy, well-known molecules, but if you work at those that are directly involved in pro-survival pathways, are the ones that we need to target to bring yoga-related intervention studies to the mechanistic level, at the drug discovery level, with the same rigor, with the same, I like to call it good yoga practices related research, like we call it GLP, GCP. So we're actually coming out with a book that that defines this GYP module. Any more questions?
Think we'll take the questions. More questions later.
Okay.
Yeah, for want of
So
time.
chairman has warned me to chairperson
Just a
says.
small question. I just joined a little late. So this anandamide, this amide, which was discovered in 1992, is this also in the study? They say that this is the one which acts on the CB1 and CB2 receptors. CB1 receptors in the central nervous system, postsynaptic, creating that cannabis-like effect. And like our simple paracetamol, which we use, it actually acts by inhibiting FAH. It is the hydrolase which destroys the anandamide. So does and CB2 is at the level of peripheral, that is immunity level. So does this study
He
involve
doesn't.
anandamide?
I don't think that.
Because I missed the initial part, so I don't know.
So basically, for the audience, she's talking of the immune aspect of.
No, just not the immune. Anandamide at the central nervous system.
Right. So we haven't, first of all, we haven't investigated that. But people who want to take research to this level can do that from different directions, inflammatory pathway, pro-survival, immune directed, and
It's a meditation.
Thank you. I think
we can talk.
I think we are falling short of time now. Thank you very much. So this is not the question which this research investigated. We'll go over to the next speaker, Professor Sanjay Vadwa. So you have 8 to 10 minutes for your talk, please.
How many, madam?
8 minutes.
8? I'll finish in 6. I want questions rather than monologue. Thank you. First of all, I am very grateful to Professor K.P. Kochar, madam, who conceived this particular idea a few months ago and then organized and formulated a team. And I was lucky to be a part of the team. I have been assigned to speak on socially impactful and value-laden approach to healthcare. I'm sure nobody in this audience will disagree that this is very important. Healthcare, everybody has experienced during life when the person is child or at the present stage of life. There are three key words in this title which Madam has put in. Socially impactful, value-laden approach and healthcare. So basically this means that there are some approaches to healthcare which perhaps are not having the impact as expected on society, or they are having opposite effect or impact as compared to what is expected. Then value-laden approach, that means there must be some approaches which are not value-laden. They are perhaps volume-driven. So there is always a conflict in the present real-life scenario whether you are going for the volume-driven approach or value-laden approach. And healthcare is a very short word or a phrase, but it is very vast and complex with multiple levels and layers. At the grassroots, there is a level of healthcare which is the primary level. Then above that, there are multiple layers, and when we have the tertiary level of healthcare approach, the team which is attending to the needs of the person, the resources available, the focus and the expertise is very different. So there cannot be a single program to address and propose a socially impactful and value-laden approach. Last year, there was a National Health Authority document, volume-based to value-based care. So this basically reflects the shift in approach from volume-based to value-based care, ensuring better health outcomes and quality healthcare under the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. It is a very important policy document, and there is a wealth of information in this document. I will recommend later on in your spare time you must flip through the pages. Value-based care is a proactive concept of improving the quality of care and health outcomes for the patients with the objective of standardizing the healthcare processes through best practices. It is a healthcare delivery model. Why there is a need for models? So that there is no wasteful expenditure of limited resources and we can achieve the desired outcome in a relatively shorter time span with better quality and greater patient satisfaction. Studies suggest that a positive association of spirituality and health behaviors with well-being, especially the subjective well-being, but still the precise character of such relationships between all these constructs remains unknown. Almost 30 years ago, following the commencement of positive psychology movement, which Madam Anju Dhawan must be very well aware of and expert in that, the research approach in the areas of psychology, especially those concerning the mental health, began to change, concentrating on a much greater interest in well-being than on mere diseases or disorders. Now, there is a very important question which was posed, that do patients want physicians to address their spirituality? ऐसे तो नहीं कि हम अपने आप ही गलतफहमी के शिकार होकर कुछ अपनी तरफ से इम्पोज कर रहे हैं लोगों पर, patients पर. So research studies have addressed this issue, and in one of the studies, 65% of the patients felt that it was good for doctors to speak with them about their spiritual beliefs. Yet only 10% said a doctor had ever had such a conversation with them. So there is a wide gap between what is needed or desired by the patients and what actually gets delivered to them. A study of pulmonary outpatients in the University of Pennsylvania found that 66% agreed that a physician's inquiry about spiritual beliefs would strengthen their trust in their physicians. 94% of patients for whom spirituality was important wanted their physicians to address their spiritual beliefs and be sensitive to their value framework. Even 50% of those for whom spirituality was not important felt that doctors should at least inquire about spiritual beliefs in cases of serious illnesses. But this was found lacking, and this is from the publication in 1999. And the need is felt more acutely now, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. Many physicians are actually not familiar with how to take spiritual history. They know how to take the history of present illness, past illness, surgical intervention. They know clinical examination from head to toe, from skin to deep bone. But they don't know how to take spiritual history. And I don't blame the students because it has never been a part of our training program. So a beginning may be made with the following, that practicing compassionate presence, that is being fully present and attentive to their patients and being supportive to them in all of their suffering, physical, emotional and spiritual. What is being noticed by the patients and their family members is that physicians generally are not fully attentive. बीच में किसी का मोबाइल बज जाता है, किसी को कुछ और चीज़ याद आ जाती है तो वो खुद टेक्स्ट करने लगता है. These are common day occurrences and observations. This reduces the confidence on that physician or caregiver. Listening to the patient's fears, hopes, pain and dreams. Very important. Actually, it was an old dictum कि डॉक्टर अगर हमारी बात सुन ले तो हमारी आधी बीमारी वहीं ठीक हो जाती है. बट आजकल बहुत कम लोग हैं जो सुनते हैं. The moment it is a common practice, I am not targeting any particular person, but this has been documented also. जैसे ही कोई मरीज आता है अक्सर busy OPD में, that doctor, I have got pain for the last 6 weeks in my back. Okay, please get the MRI scan done, then come to me, I will discuss with you. मरीज को बिठाया नहीं, लिटाया नहीं, उसको बैक का एरिया एक्सपोज नहीं किया, क्लिनिकल एग्जामिनेशन नहीं किया. And that is why you see mushrooming of MRI and other diagnostic centers. Obtaining a spiritual history. This is generally not done because it is not part of that structured history taking system with which we are all familiar. Being attentive to all the dimensions of the patients and their families, body, mind and spirit. Incorporating spiritual practices as appropriate. समस्या ये आती है कि जो clinicians हैं वो अगर खुद ही अवेयर नहीं हैं, प्रैक्टिस नहीं कर रहे, तो वो रोल मॉडल नहीं बन सकते. Because this is something which cannot be transmitted in a bookish knowledge form. Things are to be seen, to be put into practice, to be believed and followed. And I will come to the end of my conclusion that this is my feeling and experience, because irrespective of the religion or faith of the individual, I don't want to be misunderstood. Every medical student should be exposed to the great value and importance of Bhagavad Gita, how it can be very much relevant to history taking, stress management, counseling and many other facets with which most of the patients present to us. When Arjun had tremendous turmoil in his mind in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, the way Shri Krishna addressed his issues and concerns and finally prepared him to the last stage when he was ready to fight. There is so much merit on every page and every shlok of Bhagavad Gita, and I am sure similar is the value and truth in most of the other religious books. We are so far moved away from that. Many of the students or people in the audience must have read the famous series of books and novels which generated so much of money for the author. But very few people are familiar with the traditional Indian value system, religious books, spiritual aspects, and many other things. So I will like to end here because I want some questions and interaction. Thank you so much. And I want to congratulate all of you for the spectacular achievement of India yesterday evening, Chandrayaan 3, safely landing on the, and I was fortunate to have interacted on several occasions with Professor Y.S. Rajan, who was part of the Indian Space Research Organization team. And he was a very close associate of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wadhwa. We invite 2 questions.
Yeah. I'm really very happy that you said that Gita can be a very nice modeling or the way we can train our medical students. So would you like to amplify certain aspects of Gita which you would like us to take home as?
Gita is so valuable and vast and profound.
Yeah, it's so vast, yeah.
So the time will not permit.
So what are you picking up? 2, 3 things.
What I am saying is that one should focus on karma first of all. That is one of the important key message. Krishna also taught Arjun कि तुम अपने कर्म पे ध्यान दो. डोंट गेट डिस्ट्रैक्टेड बाय तुम्हारे सामने कौन है, उसके पीछे कौन है, उसके आगे कौन है, उससे आपका रिलेशन क्या है, नहीं. Focus on your action, what is to be done, and don't worry at all about the fruits of your action. वो आपके हाथ में नहीं है, कर्म का फल आपके हाथ में नहीं है, लेकिन आप बिना किसी दुविधा के अपने कर्म पे ध्यान दो. गिव योर 100%. एंड दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट टू कन्वे टू द स्टूडेंट्स एंड फिजिशियंस कि अपने काम पे ध्यान दो. डोंट गेट डिस्ट्रैक्टेड बाय कहाँ से रेफरल आ रहा है, कहाँ से सिफारिश आ रही है, कहाँ से कमीशन आ रहा है, कहाँ से नहीं आ रहा है. If your focus is the well-being and recovery of the patient, rewards will flow. आप रोक ही नहीं पाओगे. And there are many other key messages also. Sthit Pragya. Krishna is one of the greatest yogis and the core of the medicine and meditation. Yoga is an important, it strikes balance between body, mind and soul. So Krishna and Shiva, they are among the greatest yogis ever, and they are so inspiring. Krishna was 16 kala sampurna and Prabhu Shri Ram was only 14 kala sampurna. So there is so much to learn from the message through Lord Krishna and many other. Yeah.
Ma'am, this is important. Please take a mic so that everybody. Yeah. Okay. What time, ma'am?
It is the session in the morning tomorrow, and we'll inform you, sir. Thank you. And it's also my pleasant duty now that I've been given the mic to very cordially, heartfully invite you for dinner, banquet dinner at our faculty club lawns, and we can interact in detail there. We will also be having a mic system there. Thank you.
My last sentence which I want to add, there is an international charter for human values in healthcare. Everybody who is concerned and interested in human values in healthcare must read that charter.
Sir,
5 core values हैं, मुश्किल नहीं है.
Sir, I have a question. आपने कहा कि स्पिरिचुअल वैल्यूज के बारे में स्टूडेंट्स को पता होना चाहिए कि पेशेंट से हिस्ट्री लेनी है, तो बायस रिलीजन से बायस ना होकर के किस तरीके के क्वेश्चंस पूछने चाहिए, स्पिरिचुअल हिस्ट्री में क्या होना चाहिए?
सबसे पहले तो आप पेशेंट से पूछिए उसका बिलीफ सिस्टम क्या है, वो किस में बिलीव करता है, उसके अकॉर्डिंगली फिर अपने क्वेश्चंस फ्रेम करिए और रेलेवेंट इंफॉर्मेशन एक्सट्रैक्ट करिए. Because one of the very important questions which people have asked, patients have asked the physicians, that doctor, I know I am suffering from a serious illness. Will you pray for me so that I recover and get well? मुझे लगता है भगवान आपकी प्रार्थना मेरी रिकवरी के लिए जरूर सुनेंगे. और will you pray with me so that I recover? आप मुझे बताइए कितने लोग परवाह करते हैं इन बातों की?
जो खुद
छोटी छोटी बातें हैं
करता है,
लेकिन
करेगा.
बहुत मीनिंगफुल हैं फॉर द पेशेंट्स. क्या आप बोलिए, पूरा अपना सेंटेंस पूरा करिए.
जो सर खुद उस सिस्टम को प्रैक्टिस करता है वो जरूर बिलीव भी करेगा और प्रे भी करेगा.
ये गलतफहमी है. आप मुझे बताइए, हमारी यहाँ ऑडिटोरियम में मेजॉरिटी ऑफ पीपल आर हिंदूज बाय द प्रोपोर्शन इन द सोसाइटी. मैं उस हिसाब से अंदाजा लगा रहा हूँ. कितने लोगों को हिंदुइज्म की कोर वैल्यूज और प्रैक्टिसेस मालूम है, और अगर मालूम है तो कितने लोग प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, और प्रैक्टिस करते हैं तो कितना रेगुलर प्रैक्टिस करते हैं. इसको मैं दूसरे एग्जांपल से समझाता हूँ. इफ यू लुक एट 100 पेशेंट्स विद हाइपरटेंशन, 50% among that don't know that they have hypertension. 50% who are told that they have hypertension, 50% of that don't receive treatment, and 50% of those who receive treatment don't comply with it.
Yeah, they don't comply with it.
Then proper full long-term compliance, because hypertension is a long-term lifelong disease, उसके भी 50% हैं. तो ultimately 100 में से बचा क्या? 8.25. ये रियलिटी है.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think a very important point Dr. Vadva has made here about, you know,
he has asked कि आप 5 core values बताने वाले थे.
sir, मेरे ख्याल से that interaction can happen later so that we give an opportunity. Thank you. I think it was a very good presentation and has
to be respected.
put forward insightful questions. So spiritual assessment, of course, has to be sensitive, and the physician's own values should not color that assessment, but it is an important part which should not be neglected. Thank you very much. Over to the next speaker, Dr. Swadeep Srivastava.
Mecca of India, wherein focus is on meditation and spirituality, and also which takes us towards the complete healthcare in India, because healthcare in India is generally predominated by medicine, modern medicine practices, and now the focus is shifting towards getting a holistic approach to healthcare, and congratulations to them. I will stick to my topic as the overall, the broader umbrella of the topic is social impactful and value laden approach to healthcare. And I feel, and that has been my expertise, that is throughout my life what I have done in last 25 years. I am a public health communicator. I am a doctorate in public health communication, and probably one of the pioneers who started a focused program in specialized healthcare communication, healthcare PR, and healthcare awareness. In my last 25 years of journey, this is what I have seen, that how in all aspects of healthcare, whether the modern medicine, the holistic approach to healthcare, the Ayush approach, in all aspects of healthcare, communication is one thing which has generally been neglected, undermined, and probably not used properly. Communication, I feel, particularly when it comes to healthcare practitioners on all system of medicine and all the healthcare providers, I think that should be one of the forte and one of the key things where a lot of skilling, training, education, and is required, how you can use the tool of communication to the benefit of the practice what you are into, the benefit of the patients and the people, the community, the society, and improving the overall healthcare standards of the country. It plays a very important role. I would say, like, if I would start with the example of, if we see like today's government, if we see led by our PM Shri Narendra Modi, why it has been able to come out with such exceptional, breakthrough, innovative, not only policies, but a lot of so many successful behavior change programs in healthcare practices. I remember when our PM started with his tenure about 7-8 years back in 2014, and he took up the broom as a Prime Minister, the first Prime Minister of India. He took up the broom to announce his pledge and his commitment and his voice for Swachh Bharat. And that one incidence, one action converted in such a huge successful program, applauded all across the globe, that how India adopted Swachh Bharat, defecation free, and all these behavior changes in such a quick time through an organized approach. Similarly, if you look at all the initiatives where PM himself has taken the lead, and whether it is on the Ayushman Bharat or the Yoga Day, the announcement of Yoga Day in India, and in announcement of International Yoga Day, first initiative which brought yoga to the forefront of the world. And the current thing, what you see, a simple thing of behavior change, food change in the form of adoption of millets in grains. So this was something the PM himself took, the whole government took it up and came forward and works so aggressively in bringing them into the minds of the people, that how millets like grain are also so important, and how the Indian system of food and grains is so overloaded with the normal staple diet we take, whether it is in the form of rice or the wheat, and how it is so carbohydrate laden, and a simple change and shift in the whole food pattern in what we consume, and not only what we consume but even what we produce, if we go towards millets and other healthier grains, that will result into healthier food system in the whole community. Why I'm telling you these examples? Because the core of everything is the communication approach of our Prime Minister and this government, what they have taken. They are the people who have came forward and devised innovative communication approaches, and which has been able to make all these programs so acceptable, so widely acceptable, so popular, and so successful at the end. And that's what the topic is of today's social impact and value-laden approach to healthcare. This, I think, is one of the big examples. That's why, in fact, we as HEAL Foundation, our team, we are also writing a book on PM Modi and his initiatives as the healthcare communicator of the century and healthcare changemaker of the century, which he truly is. And the core thing of everything what I have studied and the book what we are doing, the research is coming out, is the ability to think, devise communication strategy, and to ability to communicate, connect to the right stakeholders in their language and communicate effectively, which has brought all these changes. Because policies, Ayushman Bharat like schemes, the National Health Mission, they have been working for years, for 30, 40, 50 years. But the impact which is created is because of this edge given to this whole thing of the healthcare policies. That is the communication edge, and the communicator, the face, one of the biggest influencers, RPM, and how they have used so many other influences in the society all across where this impact has been created. As HEAL Foundation, we have believed in working on few important stakeholders and educating them, training them, giving them platforms to communicate. So we run one of the largest we created the largest network of health media of the country, because we feel they are one of the very important, they are one of the very important stakeholders in the whole system of healthcare delivery, often neglected. We as doctors, and particularly since I am sitting in the premise of AIIMS, so many doctors, researchers are there. We always get engrossed in our own practice, seeing the patients, doing our own research, coming out with publications. But what has been missing, and that's what we do as HEAL Foundation, as Health Writers Network Group. One of our key members who's so actively involved in this conference, one of the founder members, Mr. Gyan Prakash. And like him, they are about, let's give a big hand to Gyan, because like this we have got about more than 400 members, health media across the country who are active members, and we give the platform. We have done, in fact, I was inspired by one global program by Kaiser Permanente in this regard. And we have done more than 300 workshops only for health media in the country, for health education. We have done 7 national conventions. Now we are launching in November end the 8th national convention, which is the platform where the educators, the key opinion leaders, the doctors from modern medicine, Ayush, spirituality, holistic health, they come there, use that platform, and they reach out to the people by educating the middle person, that is the health media, who get educated, write about it, and the message goes to the crores of population. So that's what I feel, that cog of communication has been missing. As Dr. Vadva was giving in his speech, he was talking about internal communication on how doctors are not good listeners. When patients come to them, they are not. That is also a very important aspect of the whole communication wheel. Dr. Anand was talking about doing a workshop or a program on improving the communication skills of the researchers. That is again this very important thing. I would say I would go a step further. I would say that the communication skills training should be inbuilt with the curriculum of the medical practice in the MBBS and in other system of medicines from Ayurveda and everywhere, where every doctor should be who's coming out as an MBBS or a practitioner should be required to give a test paper on his or her communication skills. He'll become a better communicator and a better change maker in healthcare. And I feel if we all as a community, all stakeholders, who are the important stakeholders? Of course, patient is at the center, people, the community is at the center, but the other stakeholders, the industry, the healthcare practitioners, the association bodies, institute like AIIMS, and as I told you, the health media, the new category which has come is the digital health media, the influencers, all these together, if they work in coalition to build on one aspect, that is doing a better effective communication on everything which is required. The preventive aspect of healthcare, the wellness, spirituality, meditation, the modern medicine, the new technologies, the disease management, everywhere there is a huge gap. Another thing, we are doing another book that is on infodemic, and we realize
Sir, a gentle reminder.
Okay, so in the time of COVID, a lot of fake news, fake information floating around. So that is another thing which needs to be taken care of while we talk about overall communication. I would conclude, we believe in information therapy for the patients. There are so many types of therapy. I believe information therapy should be one of the integral as part of everything in terms of therapy, and health informatics should be integrated for preventive health, well-being and wellness. And that's what we believe and feel, and request all the important members here to please look into this aspect. We are there to provide the platform, like our National Health Convention platform is coming. So we are there to give platform to such important key opinion leaders who would like to voice their points and about their therapy, about their areas, and benefit from that platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you. One question, please.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yeah.
See, you have been talking about this toilets by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. But before that, we should all remember that we are natural beings governed by natural and eternal principles. So therefore, if defecation happens naturally, the fertilization and then further that becoming a manure will be an automatic process. This is a natural thing which nobody can deny about. And if proper research has been done, an intensification and betterment of that, safety for women and no misuse between the men and the women, such things should have been concentrated upon. So what I'm attempting to say here is that somewhere in the society, in the name of modernization, we are losing the fundamentals and the root cause analysis of things. So also in the medical field, we need to have the total integrative approach whereby absolute root cause observations of things is the high need of this world currently. And we need to eliminate the root causes.
You're very right, sir. I think I touched upon that part, that is integrated approach and holistic healthcare. I am not a defecation expert, so I cannot comment on that. But of course, I don't think defecation free is a modernization. Defecation free is also a need. Your point scientifically might be valued, but with the changing times, I think that was the need which was addressed and successfully implemented.
No, that is leading to new problems, because we do not have a perfect sewage system. And you know how the urban cities go to Noida in the evenings. You'll start seeing the smell. You'll start feeling it. So there is a huge problem. You're connecting it without proper sewage treatment. It's not a perfect sewage treatment. Connecting into the rivers and pushing it into the sea, and it's creating all new problems.
I appreciate that, sir. If you've got any such paper, any such document presentation, you can come to our platform.
Absolutely, we are working on all those fundamentals.
This aspect also.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
Great informative session on communication, much needed for patient information especially. Thank you. We invite the next speaker, Dr. VP Singh.
सबको नमस्कार, प्रणाम। मैं स्पेशल थैंक्स कोचर मैम को देना चाहूँगा, जिन्होंने इस तरह के कॉन्फ्रेंस को, सेमिनार को आयोजित किया, और साथ साथ जितने एम्स के सबसे बड़े डॉक्टर हैं और जो लोग भी आए हैं। पृथ्वी पर अगर कोई दूसरा भगवान है तो डॉक्टर है, क्योंकि पराया दर्द अपना ले उसे भगवान कहते हैं। तो भगवान के रूप में जो भी उपस्थित यहाँ डॉक्टर हैं, मैं सभी डॉक्टर बंधुओं को हृदय से प्रणाम करना चाहता हूँ, आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ कि आप लोग यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं। आज का जो सेमिनार है, मेडिसिन एंड मेडिटेशन, जो मानव मस्तिष्क है, मस्तिष्क के अंदर बहुत सारी ऊर्जा है। अनंत समुद्र को समेटने की शक्ति अगर कहीं भी है तो मेरे मस्तिष्क में। मानव का जन्म हुआ, जन्म के साथ उसको भोजन की जरूरत हुई, वस्त्र की जरूरत हुई, आवास की जरूरत हुई, उसके बाद उसको स्वास्थ्य की जरूरत। तो प्रकृति में सब कुछ ईश्वर ने, आपके लिए जो भी जरूरत की सामग्री थी, सब कुछ ईश्वर ने दिया। और हमारे ब्रेन में इतनी शक्ति दी कि जिन लोगों ने, जो भी हमारे यहाँ रोग आए, उसके उपचार के लिए जो दवाइयां बनाई, ऐसे ऐसे डॉक्टर आए, वैज्ञानिक आए। समय के साथ जैसी जरूरत थी वैसा आविष्कार होता चला। अगर हम बोले कि मेडिटेशन, ध्यान, ध्यान बिना अध्यात्म के संभव नहीं। एकाग्रता ही आत्म साक्षात्कार की कुंजी है। हम जब एकाग्र चिंतन में आते हैं, मानव मस्तिष्क ऊर्जा का स्रोत है, बहुत कुछ हमारे मन में होता है, हमारे विचार हर क्षण बदलते रहते हैं। लेकिन जब हम एकाग्र होते हैं तो स्व माने अपने को जानते हैं। हम दुनिया को जीत सकते हैं, धन से जीत सकते हैं, शौर्य से जीत सकते हैं, अपने पावर से जीत सकते हैं, लेकिन जब अपने को जीत लें, अपने को कैसे जीतेंगे? ध्यान के द्वारा जीतेंगे, मेडिटेशन के द्वारा जीतेंगे। और जब अपने को जीतते ध्यान में आते हैं तो आत्मज्ञान होता है, और आत्मज्ञान ही वास्तविक ज्ञान को जन्म देता है। भगवान कृष्ण ने गीता में कहा, यो मम पश्यति सर्वत्र सर्वम च मयि पश्यति तस्माहं न प्रणश्यामि, सच में न प्रणश्यामि। जो मुझे प्रेम से देखता है उसको मैं सर्वत्र दिखाई देता हूं। तो आत्मज्ञान जो है, अगर वो कहीं है तो हमारे ध्यान योग से ही आत्मज्ञान का प्रादुर्भाव होता है। आज सबसे बड़ी विडंबना है कि हमको शुद्ध हवा चाहिए, लेकिन जनता में जागरूकता का अभाव है, वृक्षारोपण कम हो रहा। बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे यहाँ देख करके कि जितने भी हमारे स्पेशल गेस्ट आए उनको एक एक पौधा दिया गया। शुद्ध वायु नहीं होगी, शुद्ध ऑक्सीजन नहीं होगा तो कितनी दवाएं खाएंगे? और डॉक्टर जो दिन हो, रात हो, सुबह हो, शाम हो, धूप हो, छांव हो, हमेशा अपने पूरे नॉलेज के साथ, अपने पूरे ज्ञान के साथ मरीजों का उपचार करता रहता है। चाहे कुछ भी आ जाए, कुछ भी हो। कोरोना महामारी आई, लॉकडाउन लगा, लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत किसकी हुई? डॉक्टर की। और कितनी भी गंभीर बीमारी क्यों ना हो, हम हॉस्पिटल जाते हैं और केवल डॉक्टर साहब इतना बोल दें, कोई बात नहीं, ठीक हो जाएगा, आधी बीमारी वही समाप्त हो जाती है। तो जितने लोग यहाँ डॉक्टर के रूप में, दूसरे भगवान के रूप में बैठे हुए हैं, एक बार उनके स्वागत में सब लोग जोरदार ताली बजाएं, उनका अभिवादन करें। हमारे यहाँ जो ज्ञान का स्रोत है सब ध्यान से ही संभव हुआ है। ईश्वर को अगर हम जानना चाहते हैं तो ध्यान आवश्यक है। आप देखिए, कहा जाता है कि दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, असुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे देते। हनुमान, वो हनुमान तब तक हैं जब तक वह भक्त के रूप में है, लेकिन भगवान को जब केंद्रित कर लिया ध्यान में तो महावीर हो गए। क्योंकि वीर है, कुछ भी जीत लिया आप वीर हो गए, लेकिन जब अपने को जीत लिया तो महावीर हो गए। तो महावीर कौन है? जो अपने आप को जीत लिया। तो ध्यान के लिए सबसे ज्यादा जरूरत है एकाग्र होने की, विषय वासनाओं से दूर होने की। और ध्यान से ही दुर्गम, कोई कुछ भी अगर दुर्गम है, बड़ा सा बड़ा कष्ट है, कुछ भी है, तो बहुत हद तक अगर जब एकाग्र होते हैं तो समाप्त होता है और आपका चिंतन पॉजिटिव दिशा में लगता है। समय का अभाव है, तो ढेर सारी शुभकामनाओं के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देना चाहूंगा। बहुत बहुत आप लोगों को शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत आभार।
Thank you so much. And it was a really power-packed session with good values on prevention being better than cure, communication, also the positive psychology, and to end with what he said about meditation. So I think we have a good session on communication coming up in the next session. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for such a wonderful round of wise words from each of our eminent speakers here. I now request Dr. Snehal Deshpande to please felicitate our eminent speaker. Snehal Deshpande ji, can I request you to felicitate Dr. Sanjay Wadhwa ji?
Thank you.
I call upon Dr. Swadeep Srivastava ji. I call upon Dr. Ranju Dhawanji ma'am to please come and facilitate Dr. V.P. Singh ji. I request Anju Dhawanji to please felicitate Dr. V.P. Singh ji. I now request Dr. Isha Bhagwatji to please felicitate Dr. Deshpande. Thank you so much, ma'am. Mrs. Kochal ma'am for felicitating Heartful Neil Deshpande ma'am. I also request Dr. Isha ji to please felicitate Dr. Anju Dhawan.
I request Dr. Agaksha, please come on stage.
Yeah, we can. Sir, I would like to be in touch.
Okay, thank you. Thank the panel and a few quick announcements. Today evening, all delegates, all our speakers, everyone is invited for dinner between 7 and 9 p.m. at the Faculty Club Lawns. I will repeat, सभी delegates, सभी speakers, सभी volunteers, सभी को invite है आज शाम को Faculty Club Lawns में 7 से 9 के बीच में banquet dinner है, सभी आइएगा please. Certificates will be printed and handed over to everyone starting from 9 o'clock tomorrow. And we will also be sending e-certificates to all those who have registered within the next 72 hours.
I have also a very special announcement to make. Please give we have a very important dignitary amongst us and he is very modest. He's not coming up on stage. His name is Justice Paresh Makhija, ex-Metropolitan Magistrate in Delhi, and he has done many cases of human rights abuses. Sir, please stand so that the audience can be inspired by your presence. And yes, our young students are waiting for their poster presentations also. So some felicitations we shall be doing over dinner today at Banquet Club, because the मौसम भी अच्छा होगा, शाम भी सुहानी होगी, and it will be what you call the symbolism of the synergies, and with pleasant music in the background we shall do some more felicitations. Thank you. Now we are over to the organizers, my co-organizers for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll all break now for a quick cup of tea. Posters भी लगे हुए अच्छी तरह, posters को भी देख लेना, poster presentations. And all the people who have presented posters can stand next to them if anyone has questions. We'll assemble back here sharp at 4:50. 4:50 को वापस आएंगे. एक बहुत ही बढ़िया सेशन है हार्टफुल कम्युनिकेशन के ऊपर. So please come back at 4:50 p.m. Thank you. किसी की घड़ी छूट गई है. Someone has left their watch. L row में किसी की घड़ी छूट गई है. I think it's a lady's watch. Otherwise it's with Dr. Kocher.
घड़ी छूट गया है, आइडेंटिफाई करके प्लीज ले लीजिएगा बैक स्टेज.
This is a lost and found announcement that, okay.
We are okay. We are okay.
उसमें मेरी वाली में लिख दी ना मेरी
चलो
हॉटस्पॉट ले लो ना हमारा। मेरे
Welcome back for a very, very interesting session now. And may I invite to the guys the chair for the session, Sister Veronique. And the lady who will conduct the session, Dr. Liz Kingsnorth. So we have our chairperson for the last session of the day, and she is Dr. Veronique Nicolai. Am I pronouncing it correctly, sister? She is a French pediatrician and has been practicing heartfulness meditation for the past 30 years. She discovered heartfulness meditation as she was a medical student in France. She settled in India with her husband in 1999. And since 2002, she has been a major contributor to the International Heartfulness Training Program that touches heartfulness meditation and philosophy to practitioners and forms of meditation trainers all over the world. She is also a heartfulness meditation trainer and is also certified in yoga and prenatal yoga. And she is currently the director of the Heartfulness Yoga School, heading yoga programs and courses in India and abroad. She is working very actively to teach yoga and meditation in the field of health for the prevention of non-communicable diseases, for couples with infertility, and for patients with cancer and their families. She is involved in many heartfulness meditation programs also in the corporate world, universities and hospitals. We'll also get to meet her in tomorrow's panel discussion. But I leave it now to the chairperson to introduce Dr. Liz Kingsnorth and take forward the session.
Thank you. So, namaste everyone, a very good afternoon. I hope you had tea, but it's going to be a different session. So I have been working with Liz in a school. I can see a lot of medical students over there. If you would not mind to come down a little closer, because we're going to do an interactive session. So Liz is going to walk you through actually an experience of the topic. So please come, everybody come closer, so that the interaction can be a little more comfortable for the speaker. Thank you so much for doing so.
Let's have fun. It's an interactive session.
I'm also quite thrilled to be in a medical setup. So I'm an allopath myself. And as I was introduced, I was a medical student when I took heartfulness. And now I'm always happy when we can actually interact with medical students. So very, very welcome to all of you. Yes, thank you so much. It's much easier for all of us.
I think the habit of sitting in the back benches is common with students.
It's all over the world. It's also in France. I think it's also in Scotland. So nothing new here. And I'm really thankful that you've come forward. It's a very important topic today. I'm really, really glad that it's coming in this session where we have had, we have really bright minds. I was quite inspired by the talks. It gave me a lot of thoughts for, okay, how do I take my work further? But right now we're going to talk about you, me, all of us as medical practitioners. So unmasking professionalism means, Liz was asking me, have you been kind of felt sometimes bottled up in your role as a doctor? Does it stick to you as a role? And do you think sometimes don't want to see you as anything else than being a doctor? And it is true that it is something very difficult. First I thought, no, not really. And actually the more I thought about it, the more I thought, yes, we are actually usually not allowing ourselves to be weak or to be just who we are, because as medical practitioners, we are supposed to know everything about health. So we are not allowed to be sick, and especially we're not allowing ourselves to feel unwell at any level that it is. So I think this is going to take us there. It's been for me, so I have taken the course that Liz offers in what has been coined by Raji, Heartful Communication. And it's all about self-empathy, which the more I grow into my role, my different roles as meditation trainer, doctor, and mother and wife, the more I feel I need to develop more and more self-empathy. So it's not something you're going to get right now. It's a beginning. I really hope that you will take this session for yourself. It's an exercise that you will go through. I'm really happy to introduce Liz Kingsnorth, and I'm going to read the bio that she gave to me because I think it will give you an idea of who she is. So Liz is a happy human being, immensely grateful to be an Abhyasi of heartfulness, living in Kanashantivanam in the ashram community near Hyderabad. She is blessed to have a special guide, Daji, 4 beloved grandchildren in Australia, and a flowery birdie garden in Scotland. She works as she plays, and she loves that. Somebody decided that she could be the global director for Heartful Communication, perhaps because she never stopped learning as a certified trainer in nonviolent communication and has done lots of fun things with people, organizations, or maybe she still doesn't know what she wants to do when she grows up. So this is Liz. She's also a heartfulness meditation trainer. She trains many people like you and me to learn how to communicate with each other, and also, this Svadhyaya. So it's extremely linked to yoga and meditation. And I'll let you discover this session. Thank you so much.
So, good evening to everybody. Hello. As you can tell, I'm not a doctor, even though I've been introduced as a doctor. So I'm not a doctor, I'm not a researcher, I'm none of those things. I'm just a very, very ordinary human being. And as you probably noticed, I didn't have all kinds of letters after my name and degrees, and I don't have any of that. So it's a little bit daunting to be here in this organization, in this place, with lots of people who have so much knowledge that I don't have. So I hope that we're going to have a very, human, ordinary kind of conversation, interaction. Is that okay with you, that I don't have all those credentials? So we'll see how we go. Yeah, so thank you. And thank you to Dr. Kochar for inviting me here. I'm hoping that what I can offer you is something that will be useful to you in not only your lives as professionals, but as human beings in all the other contexts in which you live and work. So let's get into what is heartful communication. And the first thing that we always do when we have a heartful communication training session is just to spend a moment centering ourselves in our hearts. So would you be willing just for a moment to close your eyes and take a few deeper breaths, breathing in calm, breathing in stillness, and on the out breath, allowing tensions or concerns, busyness, all the busyness of the day to leave you on the out breath, so that it's floating away up into the sky. And gently bring your attention to your heart, the center of your being. And may it be the heart that guides us and teaches us wisdom for our lives. Thank you. So in this very short session, really, all I'm going to be able to do is to give you a glimpse into one or two of the concepts of heartful communication. A full program was about 30 hours with lots of work at home as well. That would just be the basics of the introduction. So this will be very, very short, but I hope it'll be useful, and it will involve a shift of awareness, which may be different or new for some of you, for how we might understand human behavior. So before I did the session, I wanted to find out from lots of my doctor friends, and I do have a lot of doctor friends, I'm happy to say, what some of the challenges were. So maybe you can relate to some of these things that they told me. Similarly to Dr. Veronique, when she was saying, we're not allowed to be ill. We're not allowed to be weak. Is that true for anyone here, that you have this feeling of very high expectations of you as doctors? Is that true? For some of you, I can see some heads nodding, that you have these people expecting you all the time. You have all the answers after all in medicine. So how would it be that you were ill? Several people have said to me that they feel a little trapped by the identity of being a medical practitioner, being a doctor, and that it follows them into their ordinary personal daily life. They can't shake it off and just be whoever you are. Very difficult for them to do, and that can feel quite constricting. Most people have said, we don't have time to listen in the way that we would love to with our patients. Is that true for you too? Can you wave at me if that's true for you? That you long to be able to have that space to really understand and to listen to your patients. But you don't have that time. I've heard people say they can feel quite lonely, quite isolated in this role. And one doctor said, you know, after I've been hearing all the complaints from the relatives of patients, I want to hide under my desk. Yes. You know, you want to retreat, that it can feel too much and too overwhelming. So my sense is that you really do need, you yourselves need understanding and empathy. There you are, being expected to have a lot of understanding, empathy for all the people that you work with. But what about you? You know, people can be in something they call empathy deficit. That your empathy cup can be empty almost, you know. And if your own empathy cup is empty, is there anything to give to other people? So what I want to do, one of the things, as Veronique was saying, is to offer you a process of how you might be able to support yourselves with giving yourselves more empathy. By the way, that people didn't only feel that there were challenges when I was listening to my doctor friends. They also said that some of their most important needs were getting fulfilled. For example, they said, you know, we get respect. We are esteemed. We are respected because of our profession. We have a passion for our subject, and that's very fulfilling. We have ongoing, continual learning opportunities, more needs that are getting met. And then there could be things like the thrill of having done a really good surgery, successful diagnosis, the enjoyment of teaching, the sense of accomplishment and fulfillment. Is this also true for people here? That it's not just difficulties and challenges, but you have a lot of needs which are being fulfilled through being medical practitioners. Is that also true for you? Again, I can see some heads are nodding. So I hope that it's not only challenges, but you know, some enrichment, some nourishment for you. So I'm going to ask you to raise your hands when I say, do you value this? So, are you going to do this with me? You're happy to do this with me? Okay. So, do you value quality time with your family? Look at that. Every single hand's gone up. Okay, you value quality time with your family. Do you value being heard and understood? Okay. Being appreciated? Yes, we need it. Connecting with a good friend. Being, just having that companionship with a good friend. Yeah, it's so important, isn't it? That sense of community. How about, do you value having meaning and purpose in your life? Again, every hand has gone up. Wonderful. Yeah. Being trusted. So important, isn't it, for doctors? That you can be trusted. Yeah. How about learning? Ongoing learning through life. Is that important to you? There we go. Okay, so these things that I've been offering you, these are what we call shared human needs, universal human needs. And this is like the basis, one of the fundamental bases of heartful communication is the understanding that human beings are all the time trying to get these important needs and values fulfilled. And we have hundreds and hundreds of different ways of trying to get those needs fulfilled. So with heartful communication, it involves a shift of consciousness, a shift of awareness about what information about people and ourselves are we going to focus on. Now, habitually, we usually focus on what we like about something, what we enjoy about somebody, what we think of them. Do we approve of them? Are they like us? Are they not like us? Are they weird? Are they interesting? Are they not interesting? It's like we're judging every moment, aren't we? You meet somebody, and very quickly we have very fast judgments. I imagine that the moment that you saw me, you had some thoughts about me. I don't know what they were. But we do, we make these snap judgments of people each moment. So we're focusing our minds on good, bad, right, wrong, normal, abnormal. And we're trained, we're educated to think in this way, to think in judgmental ways. Now, the shift of consciousness that is possible through heartfulness meditation and many other spiritual practices, and also through heartful communication, is this shift of what lens are we going to look through when we look at ourselves and we look at human beings. So let's see if I can go into the slides now. How do I do that? How do I do this? Press this. There we go. Okay, who's familiar with this quote from Rumi? Anybody? Yeah? Oh, quite a few people. Let's just take it in. Out beyond ideas. Ideas are here, right? So beyond our thinking, beyond our ideas of what's right, what's wrong, good, bad, normal, abnormal, beyond that thinking, in other words, judgmental mind, there's a field, there's a space, there's a different realm that we can go into when we shift our consciousness from judgmental mind to understanding, compassionate heart. And when we make that shift, that's when we can connect. That's when Rumi says, I will meet you there. It's very difficult, isn't it? To really feel a heart-centered connection with somebody if we have a judgmental thought about them. Would you agree with that? That if we're busy having judgmental thoughts, how can we be having a heart connection? So heartful communication sets out to be that field. To be that field of different consciousness where we have the intention always of connection, not correction. So much of the time we're wanting to correct ourselves or others, but now the intention is different. So we're very, very different from each other, but it's not our differences that divide us. It's not, the differences are not the problem. It's our judgments about those differences. Do you see? It's like we think that the difficulty is that these people are so different, and I don't like the way they behave. I don't like the fact that people are in gangs and being violent, let's say. Or I do like people who have the same values as me, and I don't like people who don't have them. You know, here we are in this dualistic mindset. But it's our mindset, it's the judgments that divide us, not the differences. Can you imagine two trees, you know, who are standing together? Can you imagine them judging all the different bushes and trees and plants around them? They're very, very different from them, but they don't judge them. We do. So this becomes the barrier, this becomes the disconnection. Disconnection between our own hearts, ourselves and our hearts, and disconnection with the other person as well. Is this making sense? You know, this whole idea of how we manage to disconnect. And we're educated like this. Would you agree? We're educated into it. You know, can I tell you a little story? One of our facilitators, Heartful Communication facilitators, she has a little daughter who's, I think, about 5 at school. The teacher set up a race, and the prize was, there was a big bowl of chocolates. And the teacher said, okay, the child who wins this race, I want you to grab as many sweets as you can. That's the prize. You grab as many as you can. Ready, steady, go. So all the children run fast. Her daughter wins the race. Guess what? Guess what she did? Do you think she grabbed all the sweets? No. She took one. She took one sweet. Now, can you guess what the teacher did? Scolded her. Scolded her until she was weeping. How could you be so disobedient? I told you if you win the race that you grab as many sweets as possible. So the child goes home and she's crying, and the mother says, so what happened? Why are you crying? Because I won the race. I'm crying, I won the race. But are you not happy? No, because I didn't do what the teacher told me to do. I didn't take all the sweets. Why did you not take all the sweets? You know what she said, of course, don't you? You know what she's going to say? Because if I took all of the sweets, there would be none for everybody else. Now, do you see why I'm telling you this story? Here was a teacher educating a child out of her natural way of being. Educating a child away from caring, away from generosity, away from feeling oneness with other people. It's extraordinary, isn't it? And that way of education is what happened to me. I was taught all about being competitive, that I had to do this and never mind anybody else. If you have winners, you've also got losers. So this way of thinking, of all the time setting us up in this dualistic split way of thinking, we need to change that to a different way, a different consciousness. And this is the consciousness that underlies heartful communication. Have you heard of the philosophy called Ubuntu from Africa? Ubuntu. Okay, some of you have. So that spirit of Ubuntu says, I am because we are. I am only a human being because I'm with all of you, that we're all in this together. This consciousness, this oneness consciousness is part of their way of being. And just to give you a contrast, there was an anthropologist who was working with some of these group, this community in Africa, and he saw this same thing happening of a race that I told you about. He said he set up a race. He had a basket of fruit. He said, okay, you're going to have a running race. The winner gets this basket of fruit. Ready, steady, go. Do you know what the children there did? Anybody know? They joined hands and they ran together at the speed of the slowest child. Can you imagine it? The difference that said, we're going to do this together. So that's the spirit of Ubuntu. I am because we are. It's wonderful, really. Yes, I applaud it too. I have to tell you one more Ubuntu story. Would you like to hear it? Because it's so inspiring. You know how we treat mistakes in our culture? With punishment and shaming. Would you agree? Now, you know what happens in Ubuntu culture? If somebody's made a mistake, let's say they have taken something that doesn't belong to them. We call it stealing, right? They've done something which actually is against the needs of others in the community. We call that a mistake. Now that person is asked, or is sat down in the middle of the community sit around that person, and for 2 full days, the community reminds that person of all the good they have done. I remember when my mother was sick, you made soup and you brought it for her. I remember that when I needed some help with my house, you came and you helped me repair my house. You looked after my child when she was lonely and crying. Do you see? This way of thinking that says, you have temporarily forgotten who you really are. You have temporarily forgotten who you really are. Let us remind you. So for 2 days, this person hears all the ways they have contributed to the well-being of others. They never do that mistake again. But for a different reason. When people make mistakes in our culture, usually, there's some kind of shame or punishment. In other words, what is being used is fear. With this way of doing things, what is being used? Love. The heart. So I personally, I find this whole way of thinking and being so profoundly in tune with who we are as human beings. Never mind whether we're doctors, never mind whether we're whoever we are, that I'm convinced through my life, and I'm 73 now, I'm convinced that human beings prefer to contribute to the well-being of others. Do you agree with that? You know, we prefer to. Yeah, we prefer that. But we've been educated to some extent out of it. So the lens that I'm wanting to offer you to start looking at human behavior is not the judgmental mind, which separates us from our hearts and separates us from the hearts of others, but to look through the lens of universal human needs. And so I'm going to just put up, as these needs, can you see them, by the way? Can you see the slide? It's okay, even at the back you can see? Yeah, okay, great. So here's a list of some universal human needs. I would invite you to read them with your heart, if you could try to do that. To feel the energy of these needs, these underlying needs that are beneath everything that we say and do. Everything that we say and do is to try to meet one or other of these universal human needs. Now, is there anything you notice about them? What do they all have in common? Just shout out if you can, or we won't bother about the microphone. What do they all have in common? Sorry? Do you notice that they are all contributing to life? They're all positive. Do you see that energy? They are all positive. So we would say underneath every action, we're trying to meet something which contributes to life. Under everything we do. So it's easy to see that if we say, okay, why are you sitting here now? All right, let's look at that one. Why are you here now? What need are you trying to meet sitting here now? Learning, would you agree? Yeah, clarity, great. Learning, clarity. Any others? Connection, yep. Personal development, understanding. Do you see? That's why you're here. You're trying to meet a need. I'm trying to meet a need too, aren't I? I'm trying to meet a need to contribute, to share something that I think has been really, really helpful. Do you see? So these ones are easy. You know, why do you have a cup of coffee? You have a cup of coffee because I want to relax, and you know. So everything we do is to try to meet one need or another. It gets more difficult if you think about things like joining a gang. Why might young people join a gang, a street gang, a violent street gang? What of any of these universal human needs might they be trying to meet by joining a gang? Belonging, hooray. Did you all think that too? Yeah? It's family. Most young people, as you know, who join gangs, they've got a broken home. They don't have their family anymore. You join this group, you have your family again. It meets the need for belonging, yeah? Connection with each other, absolutely. What else? Support, yep. Acceptance, yes. Here, finally, are people who accept me for who I am, not who they think I should be. Yeah. Also, the need for self-esteem, yes. To be somebody, you know, to have significance in the world, to be somebody. Respect. Sometimes they get respect from being extremely violent. We don't have to like the way that people get their needs met. We don't have to like the strategies, the actions. We don't have to agree with those. But let's understand the needs. Do you see how this takes us into compassionate heart? When we look through this lens of what needs are people trying to meet when they do what they do and when they say what they say. Why do people do research? Achievement, compassion, could you say a little more? Discovery, yes. And you want to contribute to something in the field that you work in? More learning? Greater understanding? Yeah, great. Do you see? You're doing that. How about if a young person takes recreational drugs? Curiosity, definitely. Excitement. Yes, happiness often, isn't it? Often happiness. Do you see what we're doing? We're understanding behaviors that we might not approve of, that we might not like, in a different way, by being willing to understand the needs that are underneath them. So what I'd like you to do now, if you'd be willing, just with somebody who's sitting next to you, could you feel into and identify what needs are people meeting if they are bullying, being a bully? That's one. Another one, how about if you refuse to speak after an argument? Has anybody ever done that? I'm not going to speak to you anymore. I'm not going to speak to you anymore, right? You refuse to speak after an argument. That's number two. What needs are you trying to meet? And then I had another one I was going to ask you to think about. Okay, let's say you're with somebody in your family, it might be your partner, and you're very upset because they keep on spending money, just spending money, right? So what are the needs of the person who's upset about spending money? All right, those three things. Could you just spend a couple of moments with the person who you're sitting near? The needs that are underneath bullying, refusing to speak, and what's the third one? Oh yes, being upset because somebody spends too much money. Right, just spend a couple of minutes, because I'd love you all to be doing your own thinking. One of the things I don't enjoy about this format of the conference is having somebody like me talking and everyone else sort of sitting there, you know. This is why I'd love you to do your own thinking and engaging. Just with somebody you're sitting near. Feel into the needs underneath those behaviors. And discuss with each other, identify them. Okay, bullying. Just call them out. What is the need of somebody, or what is the value? What are they trying to do when they are indulging in bullying behavior? Control. What else? Yes. 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 You want to be seen for something. You haven't had respect. You haven't had any sense of empathy or care yourself. And you know, but for most people who bully, they really want self-esteem and respect. Did you come up with that? Yes. Okay, again, we don't have to like the behavior, but we can understand. When I worked in the school in Chennai, I was in the school for 10 years, and the teachers used to send me the bullies. They thought that I was going to punish them and scold them, but I didn't. You can guess what I did. I listened to them. And every single one of them, and I mean this, every single one of them had themselves been bullied, had been abused in some way, mistreated. All of them. So this need to become somebody, of course, then I would say, okay, let's find a different way for you to get your needs of self-respect and self-esteem fulfilled. So, you know, we would give them responsibilities to be leaders in sports or whatever it was. So they didn't need to prove how powerful they were in ways that damaged other people. Didn't need to do it. How about if you don't speak after an argument? What do you want? What are you longing for? You want connection, but I'm not going to speak, right? What do you want? Can you imagine yourself doing that? Refusing to talk because you've had a bad argument. What are you longing for? You want love, you want peace, you want respect, you want to be understood and heard, don't you? When you've had the argument, you probably didn't feel they understood you or your perspective. So, I mean, it's a crazy strategy, it's a crazy thing to do, but actually the longing is to be understood and to be heard, you know, to be noticed, to get attention, to get care. But the way we do it is crazy. Instead of asking for what we want, saying, you know, if you're really upset about that, I would love to have some connection with you again. You know, can we talk about it? We don't say that. We just refuse to talk. It's amazing, isn't it? And what was the other one? Oh, yes. If you're very upset that somebody spends money, what do you care about? What do you need? What's your value? Let's say I'm married to somebody. I wasn't, by the way. Married to somebody who spent all the money that I earned, and I get upset about it. Why would I be upset about that? It's a very sensitive issue. Is anybody married to somebody who spends a lot of money? How do I feel when I see all that money going out of the door? Yes, I'm insecure, I'm scared. I feel scared because I need security. But instead of saying I feel scared, I want to be sure we're secure financially. Instead of that, we scream at somebody. How could you be so irresponsible? Spending all that money, you know? We don't say our needs. We don't say our feelings and our needs, the straightforward way of explaining what's happening to us. Instead, out we come with criticism, blame, demands, like that, yeah? So we've got ourselves in a bit of a muddle about that. So these needs, we would call this life force. It's all the time moving towards fulfillment, always wanting well-being. And yet when we have this criticism, judgment, and anger, all this is an expression of unmet needs. This is what they are. So next time somebody's angry with you, next time somebody criticizes you, next time somebody judges you, be aware that they have unfulfilled needs inside. You're never here. You don't care about the family at all. There's the accusation. There's the criticism. What does that person long for? You're never here. You don't care about the family at all is an accusation. Would you agree? But what do they actually long for? Attention, love, care, support, togetherness, right? You're never here. They long for togetherness. Do you see? So in your mind, you can turn it around. When you hear a criticism, say, if they don't like that, what are they longing for? And then you find that need, and then you can empathize with that need. So if somebody says to me, you're never here, you don't care about the family, instead of saying, yes, I am, I was here last week, you know, or last month I was here. I don't defend myself. I say, sounds like you're really fed up about that. You're upset because you would love to have companionship, togetherness, quality time together. Is that right? Do you see? We empathize by offering back our understanding of what that need is. This is the different way of hearing criticism, judgment, and anger. Is this making sense? It's like there is an unfulfilled value or need in there. So, instead of getting furious when we get this stuff coming at us, we get curious. Furious to curious. We get interested in what that person's need is, and then we try to empathize by reflecting back our understanding of that, you know? This room is in such a mess, you know, I can't live in this chaos. Okay, you're frustrated because you'd love to have a bit more order here. Yes. Do you see the difference? So this is what we teach in Heartful Communication, is to hear the underlying motivating need and reflect that back, asking, is this what matters to you? And in this way, we stay connected. We stay connected to our own hearts and to the hearts of the other person as well. Because when in the face of accusation and blame, usually we defend ourselves. So what I'd like to do now is to just turn this around into ourselves, is how we might be able to do the same thing with ourselves. Yes. Yeah. So you feel, yes, so you feel good.
It almost gives you like a godlike feeling.
Oh, really? Well, by empathizing.
But this would see, whenever you are in an argument, this thought just entered. So I'm sharing because you said, like, you can share whatever enters your head.
Yeah.
So if my husband is angry that I'm spending too much, that means he is rather insecure about the financial thing. So there's nothing wrong with me. I am fine. And I will take care of his thing also. I'll tell him, don't be scared. Look, I am earning also if I'm spending. So don't be scared about the financial situation. So this gives me a kind of a happy endorphin feeling also, dopamine feeling of kind of, I have solved the situation also. My self-esteem is intact.
Okay.
And the problem has also been, there is no kind of confusion now in the relation. And the connect has been made.
Yes, thank you. And the key to that connection is the need, is understanding the need, rather than getting reactive to the behavior.
And that is a good feeling for me also.
Yes.
That is the best part.
It is. And
yeah.
It works in the
I
heart.
get a pat on my back that I've understood.
Okay. I love the fact that you're saying it gives you a good feeling. It does. When we're able to understand another human being and we feel understood, it feels good inside.
I think we will not take questions now because we are a little short of time. 1 minute. If we could jump into the exercise first, we'll see if you have time to take questions afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, I love questions. I get, anyway. Okay, so what I'd like to do with you is to take you through a guided self-empathy process. Are you willing to do this with me? It's a guided self-empathy process, because what I realize is that for most of us, we're not very kind to ourselves. Most of us have a strong motivation to be kind and caring for others. Otherwise, why are you doing the work that you're doing? You care. You want to make a difference. And we might forget ourselves in the process. So this is also based in the consciousness of Heartful Communication, where we're going to connect with our needs. So I'm going to do a guided process, if you're willing to do this with me. So what I'd like you to think about, first of all, and you might I think it's easier if you close your eyes. Whenever I do this for myself, I always do this with my eyes closed. I'd like you to enjoy this process, even though it might not be completely comfortable. I'd like you to think of a challenging, distressing, or a triggering situation that you might have had recently. Some kind of situation, probably to do with another person or other people. It might be in relation to something that you yourself did or said. So get this situation clear in your mind. What's troubling you about this situation with this other person or people? So bring your full awareness to your thoughts about this situation and about this person, or they may be about yourself. What is it that is specifically troubling you, that's triggering you? Is it something that they said or did? Or is it their attitude? Is it something that you said or did? Is it your own thoughts? Is it the story you're telling yourself about them? Try to recall this without changing any judgmental thoughts that you have, because we can use our judgmental thoughts in a very helpful way. So don't censor your judgments. What are you thinking about them? Your judgmental thoughts. Don't try to be nice about it as you think of what these thoughts are, because your judgments contain within them the clue to what is important to you. Your judgmental thoughts are your needs, but they are in a kind of code. So whatever judgments you have, accept them. Accept them. Sense what you're feeling as you recall this situation, this trigger. Maybe you're feeling agitated. You might be feeling angry, frustrated. You might be feeling sad, maybe discouraged. You might even feel despairing or helpless or shocked. Whatever you're feeling, allow yourself to feel it, and if you can, name your feelings. And where do you experience this feeling in your body? What does it feel like? Is it heavy, tense, churning? Might be empty? Might feel like a pressure? And when you're fully in touch with your feelings, connect now with your heart. And ask yourself, what am I longing for? What am I longing for? What is my value? What is my need that is connected to this feeling? What do I want? What is it that's not fulfilled? That's important to me, that I value. It's not happening. that I have this value, this need within me. Might be a need for appreciation, it might be a need for support, might be a need for being heard. Whatever it is, feel into what that need is or what those needs are for you. Feel them. Feel the life-enhancing energy of them. They contribute to who you are as a human being. This is part of who you are, these values that you hold. Whether they're fulfilled or not, they matter to you. They have their own beauty, their own life. And as you experience these needs, notice if the feeling that you had is changing in any way. It might have changed into another feeling. Sometimes anger becomes sadness. The sadness when we realize that this is not happening, I don't have this need met. Just notice if your feelings change. And allow yourself to feel any sadness or helplessness that the need is not getting met. And then when you feel ready, feel into if there's any step that you would like to take. Perhaps a request you might have of yourself or of the other person, a request. Is there one that you might like to ask of them? Or maybe you just would like to express to them what is in your heart, express your feelings and your needs, without any blame, without any judgment. Or sometimes we find that we have been able to let go of something, and that you might like to acknowledge that letting go to this person. And there may not be any action you want to take. That's also really fine. So you might feel that something has settled within you and that nothing more is needed now. So now, just gently in your own time, please bring yourself back very gently to this space and notice how you're feeling as you come out of this self-empathy, self-connection journey. And notice, how does your heart feel? So this process of accompanying yourself, self-empathy, is very different from self-comforting. Empathy is not comforting. It's befriending, it's accompanying, yourself, if it's self-empathy, or accompanying the other. Empathy is not agreement. Empathy is not agreement. You can empathize with somebody with whom you totally disagree. The willingness to enter their world. So this is just a little glimpse of one of the processes, or 2 or 3 of the elements of consciousness that is part of heartful communication. If we had time, I would of course love to hear your experience, and I know that we don't have the time, but I hope it's been something that you can take away as a process that you can do for yourself. And I just want to link that with the cleaning process that Dr. Elizabeth offered us earlier today, and which we do in heartfulness meditation every evening. But we can also do this clearing process whenever we are disturbed, agitated, angry. Something triggers us and our heart gets upset. We can do what we call spot cleaning. You know, if you spill your coffee on your shirt, you don't wait until the end of the day, do you, to clean it off? You clean it as quickly as you can. So we do this also with heartfulness, is we try to clear things away. So the evening clearing practice is part of this letting go when we get ourselves into difficult situations. So I think I'll finish there, and if anybody's interested, I do have slides on different resources if you want to learn more about heartful communication. Shall I put those up, and then would that be useful? I see lots of heads nodding. Okay.
I think you could put an email address, Liz, maybe some contact where people can reach out and learn more about heartful communication.
I don't quite know what to, I can put these, there are resources, there's books, there's online Darji speaking about heartful communication. There's an online self-learning course for heartful communication. That's come to that's good. Here's the link. But what happened?
I think the other slide.
The previous one?
Yes.
Sorry. Marsha Rosenberg is the originator of Nonviolent Communication, NVC. I'd recommend his book, Nonviolent Communication, A Language of Life. And the others are all nonviolent communication books. Why weren't we taught this at school, you know? It's a brilliant title, very good book, very clear. Anything by Mickey Kashtan, brilliant. Don't be nice, be real. Being genuine. This is all what heartful communication is all about. And then there's some online courses like the Introduction to NVC, nvctraining.com, and a more comprehensive one, Making Life Work. Can I go to the next one? Yeah. So this link will take you to 5 videos of Darji, the spiritual guide of heartfulness, talking about heartful communication with this link, 5 different YouTube videos. And this is the self-learning course for heartful communication. It's a basic one, it's not the full course, but it's a very good start. You can rate, it's free, everything is free as you in heartful communication and heartfulness. And I will put the link, it's bigger in this slide, hfn.li/HC. And the thing about a self-learning course, you can do it at your own pace. Whereas if you join another program, you have to keep up with that program. But this one means you can do it, take as long as you like, doing the modules. So that is there. Okay, I'll leave that one there. So I'm aware that time is up and I need to complete.
So
I
thank
would have
you.
loved more questions.
Thank you so much, Liz Kingsnorth. I think we can give a big a clap to a tool that I mean, I as a doctor I am still learning from that space of compassion. I think we keep learning, and she herself says to keep that she keeps learning about that. It's also very important to understand we are not trying to be perfect in our answers over here. Okay, so we are just trying to understand ourselves better and to create a space for ourselves to feel heard. Okay, so and that's all. That's all we're trying to do. So that is more and more important, I feel, when you have more responsibilities, so that we don't lose this communion with the patient and with the others in the community. And we have seen when we teach heartfulness in the medical community that we have many people who, just by doing the cleaning process essentially and meditation on the heart, recognizing these needs through very simple practices that our colleagues, our peers, they are in dire need for a space where they can just be with themselves and heard by themselves. So thank you so much. I want to just finish with a quote by Daji that's, he said that heartful communication is going far beyond communication itself and is having an enormous effect on people's overall spiritual condition and their overall happiness. Just to tell you that it's not only just tricks and methods, but it really touches the, core, the Atman, this Anandamaya Kosha, and it's really in line with yoga. Thank you again. And thank you, Dr. Kochar, for all these beautiful sessions.
I now request Dr. Kochaji to please felicitate our key speakers for the day.
Before that, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude, ma'am. I have also been a student of nonviolent communication. But the beauty is that young children, like one day my son told me one cousin of his was hitting an uncle with the leg, kicking leg. Yeah. And the mother got upset that why are you doing this, penalizing? And my boy told the mother, his aunt, Auntie, this boy is like a puppy now, so please tolerate, think that it's a puppy going around your legs. So that is the beauty, that we somehow, the way our education has made us unlearn the primary impulses which we have for love, affection, altruism, and forgiveness. Dr. Anju Dhawan was sitting here as a chairperson, and then we learned so many things about addiction medicine, about people who have mental disorders. We have to be forgiving to them. The therapist explained, it's like you are holding a glass, and if the glass breaks, that doesn't mean that the person has committed a sin. It means the hand needs to be rehabilitated and helped, so those are the kind of things, so that the world becomes a better place to live in. And to an extent, I mean, it may be at a higher level of evolution, but I feel anybody who does a crime is more a victim than a criminal. If we know what baggage of negativity and toxic kind of rearing practice or experience they have carried with them from that, then I think the love would be more in this earth.
I read somewhere, it really made an impact on me. You cannot fear or hate somebody when you know their story.
Yes.
So here we are, science and medicine on the same page, meditation and medicine on the same page. Words might be different, but the message and the feeling is the same. A huge round of applause for Sister Liz Kingsnorth and for Sister Veronique.
you would like. So it is the audience poll, or would you like to go for dinner? 5 मिनट का है, आप समझो, हम चला देते हैं, चला दीजिए. You have it ready? We'll just do it. As madam here was asking and interacting, if you flip the story and you think this person is in a difficult time,
the final phase of the power descent
So those numbers are
is
key.
going to be the vertical descent phase or the local navigation phase.
Within 1 kilometer of the
जी
surface.
हाँ, अब हम फाइन ब्रेकिंग वेव्स के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं. हाँ, आप तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि हम लोगों ने तीसरे चरण को भी बहुत ही सफलतापूर्वक हासिल कर लिया है और अभी हम वर्टिकल डिसेंट फेज में आ चुके हैं, जिसकी शुरुआत भी बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से हो चुकी है.
Lot of applause indicates that till now the performance has been nominal. We are in the vertical descent phase 1. The altitude is being brought down from 800 meters and we are nearing and approaching the lunar surface.
जी, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर का हाइट लगातार कम होता जा रहा है. इस समय हम लैंडिंग साइट के जस्ट ऊपर हैं और इस समय इसकी ऊंचाई लगभग 600 मीटर के आसपास है. इस फेज के दौरान लगभग 150 मीटर के ऊंचाई पे पहुंचने के बाद लैंडर अगेन लगभग 20 से 22 सेकंड के लिए हॉवरिंग करेगा.
We are above the landing site. The horizontal as well as the vertical velocity is now being constantly reduced. And the lander module has begun its descent towards the landing site.
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं ये जो पथ निर्धारित किया गया है, लैंडर पूरी तरह से उसी को ही फॉलो कर रहा है. इस समय हम लगभग 200 मीटर की हाइट से भी कम आ चुके हैं. अब हम ये देख सकते हैं कि हम लगभग 150 मीटर की ऊंचाई पे हैं चंद्रमा के सतह से.
We are approaching the vertical descent phase 2, which will have the lander module hovering at nearly 150 meters above the lunar surface.
जी हाँ, आप इस तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट को सुन सकते हैं, जो कि सेकंड हाइब्रिड फेज के कंप्लीट होने के बाद इन सारे वैज्ञानिकों के द्वारा की जा रही है. जी हाँ, आप अगर फिर से ध्यान से देखें तो एल्टीट्यूड पुनः कम होता जा रहा है. अभी हम लोग लगभग 135 मीटर की ऊंचाई पे हैं.
The sensors that are updating at this point are providing confirmation of the safety of the landing site.
As expected, the retargeting is going on and this is a very good signature for the lander. अभी आप ये देख सकते हैं कि लैंडर की ऊंचाई लगभग 65 मीटर के आसपास बची हुई है.
Currently, only 2 engines are now being fired, and we are nearly at zero velocity, vertical and horizontal. We were hovering, and now we are approaching the moon's surface.
धीरे धीरे लैंडर की वेगमान को कम किया जा रहा है और हम अब लगभग 50 मीटर से भी कम आ चुके हैं.
We can see the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who is here to encourage us, and he is critically looking at the visuals.
जी हाँ, आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल
People are applauding. Let us all wait to hear from the Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Shri S. Somnath.
लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा की सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है। ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है। हिंदी में एक कहावत है कि चंदा मामा दूर के, लेकिन अब हम ये कह सकते हैं कि चंदा मामा अपने घर के।
बहुत ही उम्दा. The hard work of the entire ISRO community has come to fruition.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, नमस्कार. Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon.
ये दिन कभी मत भूलिएगा कि जिस दिन चंद्रयान लैंड किया था उसी दिन हम एम्स में थे जब मॉडर्न मेडिसिन, एंशिएंट मेडिसिन और हार्टफुलनेस मेडिटेशन सबका एक अमालगमेशन हो रहा था. लेट अस नॉट फॉरगेट दिस इवेंट. ओके, सो दैट वी कम टू द एंड ऑफ डे 2. शाम को डिनर प्लीज फैकल्टी क्लब लॉन्च में है. आप जैसे बाहर निकलोगे राइट की तरफ मुड़ोगे, चलते जाइएगा, आपको दिख जाएंगे फैकल्टी क्लब लॉन्च. 7 बजे से 9 बजे के बीच में. प्लीज़ आइएगा सभी. दूसरा मैंने फिर से अनाउंसमेंट करना है कि सर्टिफिकेट्स जो हैं कल सवेरे 9 बजे से आप हमारे रजिस्ट्रेशन डेस्क में आ जाइएगा. वहाँ पर वो सर्टिफिकेट्स आपको मिल जाएंगे. जो नहीं आ पाए हैं उनका जीमेल एड्रेसेस वगैरह है, ईमेल एड्रेस है, तो उनको हम ई सर्टिफिकेट्स भेज देंगे 72 आवर्स के अंदर, 3 दिनों के अंदर ई सर्टिफिकेट्स सबको मिल जाएंगे. Enjoy the evening. Thank you.